Live at Collectco for Saturday night. Live Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, thank you and welcome. Let's get everything shared. There's our group. And I'm going to put $7. Unlimited shipping. Alright, there's that, and that. Now, welcome. Hope everybody can stick with us this Saturday night because we're going to have some deals. It's Saturday night. Let's get this link copied. I don't think I really made any hot posts for tonight, so it's really just a couple places to share it, which is YouTube, Instagram. No, I do not want to subscribe to YouTube TV. Copy link. Close out all of my apps. And let's do Instagram. And story. What's going to be our picture? I don't like that one. It'll be okay. No, let's use something different. Here we go. All right. Hope everybody's canceled their plans. In for the night. Already ate Saturday night dinner. And you're ready to just chill out and relax with Collectco. 81 people. 716. We're going to be going through new vintage, or I should say vintage buy it now best offer for most of the night. Sale crates, Japanese auctions, got some movie posters, buy it nows and best offers. Yeah, gonna go cassettes, and there's some good cassettes over here too. Let's see what some of these. Let's see here. Interesting. Okay. All right. So let's show some. We went through this bin as our warm-up bin last night. Let me just read titles, and if anybody didn't catch this bin last night, we'll go through it again. So let's go to. Let's just read titles that's in here. If you need any prices, let me know. Talking Heads, Pearl Jam Live, Morrissey, Husker Du, Snow White, Prong, LA Guns, lots of Kings of Leon, Stone Temple Pilots, Korn, Iron Maiden, Aerosmith, and Kiss. That was the warm-up crate from the other night. How about we go ahead and get started on either a new warm-up crate, which is a crate we'd been through before, or we can go ahead and go through a new one. How about we go through a new... No, let's go ahead and go through one that's over here while everybody's still getting on. Let me see what we have in here. Whole Smashing Pumpkins. What's this one? This is one from just the other night. Probably need to go through this tonight. This is fairly new stuff from the other night. Scotty says new. Coming up right after this. Yes, Jason, we've got some Cure unofficials. Your nightly question. And this time I can say yes. I can say yes. We do have Cure unofficials for you tonight. I'll do those in just a second. We've got one, two. I can condense two of those. We got 3 crates of new vinyl to go through. And this stuff has never been shown before. 3 crates of new vinyl. I hope Jerry Stone's ready. Aerosmith Get a Grip is $46.99. Aerosmith Get a Grip is $46.99. Cult, the pure singles, $84 to $95, $33.99. Jerry Cantrell, Degradation Trip, Volumes 1 and 2, $89.99. Degradation Trip, Volume 1 and 2. Also, the Rolling Stones Rock and Roll Circus, $79.99. That's a box set, expanded edition, first time on vinyl, 3 LPs, remastered. Several Towns Van Zandt, $31.99, $31.99, and $31.99. That's For the Sake of the Song, Delta Mama Blues, and Towns Van Zandt self-titled. We have the Titanic soundtrack, music on vinyl, 25th anniversary edition, limited and numbered to 10,000. Colored vinyl, $44.99, Titanic soundtrack. Also, Express Yourself, the Charles Wright and the Watts 103rd Street Rhythm Band, $38.99. Death Angel, Frolic Through the Park, $44.99. Cinderella Night Songs, $38.99 for Cinderella. And we have Carole King, Pearls, the Songs of Goffin and King, limited to 1,500. Music on vinyl, $38.99. Also, Soul Collected. Soul Collected is limited and numbered to 2,000 on yellow and orange colored vinyl. That is $46.99. Also, a new Chet Baker from Music on Vinyl. That's Chet Baker, live in Rosenheim, April 1988, $44.99. Also limited, numbered, colored vinyl. Velvet Fog is $38.99. Velvet Fog, self-titled, limited to 750 on green and white marbled vinyl. Clutch, self-titled, is $38.99. Brian Tyler, first sale of the night with Death Angel, Frolic Through the Park. That's actually an expanded edition, new and sealed from Music on Vinyl. That's sold to Brian Tyler. First sale of tonight's stream. Also, the B-52 self-titled album, $38.99 for the B-52s. And Extreme 6, that's on red vinyl, $44.99. So that was a crate we did last night for the first time, or maybe the night before. That was new records that had never been shown before. Now the next crate is for sure going to be new records that we have never shown before. I'm on Diet Mountain Dew tonight. It's almost gone though. Then I need to stick with some water. Okay, we have Mark Stropes, Open Up and Say Ah. It's $33.99 if you want it. $33.99. We have Extreme, B-52s, Clutch, Velvet Fog, Chet Baker, Soul Collected, Carole King, Cinderella, Charles Wright, Titanic, Towns Van Zandt, the Rolling Stones, Jerry Cantrell, and Pure Colt. That was that crate. Now it's time for another. Let's go through this crate of new stuff. We've got 3 crates of new vinyl. The vintage stuff tonight, we're going to have a lot of Buy It Now Best Offer. I would love to go through some old stock. While we're up front, we're going to go through new vinyl, then vintage Buy It Now Best Offer, and then we're probably going to do a part 2 so we can go late tonight in the back and do Buy It Now Best Offer out of the bins like we did the other night. That was a great part 2 we had the other night. We got started part 2 early, and we got to go through a lot of bins of stuff we hadn't seen in a long time, and everything was technically on sale. We also got new Japanese auctions tonight, and I didn't message Tillman Smoot or Paul Brothers and tell them about the anime stuff. We might want to do that right quick if you have a moment, Tanner. The Titanic soundtrack is $44.99. That is new for Music on Vinyl. It also includes an 8-page book, a movie poster, and a replica of the New York Times cover, $44.99. Poison is sold to Mark Stropes. He says he'll take one of those. Now it's time for some new stuff. So that's the agenda for tonight. We've got vintage on sale, new vinyl, new Japanese auctions, new cassettes. I've even got some movie posters to show you, and I've got on sale Japanese stuff too. We're going to do that at probably the very end of the show. I'm going to have one of those Japanese blowout bins. So I think you remember the last time we did that, it was a hit. Coolio, Gangster's Paradise, or Gangsta's Paradise, 25th Anniversary Edition, 2LP, remastered on red vinyl. That is $36.99 for Coolio, Gangsta's Paradise. Journey, Escape, the 40th Anniversary Edition, Don't Stop Believing, Who's Crying Now, Open Arms, their iconic Escape album. That's new and sealed, $31.99. Also, Gunfighter Ballads and Trail Songs, Marty Robbins, $28.99. Marty Robbins is $28.99. Gunfighter Ballads. I went ahead and ordered a new one. Since the vintage, it seems like we can't get enough. Pearl Jam, self-titled, is $44.99. This is new and sealed. Pearl Jam self-titled, $44.99. Thomas Bowman wants the Marty Robbins. Sell that to Thomas Bowman. We also have Billy Idol, Rebel Yell, new sealed remaster, 180-gram Billy Idol, Rebel Yell, $29.99. Primus. I don't think I've had this one in like 2 years. Anti-Pop. Primus Anti-Pop. $34.99 for Primus. I have 2 of those. And David Bowie Let's Dance Remaster. That is $33.99. David Bowie Let's Dance Remaster. $33.99. Korn Issues is $36.99. Korn Issues, $36.99. David, while I see you on, David Johnson, the George Harrison live in Japan. Trying to figure out what that noise was. I think they're listening to music in the back. The David Johnson live in Japan. The George Harrison live in Japan came back in. I had you on a waiting list if you want it for $44.99, but just let me know. You're already tagged for one, but I just want to make sure. Okay, so we pulled Marty Robbins. Next is James Bragg on Primus, Anti-Pop. Ed Nelson also gets Primus, Anti-Pop. Greg Preston wants David Bowie, Let's Dance. And the next record in here was Korn Issues. That is $36.99. House of Pain, Fine Malt Lyrics. House of Pain has the hit Jump Around, 30th Anniversary Edition. That is $34.99. I haven't had that since I think it originally came out. Adele 21, $31.99 for Adele 21. This one has several hits on it. Rolling in the Deep, Rumor Has It, Set Fire to the Rain. That is $31.99 for Adele 21. Also, Mr. Big, the 30th Anniversary Edition, reproduced using the original analog master tapes. $38.99. Mr. Big, lean into it. And here's also something we haven't had in like, I think 2 years. Alison Krauss, Paper Airplane. Alison Krauss Paper Airplane. That is $36.99. Technically, Alison Krauss and Union Station Paper Airplane. That is $36.99. Stephen Chesney wants the Billy Idol Rebel Yell. Next is Rebecca Barber on House of Pain. Now, I only have one of those, and if it's okay, Shane Devers, we will put you on a waiting list. We will put you on a waiting list. Shane Devers on House of Pain. Eddie Pasir on AK, which is Alison Krauss. I have one more of those if anybody else wants one. Anything you see me sell out of, we can put you on a waiting list if you're okay with that. We usually just automatically do it, but anything on a waiting list this tonight will be the next night or the next week's invoice. So if you're on a waiting list for something tonight, if you go on a waiting list, those won't be in until like Tuesday or Wednesday, meaning you won't get invoiced until the next Monday. So that will start a whole new invoice for you, but I think some people's okay with that. We have Red Hot Chili Peppers Californication. That is sold to Brian Tyler and also Mike Helton, the second name on that House of Pain waiting list. We have Supernatural. This is $36.99. Santana Supernatural featuring the hit song Smooth. Adele 25. Adele 25 is $31.99 as well. So we have Adele 21 and Adele 25. Bob Seger's Greatest Hits. $36.99 for Bob Seger's Greatest Hits. $36.99. Troy Robinson, Coolio, Gangsta's Paradise, $36.99. 25th Anniversary Edition on red vinyl. $36.99 on that. Also, haven't had this in a little bit. Rob Zombie, American Made Music to Strip By. When this remaster came out, it's the first time it had been pressed in '99. These are $33.99, Rob Zombie. I got more. I had these back ordered with everybody, so that's why I've had so many of them lately. But we do have more Taylor Swift Fearless Platinum Edition. That is $31.99. Taylor Swift Fearless Platinum Edition, $31.99. David Tate wants the Bob Seger's Greatest Hits. Can't go wrong with that. James Bragg on RZ, which is Rob Zombie. And we have... This is actually one of the Led Zeppelin albums that we haven't had in stock. We've had their entire discography available except this one, Led Zeppelin Presence. We still have the other ones. We still got 1, 2, 3, 4, Houses, Physical Graffiti, In Through the Outdoor, even Coda. We've been missing Presence. Presence is $31.99. Scott Corcoran on Taylor Swift Platinum. We might want to make sure he wasn't already on a waiting list. There were several people on a waiting list for this record, just FYI. So Tracy Miller on Rob Zombie. I got one of these left if anybody else wants one. Is the Pearl Jam Avocado 150 or 180 gram and release year? Let's take a look at that one then. Pearl Jam, Joe Maynard. It says, features new mix by Brendan O'Brien that has a barcode over the barcode. It doesn't have any other copyright or any additional information on it. I've got the barcode. It just said, the hop sticker says Brendan O'Brien remix. The catalog number is 889-85-409-141. That's about all I can tell you. If you want the barcode, let me know. All right, so let's go through these one more time. This was our first crate of new vinyl. We've got 4 crates of new vinyl, stuff we've never really shown before. A couple crates is like new stuff that I've never had. Some of these we've had before, but it's been a long time. We're also going to do Buy It Now Best Offer Vintage. I'm probably going to do one of those crates next. I got to go to the back and get it. After we go through all of the new vinyl, we're going to head to the back for part 2, probably around 9 or 9:30, and we're going to do Buy It Now Best Offer out of the bins in the back. And then we'll do some Japanese blowouts. But first, we've got new Japanese stuff that I've never shown before, such as Elvis Aloha via satellite, and this is always a really popular one, Fast Times at Ridgemont High. We've got new Japanese auctions, and the first one is Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Very popular. Facebook feed is lagging bad. Brian Case, that has been happening all week. And for anybody else it's happening to, there's absolutely nothing me or you can do about it. You just either have to constantly refresh or reset something. I don't really know, but it's been a problem all week. Fast Times at, Tanner says go to YouTube. That's usually been the fail-safe. Go to YouTube. It is perfect over there 9 times out of 10. Fast Times at Ridgemont High. We're also streaming on Facebook, so you can go there, or we're also streaming on YouTube. There's very little problems in the YouTube world. They're a much better ran company sometimes, I think, when it comes to their servers than Facebook. Fast Times at Ridgemont High. This is a 2LP, beautiful, near mint minus Japanese pressing. We have the lyric insert from Japan, and we have these 2 inner sleeves. So this is complete Japanese pressing, and it's beautiful. It's a $45 start. Fast Times at Ridgemont High. That is actually now, if it's not out of print on new vinyl, it's been out of stock for quite some time. I've also got an Elvis, one of the more popular ones. This is Elvis Aloha from Hawaii via satellite. This is also a 2LP from Japan. This is going to be a $35 start. Flawless Japanese vinyl. It does have both LPs. It has the original lyric insert. And over here, the cover does have a little bit of foxing in the gatefold. Does have a little bit of foxing on the gatefold. None of that is noticeable on the cover, front or back. So just the gatefold has some of the discoloration and foxing, but it is light, and the vinyl and the inserts are near mint minus. That's a $35 start for Elvis. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. Show some posters. Ryan, I've got those up here. I've also got posters and cassettes on top of everything else that I said tonight. Are you doing a wait list for Billy Idol? I still got Billy Idol. Did I read through the rest of these? I don't think I did a recap. Rebecca, I still have Billy Idol. They are $29.99. $29.99 if you want one. Let me make sure I didn't miss any other claims. Fast Times at Ridgemont High, $45. And Rob Zombie was $33.99. Rob Zombie was $33.99. American-made music to strip by. So Billy Idol, $29. Rob Zombie, $33. Journey Escape, $31.99. Korn Issues, $36.99. Adele, $21, $31.99. Mr. Big, $38.99. Rebecca Barber will take a Billy Idol. We have one left. Brandon Jackson also wants a Rebel Yell. They're now sold out. Now there will be a waiting list. We've sold all 4 copies of those we had. Rebecca got one. Brandon Jackson got the last one. Supernatural, Santana, $36.99. That has their major hit on it, Smooth. And if you just missed it, Alison Krauss, Paper Airplane, $36.99. Adele 25 is $31.99. Also, Coolio, Gangsta's Paradise, red vinyl, $36.99. Mark Stropes wants The Journey. Ray Toth is in with $36 on Elvis. So Fast Times, $45 going once, going twice. Elvis, $36 going once, going twice. Vernon Lehman wants Santana. Jason Fortnerat wants on the Billy Idol Rebel Yell waiting list. Taylor Swift Fearless, the Platinum Edition, $31.99. Still got a handful of those. And if you don't already have Presents in your Led Zeppelin collection, $31.99 Led Zeppelin Presents. I was watching not a movie poster. I was watching a concert poster auction today from Heritage in Dallas, Texas. They were auctioning some incredible Led Zeppelin posters. I had my eyes on a couple, but man, these things brought astronomical prices. They didn't sell hardly any concert poster for under $2,000. They had a couple Led Zeppelins that I've seen before. I was like, man, I would love to have one of those, but I just can't see spending $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 on some of these. Some of them are worth it. They sold a Grateful Dead poster for $86,000. So, but I woke up and really cut into some of my much needed sleep to try to bid on some of these posters, and they brought incredible prices. But they were all professionally graded by CGC. They were all mint, most of them autographed by Stanley Mouse or whoever some of those other famous poster people. But that was incredible. So Vernon Lehman, I already pulled Santana Jason on Billy Idol. High bid on Elvis right now is $46. $46. New bid on Fast Times at $50 with Brian Tyler. Mark Stropes also wants on the Billy Idol wait list. So does Paul Brothers. Bob Reiger says he'll take a Led Zeppelin. Gerard, we already have a $36 bid on Elvis, so we're looking for $37. Ray Toth had it at $36. Paul Brothers wants Led Zeppelin. So does Joe Willinger. So yeah, this one's been out of stock. We've had the entire Led Zeppelin discography for quite some time, except for Presence. That one's only been available as a UK import. They finally pressed some more. So we have Pearl Jam Avocado. I was about to show it, but Joe Maynard says he will take it. That's very good. Let's see here. Stanley Mouse. Yeah, Stanley Mouse. I had some original concert posters before, some of those like signed by Stanley Mouse, but I didn't have any like the ones they're selling, like Led Zeppelins and Janis Joplin's, and they had some Doors. They had a Doors poster that was graded 9.8 by CGC, the same place that grades comic books. Man, I watched that auction though for a couple hours, and I was watching some. They had a Kiss one where Kiss and Blue Oyster Cult played in Nashville or Memphis. That wasn't graded, but it still brought a ton of money. I forgot what it ended up. So, all right, update on our auctions. That was a great crate of new vinyl. The good news is that I've got 3 more like that. If you like new vinyl, we've got a lot. This is from pretty much the last 2 nights because we haven't had time to price them or mark them or pull pre-orders. And by the way, Tanner, I'll eventually need the pre-order sheet that's on my laptop. So, final call on the auctions. We have Brian Tyler at $50 on Fast Times. That's going twice, going 3 times. Elvis is at $37 with Gerard. That's going twice, going 3 times. That's going twice, going 3 times. That is Heritage Auctions out of Dallas. They're a high-end auction house from Dallas, Texas. They sell, though they have some affordable type stuff sometimes, but usually Heritage only messes with stuff that's usually like $500 and up. They sold some rare records today too. They sold a sealed Crosby, Stills and Nash So Far for $500. It was also graded. I had my eye on that because y'all know that's one of my favorite albums. But they sold a sealed one that was graded for $500. Pretty incredible. Pretty incredible. Is my 37. Your bid on Elvis is 37. Your bid on Elvis is 37. We're about to sell this for 37, and we're about to sell that for 50. So, all right, let's go through. I'm going to go through one more crate of new vinyl before we start any vintage stuff. I'm going to keep going with auctions in the meantime. So I had this in another crate. I got one from a different distributor as well because these were getting low. I'm really surprised we hadn't sold one yet. Jerry Cantrell Degradation Trips Volumes 1 and 2. And this is a 20th anniversary 4LP 28-page book, $89.99. If Heritage had to sing or ring an air horn, they would be doing it quite often. They sell stuff so fast too. They sell stuff like they'll be selling $5,000 movie posters every like 30 seconds. U2, How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb on red vinyl, $36.99 for U2. That's on red vinyl, How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb. Also, The Doors, Morrison Hotel, $31.99. The Doors, Morrison Hotel, $31.99. Dokken, Breaking the Chains. This should be on red or silver. Let's see if I can take a peek at it. I know it's colored vinyl. It's either red or silver. That is $44.99. Gerard, we have a new bid. I think Ray thought maybe you bid 50 on Elvis, and he said he was out. But now that you bid 37, he's back in at 38. So actually, Elvis has a new bid. Ray Toth is at 38 now that we got that cleared. And we have Fast Times at Richmond High. Let's sell this to Brian Tyler for $50. That's sold to Brian Tyler for $50. Next is Motley Crue, The End, on pink vinyl. Motley Crue live in Los Angeles, $49.99. I haven't had that series in a long time. Motley Crue lives. They also did a Kiss one, and they did a Aerosmith. Motley Crue is $49.99. That is on pink vinyl. And let me grab our next Japanese pressing, which is going to be the Doobie Brothers Toulouse Street. Next Japanese auction is going to be the Doobie Brothers Toulouse Street. This looks very nice. Let's take a look at it. It should be, according to my notes, near mint minus and pristine. Japanese vinyl, the Doobie Brothers. It has the Japanese insert with it. Textured cover. There's some nudity in the gatefold for you. Very nice. No foxing or discoloration on this one. $35 start on the Doobie Brothers Toulouse Street. We have Motley Crue live in Los Angeles, $49.99. This is Jerry Cantrell Degradation Trips Volumes 1 and 2, the anniversary edition on colored vinyl with booklet. It looks like Eric Stobrick wants one of those. Eric, that's sold to you. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I have one left. By the way, Gerard Cacciatore, let me know if you're in on Elvis, because Ray Toth does have it for $38. Need to make sure you're in or out. This is a Neil Young unofficial called Touch the Sky, $29.99. I forgot the blurb on this. I don't think it's live. I forgot. Maybe it is. I forgot. But this is a Parachute unofficial Neil Young Touch the Sky, $29.99. I forgot the exact details on that. But I ordered two because I forgot. It's totally left me. But I don't know if that, it should be live, but it may be like something else. I really can't remember. But that's Neil Young, $29.99. The Motley Crue album was $49.99. And Eric was actually passing on Jerry. He was just answering Brian Case's question. So, my bad. We can bring Jerry Cantrell back. Metallica, Woodstock 1994. That's a live unofficial for $39.99. Joe Willinger will take Motley Crue The End. We'll make sure Ron Stoltz doesn't want it. Mike Cochran's at $35 on David Bowie. The Doobie Brothers. I see DB and I think David Bowie. The Doobie Brothers is at $35. Alice in Chains is $24.99. That's a live unofficial. Songs from Dirt and Facelift, $24.99. And we finally got these in from Music on Vinyl. They're exclusive remasters, $46.99 each. $46.99 each. We have Journey's Greatest Hits Volume 1 and Journey's Greatest Hits Volume 2, $46.99 each. And if you want to, just think about that this way. It's 2 LPs. Think about it as a 4 LP box set, which would be a little under $100. If you think about it that way, or a little over $90, probably not a bad price. If Journey put out a 4 LP box set, Greatest Hits Volumes 1 and 2 collected, not bad. $46.99 each for the different volumes. If you wanted those, go ahead and give it to Joe. Just gonna know how much it was. Okay, Joe did get that. Let me bring back Jerry Cantrell, so it's still available. I've got 2 of those on hand. Kevin Willis is at $38 on the Doobie Brothers. Tawana wants the Alice in Chains. That's sold to Tawana. Mike Cochran's at $40, and Tracy Miller wants the Journey too. Now, I bet Gerard Cacciatore hopped off because he thought he had won the Elvis, and then we had a bid from Ray Toth, but we got to sell it to Ray in a few moments. If we don't hear back from Gerard, Ray Toth has that for $38. So Tracy Miller got a Journey Volume 2. Monica Malley wants Volume 1, and we'll put Daniel Cody on a Volume 2 if he wants on a waiting list. So Daniel, I'll put you on a waiting list for that. Metallica in the City of Brotherly Love. This is on red vinyl. We've sold a lot of these before. It's also a live unofficial, $39.99. Jerry Cantrell was $89.99. $89.99 on Jerry Cantrell. Also on the Doobie Brothers, Mike Cochran, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. Never mind, he's already bid $40. So Kevin, you're out on the Doobie Brothers. Gerard is out on Elvis, so let's go ahead and sell that to Ray Toth for $38. I actually may have another one of those. I may have another one of those tonight. I'll have to flip through our Japanese bin and find out. Let me go back to the front of the bin. I've been picking those out. Let's go back to the very front. Also, I'm going to make sure Paul Brothers and Tillman Smoot is on, but I do have some Japanese anime soundtracks. I've also got a couple things here that I don't recall seeing too many times on Japanese vinyl, like the deluxe edition of Dinah Ross and the Supremes' Greatest Hits. This is going to be a $25 start. The vinyl is your typical high quality, no marks, pristine Japanese vinyl. This is going to be just a $25 start. Great music with Dinah Ross and the Supremes. This has some foxing in the cover. Nothing really noticeable too much on the front, but the gatefold and the inner booklet does have some foxing. It does have the obi. That's a $25 start. Okay, the 2 people I promised to show the anime stuff are here. Good. I will show some of those coming up in the next auctions. We have, Daniel says no waiting list for him, but put down Jason for the waiting list for both. And let's go ahead and order Daniel one anyway. Maybe he'll buy it live whenever it comes in. So I'm going to order extras anyway. Okay. Let's see what's next in here. Let me get to the bottom. We have Jerry Cantrell. This one's called Brighton, $36.99. That's his most recent release, and that is either glow-in-the-dark cover or glow-in-the-dark vinyl, one of the two. $36.99 for Jerry Cantrell. And Shania Twain, The Woman in Me. That's the Diamond Edition, $36.99. The story so far, the best, the greatest hits of Def Leppard, 2 LP, $46.99. And the Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed, a classic, $36.99. Okay, Doobie Brothers, Henry's Choice bid $41. Kevin Willis bid $45. Mike Cochran says he's out, so the Doobie Brothers is between Henry's Choice and Kevin. Kevin has it for $45. And Steve Howe put Jerry, and Jerry. And I'm assuming y'all wanted Brighton and not the Degradation Trip box set. So let's give Jerry Cantrell to Steve Howe and John Ambrosic if that's the one they wanted. And nope, Steve Howe wanted Degradation Trip. Okay, so sell that to Steve Howe. And then let's give Brighton to John Ambrosic and James Bragg. Thomas Bowman wants ST, and that was for Shania Twain. And the next comment is evening and thank you. Thank you and welcome to everybody watching. Let's go ahead and do a final call on the Doobie Brothers, and we're looking for just a $25 start on the Supremes. Just a $25 start on the Supremes. We have Phil Lynott and Grand Slam. That was Phil Lynott's last band post Thin Lizzy. That was the live document. This is a live Phil Lynott and Grand Slam concert from 1984, $36.99. $36.99. Jerry Cantrell Brighton is $36.99, Greg. I actually don't have any more, but I can get you on a waiting list if you want one. Jason Kitten wants Phil Lynott. Also, The Doors, L.A. Woman, pressed at RTI. L.A. Woman, a classic. It's got the original rounded corners cover, just like the original. We've got 3 of these. It's The Cure, Happy the Man, 1984, $44.99. This is a live Cure concert from Washington, D.C., 1984. There's our normal Cure unofficial buyers, Jason Fornerat, Craig Thomas, and Sean Fairweather. They've all come out tonight. Jason, Craig, and Sean, those are all sold. That's why I ordered 3. If anybody else wants one, let me know. $44.99. We'll put James Bragg on a waiting list for one. Henry's Choice, let me know if you're in or out on the Doobie Brothers. I see your bid on the Supremes, but I need to know if you're in or out on the Doobie Brothers. John Mayer, Continuum, $39.99. This has the first track, Waiting on the World to Change. John Mayer is $39.99. Jason Kenton wants also on The Cure. That's called Happy the Man. Happy the Man, because I think we have some other Cure records in here as well. Green Day's Greatest Hits, that's God's Favorite Band, $31.99. Henry's out on the Doobie Brothers. Let's go ahead and sell that to Kevin then for $40. What's the second digit? That's sold to Kevin Willis for $45. $45. Henry's Choice has the Supremes for $25, and that's a final call. Also, Whitesnake, 1987, the 30th anniversary edition, 2 LP. This is expanded with previously unreleased live. It's also remixed, $59.99. Now, don't think remixed is a bad thing. That just means that's not re-recorded or anything. That just means they've remixed the sound a little bit. Sometimes they put the word remixed and they've actually like recut the music. They do that sometimes with those new compilations, but not on this. This is the classic. Here I Go Again on My Own, Still of the Night. Those are all remastered, remixed, $59.99. Next Japanese auction, Rainbow, Bent Out of Shape. Rainbow is a $35 start. It has a 2-page Japanese insert. The vinyl on this red Polydor Japanese label is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. It has a cover with Obi, $35 start. There's Whitesnake. Before all that, we have Paul Brothers on Green Day, and I'm about to sell the Supremes for $25. Pulp Fiction soundtrack, $36.99 for Pulp Fiction. Also, Evanescence, The Fallen. Evanescence is $29.99. The Doors, self-titled, $31.99. Star Wars, Shadows of the Empire, $31.99. And back in stock, Bongzilla, $29.99. We had a waiting list for Bongzilla. Bongzilla was Autumn Betts. I've got 2 extras if anybody else wants one. $29.99. By the way, Troy Robinson, You're John Mayer, Where the Light Shines, or Where the Light Is. John Mayer, Where the Light Is, that came in. I've got you on that for Troy Robinson. Vernon Lehman on Pulp Fiction soundtrack, and Craig Ruth on Evanescence, Bring Me to Life. All right, and while Tanner's over here, I'm going to go ahead and sell the Supremes to Henry's Choice for $25, and we're on a final call on Rainbow. Final call on Rainbow if you want to start in bid for $35. Tillman Smoot wants Shadows. Shadows of the Empire by Star Wars, or Star Wars Shadows of the Empire. Music by Joe McKinley. And we have Metallica bootleg, rare broadcast recording from 1982, The Lost Tapes. That's a 10-inch on red vinyl, I believe. Hit the Lights, The Mechanics, Motor Breath, Let It Loose, Jump in the Fire, Seek and Destroy, and Metal Militia. Early Metallica there, $39.99 from 1982. And let's see, 41 years later, they're still touring, and I look forward to going and seeing them. They've stood the test of time for sure. You go to a Metallica concert, there's people of all ages there, for sure. Where's some of the Japanese anime stuff? Okay, the first thing here, Paul brought to my attention, this should be sold as a complete set. Let me see, make sure I've got all these. This is Mobile Suit Gundam, Volume 1, Volume 2, Volume 3, and Volume 4. I think I grabbed all of them. This is Mobile Suit Gundam, Volumes 1, 2, 3, and I believe 4. Mobile Suit Gundam 3. This stuff is definitely out of my realm, but we have some basic information on it here. These are going to all be sold as a lot for a $95 start. They're all near mint and pristine Japanese pressing, and from what I understand, Mobile Suit Gundam was around the decade of the 80s. Yeah, this is 1981, Japanese pressing with insert. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's all Mobile Suit Gundam, $95 start. This is, I think this is Volume 2. This also says Mobile Suit Gundam 2, and this says Mobile Suit Gundam 3. But it's all part of the same series, at least. That's a $95 start for all 4 of those Japanese pressings. That one has the obi, no obi, with obi, and no obi. But they're all typical near mint minus Japanese condition. Okay, James Bragg wants the Metallica here. That's the 10-inch on red vinyl. Let's sell that to James Bragg. Tony Barrara was second. Sean, this is $39.99. $39.99. Do you remember that Steely Dan Live? You sold me, listened to it last night. I do remember that. I usually don't sell Steely Dan bootlegs. I've got several myself. So let's go through these one more time. Great new vinyl. Here's the agenda for tonight. If you hadn't heard already, we've got new vinyl. Anything vintage tonight is going to be buy it now, best offer. When we're done up here going through the other stuff, we're going to probably we're probably going to take a break and do part 2 in the back, like we did the other night, and go through bins, all buy it now, best offer stuff you've never seen. If you're relatively new, and if you're always watching, probably stuff you hadn't seen in a long time. The other Metallicas, I'm about to show them. We have red vinyl. This is red vinyl, limited edition, $36.99. U2, How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb. Vertigo is on here, City of Blinding Lights. That's a companion piece to the Oppenheimer film, $36.99. The Doors, Morrison Hotel, $31.99. The Doors, Morrison Hotel. Dokken, Breaking the Chains is $44.99. That's colored vinyl. It should be red or clear. Neil Young, Touch the Sky, $29.99. Neil Young, Touch the Sky, $29.99. Metallica, this is Woodstock 1994. Metallica, Woodstock 1994, $39.99. One Alice in Chains left. That's colored vinyl, unofficial, $24.99. Also in the City of Brotherly Love is $39.99. That's the other live Metallica. That's also in colored vinyl. Tony Barrara says he'll take Metallica. That was the this one here, Woodstock. And he also wants the live Alice in Chains, and he also wants the other Metallica. Okay. And Tony, Tanner just wanted me to let you know we just sent you a message. If you could check that in your Facebook inbox, please. If you could check that in your Facebook inbox. All right, let's make Rainbow a buy it now. No bid. Who wants it for a $35 buy it now? Who wants that for a $35 buy it now? That's Rainbow's been out of shape. And the Gundam soundtrack lot. This is a Mobile Suit Gundam. 4 different volumes. Paul Brothers has the high bid at $95. They're all Japanese pressings. They're all Japanese pressings on that. Brian Tyler wants also in the City of Brotherly Love. Brian, we will put you on a waiting list for that. R.M. Lazelle, Def Leppard was coming up next if you want it. This is the story so far. The best of Def Leppard, their greatest hits, $46.99 for Def Leppard. We also have the Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed, a classic. Midnight Rambler, You Can't Always Get What You Want, and probably if I had to pick my favorite Stones song, Gimme Shelter, or You Can't Always Get What You Want. It's one of the two on there. R.M. Lazelle said he'll take Def Leppard. We have The Doors, L.A. Woman, that's $31.99. John Mayer, Continuum is $39.99. Whitesnake is $59.99. The Doors self-titled is $31.99, and we still got both Bongzillas, $29.99. So Bongzilla, The Doors, Whitesnake, John Mayer, The Doors, The Stones, Neil Young. I'm sorry I forgot the blurb on that one. I'll have to look that back up. Dokken, The Doors, and U2. Any 38 special? None on new vinyl. Sometimes we do. 38s, most of their stuff's in print on colored vinyl. Price on Shelter, which was Let It Bleed, $36.99. Chad, did U2 No Time on the Rising? Yes, that's in the next crate, but I'll go ahead and let you know. Chris Kirkley, Paul Brothers, Joe Barrios, and Jamie Butler. Your U2 came in. Okay, Mobile Suit Gundam lot. That's sold to Paul Brothers for $95. Those are sold to Paul Brothers. And let's go ahead and grab a crate of vintage Buy It Now Best Offer. I'm going to condense these with the other new vinyl we had tonight. Actually, I'm just going to leave them like that for right now. We've got 2 more crates of new vinyl to go through. But let me step to the back very quickly and find a crate, or I could grab one of these up here. I wish I knew which ones I wanted to show first. I might just go grab a definite older one in the back. We'll do some Buy It Now Best Offer on vintage, and we'll definitely finish up that new vinyl. But let me go show some vintage Buy It Now Best Offer right quick. Yeah, it sounds like Paul's listening to live Metallica. I don't know what he found back there, but it sounds like he's playing live Metallica. So, okay, sorry for the delay. I had to step to the back to get those. I need to when I walk away, I usually do something to keep y'all occupied, like letting me know where you're watching from. But let's not do that right now because I don't want the comment feed to blow up, but we'll do it in a second. Okay, we have Ed Nelson says he'll take the Rolling Stones Let It Bleed. Great decision there. Let's sell that to Ed Nelson, new and sealed, if anybody else wants one. Those are $36.99. I need to buy something expensive on auction immediately. Whoa, okay, let me see what I can do for you. Do you ship to Canada? Yes, we do. I know one thing, we'll kind of have to take a pause on UK shipping because it is highly complicated. I found out we may have to start using DHL. I forgot to tell you that, Tanner, but after finding that out. But, man, shipping to the UK is very complex right now. We actually had to cancel an order. We really just can't figure it out. And I've pulled up some Reddit forums, and you can do it, but, man, it's just they've made it really difficult. Chris, I'm going to go ahead and sell that to you for $30. Posters and cassettes, I'll start doing some of those right now. But, yes, we will ship to Canada. That's a lot easier. We can do that a little bit easier because I think we can still use USPS without a lot of customs red tape. Everything in here is Buy It Now Best Offer. First, we have the Mamas and Papas Monday. Now, listen, this is Saturday night. We're here to sell records, so we encourage Buy It Now Best Offer. You can go ahead and claim these, or you can make an offer, and we're going to sell them to you. But we're here to sell records, not here to collect them. Y'all are here to collect them. I collect records too, but I can't keep everything. We have like a lot of bills and a lot of people to pay, so we're here to definitely sell records. Let's show another Gundam soundtrack, or excuse me, another anime soundtrack. This is a 1982 Japanese pressing with the insert. This translates to Space Pirate Captain Harlock, and this is going to be a $35 start. It does have a couple scuffs right here. I can't advertise this as near mint, minus, and pristine. It does have the Japanese books with it and insert, and this is a $35 start. and this is Space Pirate Captain Harlock. 25 or 35? Let's do it for a $25 start. Let's do it for a $25 start. And then Oscar Peterson Royal Wedding Suite. Oscar Peterson Royal Wedding Suite. The reason I said 25 is because we're also going to do this one for a $25 start. So we have Space Pirate Captain Harlock and Oscar Peterson Royal Wedding Suite. I'll put all these in new sleeves. I'll start showing a handful of cassettes, or we can do them by it now. I may do the cassettes kind of like I was doing the 45s the other night, where they're all just like $6.99. I may just do those across the board for $6.99. There's some that I definitely need to auction. I see some Ozzy cassettes. Just Say Ozzy, Speak of the Devil, No Rest for the Wicked. There may be some in here I'd kind of hesitate to sell for $6.99, but we'll see what we have. So, okay, so these are all buy it now, best offer. If you see anything you want, just comment whatever it is. Mamas and Papas, that's like a greatest hits. That is $14.99, buy it now, best offer. John Lennon Plastic Ono Band, John Lennon, $34.99. Also includes the original inner sleeve, $34.99. Super clean vinyl and nice cover. That's on Apple, $34.99. In Due Time, Aesop's Fables. That's on the Cadet label from 1969, and that's $34.99. Aesop's Fables In Due Time, $34.99. Julian Lennon Valette. Julian Lennon is $14.99. Jerry Lee Lewis, The Session, recorded in London. Jerry Lee Lewis is $29.99. We also have Jerry Lee Lewis. This is Rural Route Number 1, $9.99. Roy Orbison Laminar Flow, $19.99. Grover Washington Jr., Mr. Magic, $9.99. Everything you see, we have cleaned, inspected, and if you're not hearing me say a condition, they're guaranteed to be near mint minus and pristine. Herbie Mann, Stone Flute. Herbie Mann is $29.99. And John Mayall, USA Union, $24.99. I still have some Hard Rock Metal CDs. Yes, we've shown them all, but they're not all sold. We can do some negotiating on the leftovers on those too. I would do some bundle deals. Okay, let's do final call on this. We do have a bid. Paul Brothers is at $25 on Space Pirate Captain Harlock. Final call. If anybody wants to bid on Oscar Peterson, that's a $25 opening bid before we sell it. Ed Nelson said he'll take the John Mayall. Thank you. That's sold to Ed Nelson. Class of 55, Carl Perkins, Jerry Lee Lewis, Roy Orbison, and Johnny Cash. That's $24.99. Nicolette Larson, featuring their hit song Lot of Love by Neil Young. Nicolette Larson. Did I just say Nicolette? Nicotine. I'm getting all kinds of confused, Tanner. Right, Tanner? Maybe I need to take a drink of Diet Mountain Dew and find Mark Fallon in an expensive auction he can have a heart attack over. Let me go try to find something. Sorry, I just chugged a pint of Diet Mountain Dew. I feel a lot better now. Ben offered 10 for the Mamas and Papas. Ben Review or Ruve. Ben R. I'm going to sell that to you for $10. We have Pete Weisgarber on Nicolette Larson. That is sold to Pete Weisgarber. And we have the very best of the Lovin' Spoonful. You can't go wrong here. Look how clean. This is I think the true first. I know you see a lot of Lovin' Spoonful compilations. I think this is the true first one they did on the Karma Sutra label. The vinyl is beautiful and it has their best songs. Do You Believe in Magic, Daydream, Summer in the City. That's just $14.99. Coven is $39.99. This is the one that has 110 Soldier, The Legend of Billy Jack. That is $39.99. It has a clip corner, $39.99. It's on the MGM label, very clean, $39.99 for that. Also, Kiss Alive. What in the world is this doing in here? It's a 1975 PRC First Press, $74.99. First Press. Doesn't that mean it would have some kind of, or maybe first label, $74.99. Wow, that is very clean though. Kiss Alive, $74.99. John has it as a 1975 PRC First label, $74.99. Mark Querum wants the best of the Lovin' Spoonful. Let's go ahead and sell Space Pirate to Paul Brothers for $25. Thank you. And let's go ahead and sell Oscar Peterson for $25 if anybody wants it. It's a buy it now. First come, first serve. Oscar Peterson Royal Wedding Suite. We're going to sell that to Michael Potts for $25. We did not have Lateralis in stock. We did not have Lateralis in stock. No, we didn't. Good. All right, let's see here. We have the Best of Bob Wills, $9.99. The Best of Bob Wills, that's on cap, $9.99. And the Best of Elvin Bishop, Crabshaw Rising. This is a white label promo, $19.99. Daniel, we have already sold the Mamas and Papas. That has already sold. All right, let me grab a handful of cassettes. Let me figure out how I want to do this. John's got them marked. I think it's a lot easier for us if we keep them uniform, but let's see what we have here. Let's see if I can grab 5 at a time. He marked them according to recent sales, and some of them I think are pretty decent, but yeah, I think I'm going to make them across the board $6.99, Tanner. Some of them will be auction and some of them will be more, but I'll kind of just look at the titles and keep these simple and do them for $6.99. The first we have is Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits. These are all cassettes. Now, we've looked at these. Just like anything we put out, we've kind of inspected them. They all have the pads. They're all good to go. That doesn't mean necessarily that, I mean, it's a cassette, but just FYI. They're $6.99. Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits. We have Deep Purple Machine Head, $6.99. Deep Purple, The House of Blue Light. That's kind of more of a challenge to find on vinyl. The Who's Greatest Hits, $6.99. Robin Trower, Bridge of Sigh. And somebody will probably grab this one, Cinderella Night Songs. That looks like that's in the original. See, we had that one marked for $16.99. But we marked them like 2 months ago. They've been in the back. I'm just going to make a lot of them $6.99. There's going to be some, there's probably not going to be hardly any under $6.99, but they'll definitely all be, was originally priced over. So these are kind of like first time showing them, and they're all on sale. Thomas Hujar said he'd give 6 for the Bob Wills. I'm going to go ahead and sell Bob Wills for $6. Ed Nelson wants the Elvin Bishop. I hate to see a Kiss record like this in the bin, so let's go ahead and just put it up for auction. I know somebody would bid $25 on it, so let's start it for $25. This is a first label. John actually has it marked first press. These Kiss records, sometimes, if this is a first press, very cool because it's a very clean copy. Let's sell this to the highest bidder, $25 start. There's one LP. There's the second LP. The LPs are near mint minus. We're looking at about a VG Plus cover, and it has the one and only insert that came with it, the Kiss book. That's going to be sold to the highest bidder. Ed Nelson's at $30. Pretty clean copy for what that is of Kiss Alive. Now, back up to the top, the $6.99 cassettes. We have Michelle Phillips on Cinderella. Ryan Anderson got the Robin Trower, which is right here. Next is Brian C. on Machine. That's Machine Head Deep Purple. And then Kiss 30, 25, 25, and now Kiss 40. That leaves Deep Purple, The Who, and Jimi Hendrix. If anybody wants those, $6.99. Let me start making a pile of those there. I will show a movie poster in just a second. Everything in here is buy it now best offer, including Steppenwolf 7. Gatefold, $19.99. Steppenwolf 7 is $19.99. Shane Devers is at $40 on Kiss. Boston, Third Stage, their third and last album. They had one, a later one that came out in the 90s or the 2000s, but Boston really only had 3 albums. That was the third one. That's a Gatefold near mint, minus $34.99. Next, Japanese auction. Let's do the Runaways. Let's do the Runaways. I have this as a really nice copy. It has, I think, one light mark on the vinyl. Let me see if I can find that. This is the Runaways with Obi. Let's see what we got here. I think this one is, yeah, this is pretty nice. I think they're talking about this one little mark right here. Yeah. So let's call this one EX. Let's call this one EX. This is the Runaway self-titled. We're going to put this up for a $45 start. It's supposed to have photo inserts. There's one from Lita Ford. There's one from Lita Ford. Let me see if it has the other one. There's one Lita Ford insert. And I don't think any of the other ones in here. It's not. Also, this cover is about VG or VG Plus by Japanese standards. There is some color breaks. It does have the Obi, but the vinyl's really clean. And it's a Japanese pressing with Obi featuring Cherry Bomb. $45 is the high bid on that. Back up to the top, we have Tony Barara on Steppenwolf. That's sold to Tony Barara. Kiss is at 45. Kiss is at 45. Kiss is at 47. Runaways 45. Runaways 45. Kiss is at 50. We have Albert, Herb Albert, and the Tijuana Brass. The Brass are coming. $19.99 for Herb Albert. Tony Joe White is $44.99. This is on Warner Brothers, green label. Tony Joe White, self-titled, $44.99. Jesse Winchester, Third Down, 110 to go, $14.99. Jim Webb's Land's End. Jim Webb's is $29.99. Steve Miller Band, Living in the USA. This is $19.99. No condition notes so far on any of these. John Lennon Imagine, original inner sleeve with the poster. This has the really cool poster of him playing the white grand piano, $44.99. It also came with a postcard. Let me make sure it's not, oh, it's in here. I was about to say, usually it's in here too. There's the postcard with him and the pig. So this is complete. John Lennon Imagine, it has the original inner sleeve, nice laminate cover. That is $44.99. Let me lay that right there since I took it apart. Next is update on bids. Kiss is at 50, Runaways is at 50. Kevin, the Boston was $34.99. $34.99 on Boston. This is a Japanese pressing. This is a Japanese pressing of the Runaways. And yes, the vinyl is EX and about a VG Plus cover. Kiss is at 52. Thomas offered 15 for Steve Miller Band. We'll sell that to Thomas for $15. Mark Querum wants the Imagine. Nice pickup there. I can't believe that didn't sell the first round. That's sold to Mark Querum, and Tanner, I pulled all the inserts out. Mark Fallon, you were second. We have Jerry, wow, a classic, Jerry Rafferty, City to City, $19.99. Also with the original inner sleeve and perfect looking vinyl, $19.99. Baker Street and Right Down the Line, also Stealing Time's a good one. That's a great album. I've listened to that a lot. One of my favorites. One of those 70s albums, like Jerry Wright's Dreamweaver. I kind of think about those at the same way. I always think of those in pairs, City to City and Dreamweaver. It's just like two absolute classic albums from the 70s. Double Fantasy, another really good album by John Lennon. Several hits in here, including Beautiful Boy. I'm just sitting here watching the wheels go round and round, just like starting over. $24.99 on that. Okay, the Kiss is a 75 press of Alive. It is super nice vinyl. It has the book, and it has about a VG Plus cover. Really nice copy for what that is. The cover could use a slight upgrade, but the vinyl is usually a challenge to find in high grade. The covers are too. Kiss records are always beat the heck, especially Alive. If anybody watching truly has a near mint copy of Alive, we've sold some before, that's kind of a hard thing to come across. Usually Kiss records are trashed. By the way, Shane Devers is at $55. That was the Kiss album. George Ellis said he'd give $15 for Rafferty, but Mark said he would take it at full price. So, George, if you want this for $19.99, it's yours. If not, we'll sell it to Mark Querum. Still got John Lennon there, so that's either sold to George or Mark. Little Feet, hoy hoy. We had some Little Feet pop up last night. Here's another one. It's super nice. 2 LP, just $24.99. $24.99. Another Little Feet, Time Loves a Hero. This one's $19.99. Little Feet, Time Loves a Hero, so $24 and $19.99 on those. And Lighthouse, Can You Feel It? Lighthouse is $9.99. George said he would take it for sticker. So I need to do a final call on Kiss. Shane Devers has it for $55, and I need to do a final call on the Runaways. Paul Brothers has this for $50. So final call on the Runaways for $50, and final call on Kiss for $55. Both Little Feet still available. Carole King Music, another great album by her, $14.99. Carole King Music is probably number 2 to Tapestry. Yeah, Brother, it's going to take some time. Sweet Seasons is on here. That's a great Carole King album. Gatefold, looks like OG, $14.99. Pete Weisgarber's at $65 on Kiss. Sorry, Pete, I overlooked that. I see it now. Pete's at $65 on Kiss. $65 on Kiss. Santana Amigos, $19.99 for Santana Amigos. If we have anybody new watching, pretty easy to see how we buy. You can claim what you want, or in just this bin only, if it's buy it now best offer, you can make offers, and that's what you see everybody doing. We have Santana and Buddy Miles live, $19.99. Carlos Santana and Buddy Miles live. That is $19.99. Stevie Wonder. Stevie Wonder could pop up at any moment. Saga, Worlds Apart. Saga is $14.99. Worlds Apart by Saga. And Todd Rundgren, Back to the Bars. Todd is $29.99. That's a great Todd Rundgren album. I'm pretty sure this is the one that has Hello, It's Me, or Hello, It's Me. It's a 2LP live. And of course, when you hear the hit song Hello, It's Me by Todd, that is a recorded live track, $29.99. Okay, so new bids on both of our auctions. Pete Weisgarber's at $65 on Kiss, and Roger Ramjet is at 55 on the Runaways. Also, we have some putbacks tonight, Tanner. Yes, no, maybe. No putbacks tonight. No putbacks tonight. We'll work on those next week. Simon and Garfunkel, Wednesday morning, 3 a.m. Next week when we do putbacks, we will have a bunch of putbacks. We haven't done that in a while. Simon and Garfunkel, very clean copy. It's on a second label, but that's $14.99. Simon and Garfunkel, Parsley, Sage, Rosemary, and Thyme. That's on the original label, and that's also super clean, $14.99. And live at the Monterey Pop Festival, Ravi Shankar. Ravi Shankar, that's $19.99. Let me grab a few more cassettes. We're about to have to auction some, but we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got 6 more cassettes. These are all going to be $6.99. I've been doing 5. Let's do 6. We have Deep Purple, Perfect Stranger, $6.99. We have Cream, the very best of Cream. I think I have that one. $6.99. April Wine, Nature of the Beast, $6.99. Foghat Live is $6.99. Also, Bruce Dickinson, Tattooed Millionaire, $6.99. Bruce Dickinson. And this is Garado Mo Rimito. And that one's not $6.99. That one's $2.99. $2.99 on Garado Mo Rimito. All right, let's see what we messed up at the top. So we had a $55 bid on the Runaways. We have a $60 bid on the Runaways. Jeffrey DeLong wanted the Saga. Let's sell that to Jeffrey DeLong. Let's see here. And next was Simon & Garfunkel bundle. Thomas, I had those marked 15 and 15. We'll do those both for $22. 11 and 11. 22 on both of those, Thomas Bowman. Chris DiLorenzo wants the Bruce Dickinson cassette. And Tanner, that was $6.99 for Bruce Dickinson. Right, Y also wanted BD for Bruce Dickinson, and that was the only one. So those are $6.99. Deep Purple, Cream, April Wine, Foghat, and Garado. Kelly Bagwell says she'll take the April Wine. Those are all $6.99. $6.99. Let me go through these one more time. So Deep Purple, Cream, Foghat, and Garado. Garado was just $2.99. I think we're done on Kiss, right? Let me make sure. Yeah, Shane's out. It looks like Pete's going to get that for $65. Pete Wisegarber. I'm going to lay it right up here. Pete gets that for $65. That means now Runaways is between Roger Ramjet and Paul Brothers. Roger Ramjet and Paul Brothers. Paul's backing on that at $60, Roger Ramjet. Next is, I think we have people commenting random names for some reason. John Sebastian, welcome back. Also, Thomas Bowman said he would take these for 11 and 11. I'll lay them down here on the end. I need to move this other crate. Thomas will take those for 11 and 11. We have Seals and Crofts, Year of Sunday, $9.99. Bob Skaggs, Down to Then Left, $19.99. And Santana Moonflower, $34.99. Santana Moonflower, $34.99. $34.99 on Santana Moonflower. Okay, he's out on the Runaway, so final call at $60. Okay, let's just read through the titles left in there one more time, and then I've got new vinyl that has never been shown and new arrivals, so let's go through those, but let's read through these one more time. We have John Lennon, Plastic Odom Band. We've sold another mint John Lennon album earlier. There's another one. Let's sell some Ozzy. These probably shouldn't be sold this way, but I'm going to do it because we've got them individually marked for, well, we'll see what they bring at auction. I know you are going to bid on them for a $15 start. $15 start for Ozzy, Speak of the Devil, No Rest for the Wicked, and Ozzy, Just Say No. Just Say No is with Geezer Butler, Zakk Wylde, and Randy Castillo. No Rest for the Wicked has never been reissued on vinyl. Neither has Speak of the Devil or Just Say No. $15 for those 3 Ozzy cassettes. $15 for those 3 Ozzy cassettes. Those are up for bid. You're buying all 3 for $15 start. Also, we have the Runaways. It's sold to Paul Brothers for $60. Chad, say my name if you can see this. Mark Fallon, I can see your name. I see your questions too. You wanted me to sell the Led Zeppelin Turquoise. You also wanted me to sell Pink Floyd cassettes. And you're asking for stuff that cannot be done because I don't have those. Well, I may have Pink Floyd cassettes. I've got a crate here with 4 layers of cassettes. There's 4 layers of cassettes, and I really don't know what's underneath this first layer. I can tell you this, the top layer doesn't have any Pink Floyd, but I don't know what's underneath that. All right, so let's put up a Japanese pressing of Led Zeppelin 4. This is a Japanese pressing of Led Zeppelin 4. This has no obi, but it's very nice. It's near mint minus and pristine on the vinyl. This is also just going to be a $25 start. If you don't have a nice copy of Led Zeppelin 4 already, this is a good start because it's high quality Japanese vinyl. You get a nice jacket with it as well. Japanese lyric insert that doesn't come with the that did not come with the U.S. pressings. This is the original inner sleeve, just like the U.S. pressings, with the lyrics to Stairway to Heaven. And the cover has a little bit of discoloration at the top. That is a $25 start. $25 start. Okay, the Aussie cassettes. High bid is Chris DiLorenzo at $15. Chris DiLorenzo's at $16. So Chris has these for $16. Those are up for auction. Those 3 Aussie cassettes. So John Lennon, Aesop's Fables, Julian Lennon, Jerry Lee Lewis, Roy Orbison, Grover Washington Jr., Herbie Mann, class of 55, Coven, also Herb Albert, Tony Joe White, Jesse Winchester, Jimmy Webb, Boston, John Lennon, Little Feat, Lighthouse, Carole King, Santana and Buddy Miles, Todd Rundgren, Ravi Shankar, John Sebastian, Seals and Croft, Boz Scaggs, and Santana. Those are all priced and ready to sell, or you can make an offer on them. That was only our first bin of vintage tonight. That's all buy it now best offer if you see anything in there you want. I've also got new vinyl over here to show you. Let's see. Yeah, I've got 3 more crates still. I think I can get them condensed down into 2, but let me go ahead and go through this one first. And most of this in here is stuff we haven't had in a while, stuff we've never had, or some of its new releases. Led Zeppelin 25, Led Zeppelin 26, Ozzy 19, Ozzy 20, Led Zeppelin 30, Ozzy 20, Ozzy 17. Now, what was JS, Ben? Let me know what JS is, and I'll go figure out what that was. All right, so we sold one last week. Here's another one. This is the Neil Young box set. This is the Neil Young official releases. Disc 22, Disc 23 expanded, Disc 24, and Disc 25. That is 6, 7, 8, 9 LPs of music, all remastered, cut from the analog recordings by Bernie Grundman, $199.99, and it has some albums that are very difficult to get. Ark, Weld, Ragged Glory, and of course, Freedom. I was listening to those songs again today. $199.99 on that. We have a restock. I was sold out of Theater of Pain, or maybe I have 1 copy left. Motley Crue Theater of Pain remaster, $33.99. Skid Row. Now, this is for sure on silver vinyl. Skid Row self-titled is $39.99. If you didn't know already, Skid Row is also reissuing their first 3 albums, Skid Row, Slave to the Grind, and Subhuman Race. They're doing that on 2 LP colored vinyl. We have the pre-orders up. If anybody's interested in those. Townes Van Zandt, At My Window. That was originally a Record Store Day Black Friday release, 35th anniversary on Sky Blue vinyl. Townes Van Zandt is $31.99. Also, Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood. That's always a tough one to get due to the year it came out and the demand for it right now. $33.99 for Motley Crue. And Neil Young, Harvest Moon, a 2 LP, fantastic sounding record. Neil Young, Harvest Moon, $36.99. And this is Fleetwood Mac's Greatest Hits for $31.99. Okay, so Led Zeppelin, we were at 35 of Eric Storbick. This is a Japanese pressing, no obi. The Ozzy cassettes, all 3 of these, Speak of the Devil, No Rest for the Wicked, and Ozzy Just Say No. Tony Barara has the high bid on those at $20. David Johnson, George Harrison was $44.99. Freddie Milford, Led Zeppelin's at $37 with You. And Tony Barara wants Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood. Mark Querin wants Neil Young, and I'm assuming that was for Harvest Moon. Also, Ben R., what was the $10 offer you made? You made a $10 offer on something, Ben R. What happened to that? Ben R. said JS $10, and I just needed to clarify what that was. The Ozzy cassettes are at 21, now 22. Pearl Jam, live, unplugged, red vinyl, unofficial, 2 LP, and this is much better, I think, than the official. It still sounds great, and it's the complete concert from MTV Unplugged, $39.99. That's one of our all-time best sellers of anything on new vinyl, for sure. There's no telling how many of those we've sold. It's one of our distributors' biggest sellers. It's always up there on the top. $9.99. I had this marked for $9.99, so go ahead and sell that to Ben R. at sticker. Ozzy's at 23, Ozzy's at 30. The high bid on Led Zeppelin's 37, so Eric Storbick, let me know if you want in or out on that. And we have Tony Barara on Pearl Jam. Jason says it's fabulous. I got 2 more if anybody else wants one. Here's another unofficial. This is David Coverdale and Jimmy Page. The studio broadcast, that's a live studio rehearsal from Coverdale of Whitesnake and, of course, Jimmy Page, $38.99. Let's see here. Mark Querum got Pearl Jam. Tony got Pearl Jam. Mark Querum also wants a Pearl Jam. Chris is out on Ozzy. Eric's back in on Led Zeppelin at $39. The Cure, Red Light District, red vinyl. This is a live Cure from 1979, $44.99. Pearl Jam, live at Fox Theater, Atlanta, 1994, $24.99. That's on red vinyl, or it's on colored vinyl, I should say. Here's one we've never had. Susie and the Banshees, Jumpin' Jacks, Netherlands broadcast, 1981, $44.99. And as y'all can see, I've went through the Bauhaus and the Parachute discography, and I ordered a lot of unofficials, live concerts we've never had before. Susie and the Banshees, Jumpin' Jacks is $44.99. Tony Barrar says he'll take Pearl Jam again. That was live at Fox Theater. Craig Thomas wants Susie and the Banshees. Craig says that's a solid unofficial, so I guess that's a thumbs up. So sell that to Craig. Mark Querum also on Pearl Jam. Sell that, or put Mark Querum on a Pearl Jam Fox Theater waiting list, $24.99. All right, let's do a final call because Freddie's out on Led Zeppelin. Japanese pressing of Led Zeppelin 4. Freddie's out. That's with Eric at $39. And we need to do a final call on the 3 Ozzy cassettes. These all, when I say we've examined or tested or we hadn't really tested them, but we've looked at the cassettes and, you know, they're obviously the right ones, and we've examined them, and they all have pads, or, you know, they look good. It's really hard to otherwise examine or put out a cassette, if you know what I mean, but that's what we've done for those. Now if I can figure out how to get this back in here. I know that's not the right way. What's going on here? How was this in here? There we go. All right, so the high bid on those, sorry about that. The high bid on those is, where was we? I think it's Ben, or it's Tony. Tony's at $30 on those. Tony is at 30 on those. Did I see a copy of Todd Runner and Runt? You seen that last night. It was a Rhino reissue for $24.99. Godsmack, When Legends Rise, $31.99 for Godsmack When Legends Rise. The original film score to Psycho, that's on 180-gram colored vinyl, $24.99. Psycho soundtrack, $24.99. Neil Young, Everybody Knows This Is Nowhere, $31.99. The Who's Greatest Hits, this is on red vinyl. The Who's Greatest Hits, $36.99. Single LP red vinyl. Big Band Bossa Nova, or Bossa Nova, Quincy Jones. This is $19.99. This has the Austin Powers theme song on it, $19.99. I've never seen a reissue of that until right now. I have an OG of that. Very cool. Colin Butler wants the Psycho film score. We'll put Paul Brothers on a waiting list. So final call on Ozzy for a $30, and final call on Led Zeppelin. And final call on Led Zeppelin for $39. We're about to sell both of those. Paul's on a waiting list for that. Johnny Cash, this is volume 4, The Man Comes Around, featuring Hurt and the other great songs that's on here, $49.99. Man Comes Around, Hurt, Personal Jesus, Depeche Mode cover, $49.99. Johnny Cash. U2, Live Boston, 1983. Did I pull one of these? George Buchanan was on a waiting list. Let me make sure I pulled one of those. I'm going to go ahead and set one aside because I should only have one extra. U2, Live in Boston, unofficial, 1983. That's $44.99. Also, Neil Young, haven't had this in a long time, Songs for Judy. I think that's a live concert as well. $36.99, Songs for Judy. He was inspired by the name by, I think, somebody he saw in the crowd that night, maybe. But yeah, great track listing on this one. 2 LPs of music, $36.99. Let's go ahead and sell these auctions. Eric Storbick gets Led Zeppelin for $39, and we have Tony Barrar getting the 3 Ozzy cassettes for $30. That's a pretty good deal. If I was going to mark those out individually, they'd probably been $15 a piece or so. We've got 1, 2, let's see here. Let me find a few more $6.99ers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do 5 $6.99 cassettes here. These are all $6.99. Nazareth, Hair of the Dog, $6.99. Van Halen 2, $6.99. Blackfoot, Flying High, $6.99. Flock of Seagulls, Listen, $6.99. And Rush, Exit Stage Left, $6.99 on that. The Cure Live, $39.99. That's on white vinyl. That's the Cure Live, $39.99. Next, auctions. Let's see what we have in here. Let's do Live Cream Volume 2. And here's that other, I finally found it, that other Elvis, if you missed out on the first one. Okay, so first claims of this. These are all $6.99. Chris DiLorenzo wants Van Halen 2. We have Jeff McMaster on Nazareth, Hair of the Dog. Also, Tony Barara on Van Halen. You would be second on that one. Jason Fornerat wants the Cure Live Unofficial. Sell that to Jason Fornerat. Shakedown gets Rush. Brian C. was second. And James Bragg on the waiting list for the Cure Live Unofficial. That leaves Blackfoot and a Flock of Seagulls. Blackfoot and a Flock of Seagulls, if anybody wants those. I'll do another handful of those in just a second. Our next Japanese auction is going to be Live Cream Volume 2. I like Volume 2. The track listing's pretty solid. Sunshine of Your Love and Hideaway. Also, Deserted Cities of the Heart. White Room Politician and Tales of Brave Ulysses. This is Cream, Ginger Baker, Eric Clapton. $35 start. Jack Bruce. Can't forget Jack. $35 start on Live Cream Volume 2. And that has the Obi with it. $35 start on that. Here is the other Elvis, if you missed out on the one before. This is Elvis Aloha via Hawaii, or Aloha from Hawaii via satellite. Also a $35 start on this one, just like the other one. Both LPs are near mint minus and pristine, Japanese quality. There's LP number 1. There's LP number 2. Gatefold with the book. The book is attached in the gatefold. There's Elvis. Is anybody watching ever seen Elvis Presley live? That would be, I'm going to make a post Sunday. If you could bring one artist back from the dead or take a time machine, who would it be? And, you know, there's a lot of great artists, but I would say, I'd like to see Elvis like in I'd like to have been at the Ed Sullivan Show or something like that when he was just like getting started. That would be incredible. Catching him somewhere in Memphis in the late 50s, somewhere small like that. That'd be pretty incredible. Okay, Cream is at $35. Brian Tyler wants the Johnny Cash Volume 4. Elvis is at $35. Elvis $35. David seen him in Columbia in 1977. Here's another Pearl Jam unofficial. We've never had this one before. Jammin' Down South. Now, I think this is the same Fox Theater. This is just from a different label. This is from Bauhaus. It's a gatefold and it's on red vinyl. But that is $36.99. That's Pearl Jam, Jammin' Down South, $36.99 for that one. Our Mother, The Mountain, Townes Van Zandt, $31.99. And The Doors, I've never had this. I don't see a lot of Doors unofficials. Shot to Pieces, the rehearsals broadcast from 1969. The rehearsal broadcast, 1969, $44.99 on The Doors. And Mingus Ahum. I thought this was a pretty good deal. It's where I can sell them for $19.99. Charles Mingus, Mingus Ahum. If you don't have that already, expensive OG in mint condition, $19.99. And the Honey Drippers is only $16.99. Back up to the top. So Freddie has Cream, $35, going once, going twice, unless there's another bid I hadn't seen yet. Tony bid $35 on Elvis. Jack bid $35 on Elvis. Jack bid $36 on Elvis. Michael Hickson bid $40 on Elvis. Tony Barrar says he'll take this Pearl Jam. That means we'll put Mark Querum on a waiting list for Jammin' Down South. Elvis is at $46, and now Elvis is at $50. So Cream is a final call for $35. John Mayer, Room for Squares, $28.99 for John Mayer. Hootie and the Blowfish is on clear vinyl from Atlantic 75th Anniversary Celebration, just $29.99. The 21-time platinum album. Gosh, 21 times platinum. That's like outpacing some Led Zeppelin and Pink Floyd and some just Rolling Stones albums. Just, that's incredible. 21 times platinum. That's 21 million copies in the United States, I believe. And that's probably just scanned. That's just scanned certified sales. Imagine how many pre-owned copies have sold. Imagine how many pre-owned CDs and pre-owned LPs of this have sold. Hootie and the Blowfish, that's sold to Chad Van Horn. We've got one extra copy if anybody else wants one. Also, a live Judas Priest unofficial we've never had. Judas Priest, New York After Midnight. I thought this would be pretty desirable. 1981 broadcast. What an awesome cover, too. $39.99, Judas Priest. And John Mayer, Heavier Things. John Mayer, $31.99. Okay, so if there's no other bids on Elvis, let's go ahead and, or excuse me, no other bids on Cream. Freddie, you got that uncontested, kind of surprisingly. Freddie gets that for $35. Back up to the top here. Elvis was at 50, then 50, then 54, then 51, then 55. Chad got Hootie, 55, 57, 60, 60. Michael Corbel on Judas Priest. Michael Corbel on Judas Priest. Ian wants Everybody. Neil, Everybody Knows It's Nowhere. Good pickup there. One of my favorites. That's sold to Ian. And Elvis is at 61. Yeah, also downloads and Napster. Imagine how many illegal downloads of that full album. I bet total, so 21 times platinum. I tell people sometimes too, like they say how new vinyl has outpaced CDs. You know, new vinyl is well outselling CDs in 2023. But that doesn't account this. So, you know, they'll show all those graphs and numbers how new vinyl is outselling CDs. That doesn't even count all the pre-owned stuff. That's just new vinyl. So if you count in think about what Coletco sells every month and every year in just used LPs, tens of thousands, and all the other stores around the world. So vinyl is definitely outpacing CDs. So, okay. We've got Elvis still being bid on. Let me run through this crate one more time, then we'll do another bin of Bot Now Best Offer. The Neil Young box set's $199.99. Motley Crue Theater of Pain, $33.99. Also, Skid Row is $39.99. We have Towns Van Zandt, $31.99. At My Window, Dr. Feelgood, $33.99. Fleetwood Mac's Greatest Hits, $31.99. Pearl Jam Unplugged, red vinyl, $39.99. Coverdale and Page, $38.99. The Cure, that's a live unofficial from '79, red vinyl, $44.99. Godsmack's, $31.99. The Who's Greatest Hits on red vinyl. Substitute, My Generation, Won't Get Fooled Again. It also has a bonus track. My Wife, Squeezebox, Who Are You, $36.99. Quincy Jones, Bossa Nova. You'll enjoy this. I think just about anybody would enjoy this. It's a cool, fun record. Bossa Nova, Quincy Jones, $19.99. U2, Boston. There's been two people asked about this, Joe Maynard and Tyler Browning. They're trying to find the track listing. 1983, Boston, U2 is Out of Control, Twilight, and Cat Duh, Into the Heart. I don't know how to say this. I've seen it before. I know the song, but I don't know really how to say it. It looks like and Cat Dub, maybe. Surrender. Two Hearts Beat as One. Second, Sunday Bloody Sunday. The Cry, Electric Co., I Fall Down. New Year's Day, Gloria, I Threw a Brick Through a Window. A Day Without Me. I like that one, especially the studio cut. Trash, Trampoline, and The Party Girl. 11 o'clock TikTok, and I Will Follow, and 40. That is $44.99. Okay, and everybody wanted to see, or a couple people wanted to see the Elvis again. This is Elvis, Aloha from Hawaii via satellite. The cover is very strong. I don't see really much signs of wear. No foxing on the front, gatefold, or obi, and includes the booklet still attached, and the vinyl is 2LP, near mint minus, and pristine. Let me check for inserts. I don't see any inserts. Of course, it does have the book. The insert is, I think, the booklet that's attached in the gatefold. Okay, Elvis was at 63, then 64. Brian Tyler wants Motley Crue, Theater of Pain. I got more of these if anybody else wants one. Do you still have Smashing Pumpkins Unplugged unofficial? Yes. It's right around here somewhere, but yes, I do have that. I know I have at least one of them. If you want it, we can find it. I was looking at the tops of a couple of these. Just let me know. Thomas Bowman says he'll take the Bossa Nova. Elvis is at 66. Elvis is at 70. Tyler says he'll take the U2. Who else asked about it? Joe Maynard. Joe asked first. If Joe passes, then Tyler, it's yours. If Joe happens to take it, then I can put you on a waiting list for next week. Neil Young, Songs for Judy. Towns Van Zandt, Our Mother the Mountain. The Doors unofficial still available. The rehearsal broadcast from '69. I'm assuming that is like a studio rehearsal, kind of like the Coverdale Page. So that probably should be straight from a soundboard. I bet that's pretty good. I don't know, though. Charles Mingus is $19.99. The Honey Drippers, John Mayer, Hootie and the Blowfish, and John Mayer still available. Joe says Tyler can have it, so U2 goes to Tyler Browning. Let me step to the back and get another crate. Now, let's hear where everybody's watching from. While I step to the back for about 30 seconds and grab a crate, I'm going to go put up another Japanese auction, but we're always very curious. Don't post your exact address or anything, but let us know where you're watching from. City and state will suffice. Very interesting to see where everybody tunes in from every night. So first, before I step to the back, we have Stevie Nicks Belladonna. Now this one has a scuff on it right here. As you can see, It has a pretty noticeable scuff. It's not a feelable scratch or anything, but I am just going to start this for $20 because of that mark. It will play right through. This is still a very high quality Japanese pressing of Stevie Nicks' Belladonna, also about a VG Plus cover. Not bad. If you don't have a Japanese record, this one might be a good start. It does have a little bit of a crease right here. So $20 start on that, Stevie Nicks' Belladonna. Let me step to the back and grab a crate, and we also got new cassettes to go through, and I'll show a movie poster. I keep saying that. I'll show a movie poster here in a second. We got a really cool one. Tanner, you doing okay? Addison? We got Tanner, Addison, and Paul here tonight. Paul's working late. He had to come in late today, and he's in the back. He's listening to some smooth jazz back there right now. I don't know what it is, but it's sounding good. It sounds kind of funky. Some funky sounding jazz in a good way. He's back there pricing stuff. Whatever he's pricing, we're going to show on Monday. That's why we're just doing it on sale vintage. We had so much new vinyl, and we got a lot of auctions and stuff to run tonight as well. So, all right, let me go back up to the top and figure out what happened. Elvis was at 70, and then Elvis was at 75. Tony Barrara and Michael Hickson. Tony's out, so that means Michael Hickson has that for 75. That was going once, going twice. Michael Hickson, $75. We got people watching from Arkansas, Washington, Illinois, Alabama, Indiana, Arizona, Chattanooga, Tennessee, Missouri. We have Chicago, West Virginia, Idaho, Westmoreland. Pete's in Westmoreland right now. Pete, is that where you live now? I guess you moved, didn't you? Gordonsville, that's my hometown. Vicky's watching from Gordonsville. Ohio, Murfreesboro, Wisconsin, Tennessee, Illinois, Mississippi, wow, Virginia, Georgia, Wisconsin, Sparta, Tennessee, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Kentucky, Peoria, Illinois. Tony bid 20 on Stevie Nicks, Woodbury, South Carolina, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Stevie Nicks 22. We have looking for ASC Facelift, Rage Against the Machine, Evil Empire. I can hook you up with both of them. Facelift by Alice in Chains is $36.99. It's a great sounding record. It's a 2LP remaster, and I think it's my favorite Alice in Chains. There are so many great songs on here. Alice in Chains is $36.99. $36.99, Mike. I will find you Evil Empire in just a second, but let me know if you want to go ahead and if you want that. Anybody else, also let me know. Stevie Nicks is at 25. Sarah, are my comments coming through? I see that one, but let me know what else I missed. Kentucky, Smooth Jazz. Seth got fired. No, he worked last night, so he's off tonight. He's with, I'm assuming, his fiance. Tyler, Dallas, Elvis. Connor Cornelius bid 76 on Elvis. Connor Cornelius, 76 on Elvis. So new bidder and new buyer. New York, Hendersonville, locations are still coming in. Wow. Mike Helton says he'll take an Alice in Chains, and so does Tony Barrara. I asked about Smashing Pumpkins. Yes, Smashing Pumpkins, if you definitely want it, just say yes, and I will pull one and try to find those for you. We've got about a dozen crates of new vinyl up front right now that's unsorted. So we'll try to find that for you. There's also his Alice in Chains Unplugged. There's another one if anybody else wants it. Tony, you got an Alice in Chains. Yes, you got an Alice in Chains. So does Mike Helton. Now, in the Rage Against the Machine section, is there any Evil Empires? That's the one with the yellow cover with the boy on the front. If not, they're in one of these other crates up here. No, this is an official press. This is an official press. Alice in Chains Facelift. This is official. That is official press. $36.99. That's one thing. I don't mind selling live unofficials. But I want everybody to know all of our new vinyl are official pressings, except for some of those live I shown tonight. That's one reason I don't like showing unofficials, because then everybody thinks that some of these are unofficials. All of our new vinyl are official presses from distributors, except for a couple of those live shows. Now, those live shows come from these major label distributors too, but Just want everybody to, I just want to clarify that. Alice in Chains, we got one of those sold to Brent K. And then Mike Hilton, there's your Rage Against the Machine Evil Empire, $31.99. $31.99. Okay. Let's go back up to the top. The Titanic is $44.99. That does include that hit song. We've all heard the music, My Heart Will Go On Forever by Celine Dion. That is $44.99. Tony Barrera says he'll also take a Rage Against the Machine. I have not got the Gary Allen yet. I don't think that was in stock when I looked it up. Okay, let's do this crate. The reason I grabbed this crate, I'm going to show the record first. I saw this crate in the front, and I was like, wow, why hadn't this sold? Tom Petty, Hard Promises, OG, $34.99 with the original inner sleeve. Beautiful vinyl. Tom Petty, Hard Promises, $34.99. Do we have another Rage Against the Machine for Tony? Tony, we don't have another Rage Against the Machine, but I will try to find one tonight. If not, we'll put you on a waiting list. But I don't have another one of those right now. Patrick Carter gets Tom Petty, and Shane Devers, you were second. James Bragg was third. So here's a bin of vintage. It's been a while since we've gone through some of these probably. They're all bought now, best offer. We do have Rage Against the Machine self-titled, though. If anybody wants self-titled, that's where the guy is setting himself on fire. That's pretty wicked. $31.99. And let's do a final call on Stevie Nicks. Connor Cornelius is at $30. Connor Cornelius is at $30 on Stevie Nicks. That is a Japanese pressing. It's about VG Plus EX, Japanese quality. Japanese quality. And then Elvis is at $85 with Michael Hickson. If anybody's done bidding, say out. But the Aloha from Hawaii is at $85. Okay, now, Jim Croce, you don't mess around with Jim. A white label promo, VG Plus condition, $24.99. A white label promo, Jim Croce, you don't mess around with Jim. It also looks like it's a gatefold with the original inner sleeve. VG Plus, $24.99. Johnny Cash sings the Ballads of the True West, another 2LP, 1965 mono, EX condition, $29.99. Original Columbia 2i, EX $29.99. Final call on Elvis, $85. Final call on King Crimson on Stevie Nicks for $30. A classic, Tumbleweed Connection, Elton John. This is a VG Plus, $26.99 on the original label. VG Plus condition. This is a gatefold, and it includes the booklet with it. VG Plus, $26.99. Tony Barrara said he'd give $25 for cash. That's sold to Tony. Denise is back in on Stevie Nicks at $32. Denise is back in at $32. And Jim Croce is sold to Ray Toth. That is sold to Ray Toth. And Pete Wisegarber said, not sure if you see my comment, looking for Grateful Dead American Beauty. Pete, I will be on the lookout. Elton John's a VG Plus, $26.99. The Coasters, the early years, their greatest recordings, that is $16.99 for the Coasters. Our Memories of Elvis, $9.99. Our Memories of Elvis, that's on the black RCA label, $9.99. Rachel Sweet, and Then He Kissed Me, $9.99. And The Head Boys is $9.99. That's a white label promo with the press kit. The Head Boys, $9.99. George Benson, Living Inside Your Love. George Benson is $16.99. And Garden Party, Rick Nelson. Garden Party's $9.99. Connor is out on Elvis, but he's back in on Stevie Nicks. I've done a final call already on this. Now he's clarified he's out. We're going to sell that to Michael Hickson for $85. We do have a new bid on Stevie Nicks for $35. By the way, just wanted to note, most of the Japanese stuff we sell are mint, pristine. That one's got a scuff going across it. It's non-audible. It's a non-feeler, but just to let you know, there is a very noticeable mark on the vinyl, but it still will play very fine. Our next auction is going to be songs from 3 great movies. Grease, Thank God It's Friday, and what's the other one? Grease, Thank God It's Friday, and what's the other one I'm missing here? Saturday Night Fever, or Friday Night Fever? Or do they mean Saturday Night Fever? Was there a film called Friday Night Fever? FM, songs from 3 great movies. FM, okay, maybe FM's the other one. Grease, okay, it's called Friday Night Fever. Songs from Grease, FM, and Thank God It's Friday. Okay, I was about to say, I've never heard of Friday Night Fever movie. This is songs from Grease, FM, and Thank God It's Friday. This is a $25 start, $25 start, and that is near mint and pristine. So a compilation of songs from those great movies. FM, Thank God it's Friday in Greece. $25. That's called Friday Night Fever. Friday Night Fever. $25 start on that. Grateful Dead, American Beauty. I don't know if we have that in stock or not. I know we have some Grateful Dead reissues, Pete. I don't know if we have that one or not. John, I still have the Elvis with hype sticker. I still have that. Stevie Nicks is at 37. Stevie Nicks is at 40. Tornado warning. Interesting. Tom Fogerty and Ruby, Precious Gems, $11.99. Tom Fogerty and Ruby, Precious Gems. Pinkard and Bowden, Riders in Disguise. That is $11.99. I did not have a King Crimson. Tanner, can you see this comment? Someone let me know if this is showing up. Mark, I can see your comments. I didn't have a King Crimson. I think Mark would really like to bid on an OG King Crimson that he missed out on a few weeks ago or a few months ago. But we don't have it. Okay, Stevie Nicks 35. Let me make sure I get all these in order here. Stevie Nicks 37. Stevie Nicks 40. Friday Night Fever 25. And Craig says he'll be right back. The Everly Brothers, EB84, $11.99. Blue Oyster Cult, 40th anniversary of Agents of Fortune live. This is a Newberry Comics exclusive on blue vinyl, $44.99. Blue Oyster Cult, Agents of Fortune live. Let's do some more $6.99 cassettes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I've got more $6.99 cassettes. Blue Oyster Cult is $44.99. These are all buy it now, best offer. Buy it now, best offer. Everything in here. Don't hesitate to make an offer. Journey Evolution, $6.99. Steely Dan's Greatest Hits, $6.99. Robert Plant, Manic Nirvana, $6.99. The Doors, LA Woman. That's cool how they have the artwork on that one. The Doors, LA Woman, $6.99. And Heart, self-titled, $6.99. Update on our auctions. Stevie Nicks is at $40. Denise Harrison, let me know if you're in or out. Connor Cornelius has that for $40. Going twice, going 3 times now. Chris DeMoss has Friday Night Fever, going twice, going 3 times. That's a compilation of Grease, Thank God It's Friday, and FM. Very cool. Jeff McMaster wants BM. Let's see here. Let me figure out, make sure there wasn't anything in the crates. BM was Great, His Hits, Manic Nirvana, LA Woman, and Heart. I don't think that was any of these, was it? Jeff, what was BM? It wasn't Blue Oyster Cult, Everly Brothers, Nelson. What else was over here? I'm going to clarify that one first. Next was Brent Robley said Pinkard for $7. Go ahead and sell that to Brent for $7. Jason Fornerat was first to Steely Dan and first to The Doors. Steely Dan and The Doors. And these are $6.99 again. Thought it was Bob Marley. Maybe because of the LA Woman. Those are sold to... I could see where you could get that from, though. Those sold to Jason and Jason. Chris DiLorenzo on The Doors. So you're second to that. Michelle Phillips first on The Heart. Henry's Choice second on Doors. And that leaves Journey and Robert Plant, Manic Nirvana. Those are nice cassettes, especially Robert Plant. That is like near mint. $6.99. These have never been shown. Very nice looking cassette. Denise is back in on Stevie Nicks at 45. Denise is back in on Stevie Nicks at 45. We're going to keep showing records until 2 a.m. Agents of Fortune is not, well, I will see if it has an insert, but this isn't an OG. This is a 40th anniversary Agents of Fortune Live 2016, just so you know, but it also don't have an insert with it. And then we're about to sell Chris DeMoss this as soon as we get to it. Okay, next is 10 Years After, recorded live. That's a VG copy, $11.99. Monty Python examines the life of Brian. That's a promo, EX condition, $34.99. Monty Python. Don Shirley, Down in My Own Tears. Don Shirley is a 1962 mono, EX condition, $9.99. The Best of Sam the Sham and the Pharaohs, VG Plus, $14.99. Wooly Bully, VG Plus, $14.99. Procol Harum Live is $19.99. And we have Jethro Tull, Living in the Past. VG Plus condition, $21.99 on Jethro Tull, Living in the Past. Grand Funk Phoenix with the title sticker on the front. VG Plus, $14.99. All right, Jeff McMaster did want that Robert Plant cassette. That just leaves Journey Evolution for $6.99. Let's sell Jeff the Robert Plant cassette. Also, Chris DeMoss gets the songs from 3 great movies, Friday Night Fever. That's sold to Chris for $25. And Connor, let me know if you're in or out on Stevie Nicks. If you're out, we're going to sell that to Denise Harrison for $45. Connor Cornelius also wants Jethro Tull, Living in the Past. Dinah Ross and the Supremes Greatest Hits. We sold a Japanese pressing earlier. This is a U.S. press. EX condition, $16.99. That's a 2 LP. We have On Stage with Loggins and Messina, VG Plus, $11.99. On Stage with Loggins and Messina, that's VG Plus, $11.99. And Alvin Lee, Rocket Fuel, 10 Years After, that's EX, $17.99. Jason Fornerat said he'd give $29.99 for BLC. Jason bumped that up $5, and I will sell that to you for $34.99. I'll sell that to you for $34.99. Blood Rock Passage, VG Plus condition, $16.99. The Poison, that's the thumbnail image. The Poison, that was the thumbnail image, was a new pressing for $33.99. It's already sold, but we have a waiting list for it. Stevie Nicks is sold then. Connor says he's out to Denise Harrison for $45. John Duran wants the Diana Ross Greatest Hits. That's sold to John Duran. And we have the Louis Armstrong Saga, EX, $9.99. And Marty Robbins, A Lifetime of Songs, 1951 to 1982 compilation, $11.99. Live Alone in America, Graham Parker, EX condition, $9.99. Okay, let me grab a few more cassettes. These are all $6.99. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. These are all $6.99. All $6.99. We have Animal Magnetism, $6.99. Blackfoot Strikes, $6.99. Here's 2 David Lee Roths I've never seen before. A Little Ain't Enough. A Little Ain't Enough. David Lee Roth, Your Filthy Little Mouth, and Jackal, Push Comes to Shove. Those are all $6.99. There's a couple in there I don't see too often. Let me also get a couple new Japanese auctions going. We have sold everything so far we've put up. Here's 2 always really popular ones, $35 starts. These look very nice. Let's take a look at them. Before we do, Jeff McMaster, let me know which David Lee Roth you want, or if you want both. And we have Men at Work, Business as Usual. Men at Work, Business as Usual. A perfect Japanese copy, an absolute perfect copy. No signs of wear or anything in that. This is a 2 LP Japanese, or excuse me, there's a 2-page flip. The vinyl is pretty much unplayed. Of course, that's their hit album with Down Under and Who Can It Be Now. $35 start. And then here's one of our all-time best and amazing record. 41 hit songs from the soundtrack of American Graffiti. This is one of those just absolute beautiful copies with Obi. It's a 2 LP set. It's also a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus. It looks like, when you look at it, you'll think that it's unplayed. I also want to clarify something from our Japanese records. A lot of people assume these are new because I always say they're pristine. These are vintage, original Japanese pressings. Japanese, when we get these from Japan, they just look, most of them look like they're brand new. Some people think for a long time these are like brand new records. These are vintage, original Japanese pressings. Some of them are even like first presses. Very, very nice vinyl on everything from Japan. There's better covers. They all have Obis. Well, at least they're supposed to. Great artwork. $35 starts on those. Okay. Jeff McMaster wants both David Lee Roth cassettes. These are $6.99 and $6.99. Next is Connor on Blackfoot Strikes. That's sold to Connor for $6.99. Brian Tyler is going to take the Jackal cassette, and then that just leaves Scorpions, Animal Magnetism, for $6.99 if anybody wants that. And Roger Ramjet on, Jason Fornerat said he will take Bluest Occult for $34.99. And if anybody wants that, that is $6.99. Any autographed posters? I don't have any autographed posters tonight, but we do have some autographs we're going to be selling next week in a featured auction. I've got some autographs next week to show in a featured auction, so be on the lookout for that. We have some new, wow, let me check this out. Might need to auction that. I've never seen that before. Mortal Kombat, the album. Mortal Kombat, the album. Let's put that up for bid, just a quick side auction. Never seen that before. Mortal Kombat, the album. Soundtrack, I guess, from the video game. I see Johnny Cash, or is this a movie? I just know it as a video game. Was there also a movie, Midway? I don't think it was a Mortal Kombat movie, was it? Mortal Kombat, the album. I see Johnny Cash, Sonya, Goro, Scorpion. That's interesting. $10 start on that. $10 start on that. Let's see here. Nick Bargeron on the Scorpions cassette. That sold to Nick Bargeron for $6.99. That sold to Nick Bargeron. We got 2 bids on American Graffiti. Roger Ramjet bid 35. Jack Hewitt bid 35. And Paul's at 10 on Mortal Kombat. We have Procol Harum, Broken Barricades, $19.99. Broken Barricades. We have also Santana 3, $19.99. Yes, everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer, $19.99. Funkos are sometimes every night. Chad said Johnny Cash. Johnny Cage. Did I say Cash? My bad. Johnny Cage. I was about to say, what's Johnny Cash doing on a Mortal Kombat? The best of Tommy James and the Shondells. This cover has a little bit of wear, but an awesome compilation. $17.99. We mix up Funko Pops in every sale. I can show some new ones tonight, actually. Bob Welch, 3 Hearts, is $14.99. Tony Santana would be $15 if you want this one. I would sell that for $15. Fred's at 36 on American Graffiti. Paul Brothers has the Mortal Kombat for $10. The Rolling Stones, Sucking in the 70s. Very nice compilation, $34.99 on the Rolling Stones. Also, the Fabulous Thunderbirds, Tough Enough, $19.99 on the Fabulous Thunderbirds. Metamorphoses, the Rolling Stones. It has a stamp, or excuse me, it has a punch hole with a promo copy not for sale sticker. That's also the Rolling Stones, $34.99. $34.99. The Rolling Stones Dirty Work is $34.99. 3 Rolling Stones there. And we have Van Morrison Hard Nosed the Highway, $34.99. The Japanese pressings come from Japanese dealers in Japan. Those come from Japan, from Japanese dealers. I plan on going over there. I'm planning on actually going over there by the end of the year. If not, it'll be the first of next year. But I'm going to try to cut some deals face to face. Okay. So American Graffiti, 36, 37, 40, 38. I got to pick up my Japanese. I know a little, but I'm not too good with Japanese. Right, Tanner? I'll be fluent before I get over there, trust me. I can pick up foreign languages, boom, boom, pow. Okay. American Graffiti, 40. American Graffiti, 38. American Graffiti, 40. These are all buy it now, best offer. Y'all being very quiet. Mountain, Flowers of Evil, $19.99. Mountain, Flowers of Evil, $19.99. The latest edition, John Mayall, $24.99. The latest edition, $24.99. How do you say Seth? You're fired in Japanese. That's Seth, and then I don't know the rest of it. Peter, Paul, and Mary, In the Wind, $9.99. Peter, Paul, and Mary, In the Wind, $9.99. Quicksilver, Shady Grove, $19.99. Quicksilver, Shady Grove, and The Who, Face Dances. The Who has the poster with it, $19.99. The Who Face Dances, near mint with poster, $19.99. We also have Wishbone Ash, Front Page News, $19.99. Wishbone Ash Double Live Album, live dates, $29.99. REO Speedwagon is $17.99. Laura Nero, Gonna Take a Miracle, $19.99. The Cars, a Nautilus Super Disc, EX condition, $54.99. That's a half-speed master of the Cars self-titled album. And Aerosmith's Greatest Hits is $29.99. Okay, so Mortal Kombat is sold to Paul Brothers for $10. If anybody wants Men at Work, it's a $35 buy it now. Who wants Men at Work for a $35 buy it now? That was a no bid. I'm sure somebody's on standby. Jack Hewitt has American Graffiti at $40. Tony Barrara offered $15 for The Who. Tony Barrara on $15 for The Who. That's sold to Tony Barrara. We have Denise Harrison on REO Speedwagon. That's sold to Denise Harrison. Shakedowns takes the Men at Work. Shakedown takes the Men at Work. That's sold to Shakedown. Connor, we've already sold REO Speedwagon. Mark Querum, you were second on Men at Work. And Ray Toth, we've already sold REO Speedwagon. Men at Work was a $35 buy now. We're about to sell American Graffiti for $40. I'm waiting for Fred Carnell to say in or out. Actually, you know what? I've got the bid wrong. Roger Ramjet was in first at 40. Roger Ramjet 40, Fred Carnell 38, Jack Hewitt at 40. Roger Ramjet, you have it for 40 actually. Gary Samuels put was for 16. Let me know what that was. What was. And Errol Smith Greatest Hits is 29.99. 29.99. What was all these other comments? You can't even read cursive. Most people my age can't. That's a pretty challenging. They don't teach cursive anymore. It's like a foreign language to us. Cursive is a thing of the past, right, Tanner? It might as well be Japanese. Yeah, it's very difficult. I kind of remember, but I don't think they teach that anymore in school. So it's like, yeah, that'll be very obsolete before long. Gary Samuels wants Wishbone Ash. He says was 16. Now, was that which one was that? Because we had front page news and we had double live dates. Let me know on that. Any new rock and metal tonight? Every night there's new rock and metal. Gary Samuels, and then Jack's at 41 on American Graffiti. Sarah, I will sell you Errol Smith for $25 if you want that one. Errol Smith is $25 if you want that one. I'm actually about to go through a crate of new rock and metal albums. That's coming up next. I'm going to go through this crate one more time. Gary Samuels said for front page news. Sell that to Gary Samuels for $16. Here's our next $6.99 cassettes. $6.99. Judas Priest, Sad Wings of Destiny. Sawyer Brown, Shaken, $6.99. Sarah said sold. Errol Smith, $25. David Allen Coe, For the Record, $6.99. David Allen Coe, Son of the South. That's a tough LP to find. Both of those are $6.99. And David Lee Roth, Eat 'em and Smile, $6.99. New bid on American Graffiti for $42. Brian C. wants the Judas Priest cassette for $6.99. We have an offer for Sam the Sham's Greatest Hits for $17.99. Let me find that and I'll sell it to you. First, we have Wishbone Ash. Elton John still available. If you need prices or make an offer, go right ahead. We have Wishbone Ash, Elton John, The Coasters, Elvis, Rachel Sweet, The Head Boys, George Benson, Rick Nelson, Tom Fogerty, The Everly Brothers, 10 Years After, Monty Python, Don Shirley, Sam the Sham, Procol Harum, and Grand Funk. Fred's the high bidder on American Graffiti. That made several people out. First to David Allen Coe was Tony Barrara. Tony, let me know if you want Son of the South or For the Record, the first 10 years. You're first. You can let me know which one you want for David Allen Coe, Tony. Michelle was second. Connor was third, also claiming both of them. Jeff was fourth. Jeff was fifth. Connor was sixth. Francis wants the Sawyer Brown. That's $6.99 sold to Francis. And he wants both. Tony Barrara got both, $6.99 and $6.99. That just leaves David Lee Roth, Eat 'em and Smile, if anybody wants that, for $6.99. David Lee Roth is available for $6.99. Okay. Let's see here. We have American Graffiti, 42. We have American Graffiti, 45 during all that. So American Graffiti's at 45. Ray Toth wants to know how much the Coasters was. There's the best of Sam the Sham. There is the best of Sam the Sham for, who made an offer on that? That was sold to Tyler. I thought you said $17.99. I thought that was Mark Moore. Tyler, I will sell this to you for $9.99. I've got it marked for $14.99. I will sell that to you for $9.99 if you're okay with that. And we have Ray Toth, the Coasters price. That was the Coasters. That was their greatest recordings. A 1971 press, $16.99. Jeff McMaster said he'll take that last David Lee Roth cassette. And I think Tony knows Connor because I think Connor's watching because he was tagged earlier. And he said I'd give Connor his choice of either two. So that means he's saying if you want one of these, let him know. Connor was trying to outbid you. He said he'd give $20 for both of them. He's outbidding you. David Lee Roth is sold to Jeff McMaster. I'm going to put that there. Ray Toth said 9 on the Coasters. Let's go ahead and sell that for 9, and we're going to sell that to Tyler Browning for $9.99. Update on American Graffiti. Jack Hewitt's at $45. Jack Hewitt's at $45. Loggins of Messina, Alvin Lee, Blood Rock Passage, Louis Armstrong, Marty Robbins, Graham Parker, Procol Harum, the best of Tommy James and the Shondells. We have Bob Welch, Santana. That's still available, $19.99. The Rolling Stones, Fabulous Thunderbirds, the Rolling Stones, Van Morrison, Mountain, John Mayall, Peter, Paul, and Mary, Quicksilver, Laura Nero, and the Cars, Half Speed Masters. So if I can do I can't believe this didn't sell, this would be the first one. VG Plus condition, Elton John, Tumbleweed Connection, Ballad of a Well-Known Gun, Come Down in Time, great song, Country Comfort, great song, Son of Your Father, My Father's Gun, Where To Now, St. Peter, top 5 Elton John songs for me. Love Song, Amarina, Talking, Old Soldiers is kind of an odd song. I don't really like that one too much. But then Burn Down the Mission. So 15 or 10 songs, I really, really like 9 of them. That's VG Plus $26.99. Jacob Harris said he'd give 30 for the Coes. Wow, we should have put the David Allen Coes up for auction. We have somebody saying they would have gave 30 for both of them. Final call on American Graffiti. That is at $45 with Jack Hewitt. Fred says he's out. Next is best price on the cars. Henry, I will do $45 on that. That's $10 off. If this was dead mint, I think this is $75, $85 record. It is EX, but these audiophile pressings, people like them. Beautiful, near mint condition. So Fred's out. When I come back, I'm selling American Graffiti. The Cars vinyl's EX condition, and that's a strict grade. That's a very strict grade because it is an audiophile record. Let me go ahead and go through some more new vinyl right over here. I've got 2 more crates, but I think I can fit them into one. Let me try to do that. I think I can, and I have. I also hear it thundering outside. And Tracy Miller said something about a tornado warning, and I think Tracy's kind of local, so might need to keep an eye on the weather. We don't want to get blown away. All right, country or metal? We've got both. Sucking in the 70s was near mint minus $34.99. All right, let's go ahead and sell American Graffiti. American Graffiti is sold to Jack Hewitt for $45. Elton John, $20 for Shakedown. I would love to sell somebody that record because it's a great record. It's raining outside. Surprised our internet connection is good as it is. That's why everybody's having trouble. It has rained most of this week. That's why Facebook's been really bad. Anytime it's raining, our internet connection is not too nice. Any Metallica Garage Days $8.98 album. We have those in stock for $24.99. We have those in stock for $24.99. New vinyl. And a lot of this stuff is great restocks, maybe stuff we've never had before, and there's several waiting lists for things in here. Let's put up a couple new auctions. Let's do the Beatles and let's do Rod Stewart. New Japanese auctions. This is the Beatles, a collection of Beatles oldies. For those relatively new to the show, I know we have a lot of new viewers this week. Let me give you a quick rundown on how a few things work. We show whatever is in the next crate. It could be country, rock, jazz, folk, funk, soundtracks, avant-garde, talking, spoken word records. It could be a whole crate of Elvis. We just do whatever's next. Late, at some point, we do request, but a crate could have country, metal, we just don't know. I don't really know, and nothing's in really any order. And that's kind of how our shows work. So at some point, we kind of do request, but we really just show whatever's in front of us. A collection of Beatles oldies, near mint and pristine Japanese vinyl for $35 start. We also have a 2-page Japanese flip and a really nice cover with the Apple Obi. Very nice copy. $45 start. Great Beatles compilation too. $45 start. And we have the classic Footloose soundtrack. Footloose soundtrack is a $35 start. This one's really cool because it's in shrink wrap with the Obi. The vinyl is also near mint and pristine. That's a $35 start. The Beatles is a $45. Footloose is a $35. There's a Japanese insert. There's the Japanese booklet. And then there's the cover with Obi. Just has a little bit of foxing right there on the edge. And has the #1 hype sticker. It has the Obi. That's a $35 start. Okay, so Denise, we've already sold Elton John. Shakedown, got that for $20. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Metallicas. I will bring some Metallicas over. I'll do that. Now, artists that I know I can get to, if somebody says, do you have such and such? If I know I do, I'll bring it over, or Tanner will. But sometimes if you send out a request, you may not hear me even acknowledge it, but that's because I don't know where it is or we don't have it. But we have, basically, if you can name a Metallica album except Tutu, if you can name a Metallica album except Tutu, we probably have it in stock. That includes live stuff too. I know we don't have live at Grammys. I know we don't have maybe some record store day stuff, but other than that, we have pretty much every Metallica, even the newest one. Excuse me while I take a drink of Dasani water. I desperately needed it. Okay, Lulu, not Tutu. Did I say Tutu? Lulu. Same thing. All right, the Cars is sold to Thomas Hujar for $45. Let's see, Jettit's at $45 on the Beatles. So we do have a bid on the Beatles, and we have another bid on the Beatles. Okay, Lulu, Tutu's Miles Davis. Thank you. We have Mudvayne, $39.99. Music on vinyl, LD50, Mudvayne, $39.99. These are all new and sealed. Testament, The Legacy, $44.99. Tony Barrara wants Mudvayne. We have Annihilator, Neverland. Annihilator is $39.99. Lizzie Borden, Master of Disguise, $44.99. We had a waiting list for this one. Lizzie Borden, Master of Disguise. The waiting list was Jared Benoit. We have that for you, $44.99. Tony Barrara got Mudvayne. Next is Lizzie Borden, Give 'em the Axe, $31.99. White and blue marbled vinyl. Also Testament, Souls of Black, $44.99 for Testament, Souls of Black. Testament Low is $44.99. And Lizzie Borden, we didn't have this one last week, Deal with the Devil. That's on clear and warm gray marbled vinyl, $33.99. Jettit has the high bid on the Beatles for $45. That's going twice, going 3 times. And Footloose, we're looking for a $35 bid before we make that a buy it now. Here's a few Metallica albums. We have Master of Puppets, $31.99. And Justice for All, $39.99. The Black Album, $39.99. Reload is $39.99. So is Load. And Ride the Lightning is $29.99. So Load and Reload is $39.99. That's the ones that are a little bit harder to find OGs of. And we also have, we don't have any up here, but we also have Kill 'Em All, the Garage Days Revisited, and we have Garage Inc. We also have those as well. Okay, Eddie Bruce is at $50 on Beatles. John Lang wants Lizzie Borden, the second one. That was Give 'Em the Axe. That's so to John Lang. Connor Cornelius wants And Justice for All. That might be my favorite. That might be my favorite there. That's an incredible piece of work. That's so to Connor Cornelius. And Dan Rice wants Ride the Lightning. This would be up there too. For Whom the Bell Tolls, Creeping Death, Fade to Black. That's so to Dan Rice. Let's swap out John Lang's Lizzie Borden. He wants this one, which is Deal with the Devil. And then there's And Justice for All, and then there's Ride the Lightning. So, Jettit, you're out on the Beatles at $50. That's going twice, going 3 times. Death Angel Act 3. Death Angel Act 3 is $39.99. $39.99. Connor says he'll take a Load and Reload as well. We have multiple copies of all these if anybody else wants one. There's Load and Reload. Troy Robinson wants the Coolio album from the first crate of new stuff we had tonight. That was Gangsta's Paradise. I can go right to it, actually. Whoop, I thought I could. That must have been, how many crates there it is. How many crates have we been through? We've been through 1, 2, 3. I think we've already been through 4 crates of new vinyl. This makes number 5. Coolio is sold to Troy Robinson. Jettit's back in on the Beatles at $52. We have, let's see here. And Sanford, he wants S&M. Well, we may be out of that. There's also some extras right there in those bins, Tanner. And then there's some on the back walls, too. That's where we don't have Kill 'Em All up here. Or we may be out of that one. Or it's in one of these bins up here. I just went through and restocked them all. But as normal, we sell the heck out of Metallica vinyl. So it may have sold in the store. We may have sold the 2 or 3 copies we had in the store and I didn't realize it. So I may not have S&M. If so, I need to get that one. Brian Tyler wants Death Angel. And Tony says got S&M. You got S&M 2 from us last night, but there's also S&M 1. Brian Tyler got Death Angel. Eddie Bruce, you're outbid on the Beatles, FYI. Here's another Death Angel, Frolic Through the Park. We sold one of these earlier tonight. That's $44.99, Frolic Through the Park. Also, Lamb of God, Wrath, $39.99 for Lamb of God, Wrath. Lizzie Borden, Visual Lies, $31.99 for Lizzie Borden. Visual Lies, Lizzie Borden. Let's see, Tony Barrara on Lamb of God. We also have Accept, Balls to the Walls, $44.99. Brian Tyler wants Lizzie Borden. Give 'Em the Axe. That's sold to Brian Tyler. James Bragg wants Lamb of God. James, I'll put you on a waiting list. Tony was first to that. Ministry, The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. $44.99 for Ministry. The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. Clutch, self-titled, also MOV, $39.99. Merciful Fate, $33.99 for Merciful Fate. That is self-titled, $33.99. James Bragg on the waiting list for Lamb of God. Aha, Tanner, I knew we had them. Metallica, S&M, 1, 3 LPs, $59.99. Kill 'Em All is $29.99. And Garage Days Revisited, the 598 EP, $24.99. $24.99. So there's Metallica, Metallica, and Metallica. Those are all in stock. James Bragg, next comment on Clutch, self-titled. That's so to James Bragg. Tony Barara says he'll take the S&M. That's so to Tony Barara. How much was Testament Low? $44.99 for Testament Low. $44.99. Tony wants Garage and S&M. So S&M also sold to Taroni. We have extras of those if anybody else wants those. I was about to sell the Beatles. Eddie hadn't said out, but let me do a final call on that. This is Beatles, a collection of Beatles oldies. High bid is $52 rejected, and that is near mint minus Japanese quality. Let's go ahead and sell Footloose for a $35 buy now if anybody wants it. Footloose, $35. Eddie Bruce said Eddie said out. Sorry, Eddie, I must have missed that. Also, Kenny Cates Jr. wants Kill 'Em All. Wow, this one's good. Seek and Destroy. They hype Seek and Destroy, the Four Horsemen, and Whiplash, but I like Seek and Destroy, Hit the Lights, and where is it at? Jump in the Fire. Those are great songs. Metallica, $29.99. That's sold to Kenny Case Jr. They're on tour right now. Major tour. Huge production. It's incredible to see. Final call on that. Okay, Jackie's in on the Beatles at $55. We have the Apollo. This is pretty much an on-sale price at $26.99. James Brown, Aretha Franklin, Marvin Gaye, Billie Holiday, Ella Fitzgerald, Etta James, Duke Ellington, Dizzy Gillespie, Count Basie. I've read just half of the artists. There was a waiting list for that for Sherry Darnell. This is $26.99. $26.99. So we've sold one each of all the Metallica albums, except for probably some of their most popular. Master of Puppets. Have y'all ever really listened to the song Master of Puppets? It blows my mind every time I hear it. And of course, this one speaks for itself. The Black Album, $39.99. The Black Album. The top-selling album of the last 30 years, $39.99. That's still available. Those remasters sound great, too. Okay, let's do the Beatles 55, the Beatles 60, and Kenny says he'll take Master of Puppets. Thank you. Now we just need to sell a Black Album. We'll have a hat trick or a cycle or something. I think we've sold one of each. No, I take that back. We haven't sold Saint Anger and Death Magnetic, and we still got a long ways to go. We still got 4 or 5 more other ones we got to sell. Master Puppets sold to Kenny, though. 72, yeah, we got to sell 72 Seasons. We got like 5 more to sell. I take that back. But you can buy a Black Album if you want it. We could say we've done a cycle on all the OG albums. We've sold everything from Reload back, I think. We've sold everything from Reload back. We have Annihilator, Set the World on Fire, $39.99. Annihilator, Set the World on Fire, and Annihilator, Alice in Hell. Now, Set the World on Fire is one I haven't had, I don't think, ever before. Blue vinyl, and then Alice in Hell, $39.99. There was a waiting list for that, I think. Yes, Alice in Hell is James Oswich and Jared Benoit. James Oswich and Jared Benoit, those are back in. Okay, where are we at on the Beatles? Jettit's at $60. Jettit is at $60 on the Beatles. That's a final call. Eddie's out, so Jackie Reynolds, let me know if you're out. Jackie Reynolds, let me know if you're out. Kenny Case Jr. says he'll take a Death Magnetic. That's so to Kenny Case Jr. And we have Primus. We had some earlier tonight. We have a waiting list for Anti-Pop. We had Anti-Pop earlier tonight. George Ellis wants Ministry. I think that was for The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. Brian Tyler wants Alice in Hell from Annihilator. OG Pantera, see Pantera. They are opening up for Metallica, so I'll see them in Dallas. They're opening up for Pantera. Jackie's at 65 on the Beatles. We had Stone Temple Pilots, Shangri-La Dida. Stone Temple Pilots is $39.99. And we have Blackstone Cherry, Between the Devil and the Deep Blue Sea, $39.99. Also, Extreme Porno Graffiti. I got more of these in. If you don't have one already, Extreme Porno Graffiti, $39.99. I've got 5 more in. So the other Metallica albums are 72 Seasons. That's black vinyl, $39.99. Garage Inc., $56.99. Arguably the best Metallica album, Saint Anger, $36.99. And Hardwired to Self-Destruct. This one's not bad. The more I listen to it, the more I like it. $34.99 on that one. Here Comes the Revenge. I think that's the one I like. $34.99. I will go back through the other ones. Yes, I will go back through the stuff later tonight. Jedits at 67 on the Beatles. We have Jackal, self-titled, $39.99. Ministry, haven't had this one in a while, With Sympathy. Ministry is $44.99 for music on vinyl. Also, Silverchair, Frog Stomp, the legendary debut album, including Tomorrow, Pure Massacre, and a vinyl-only track, Blind. It has an etched D-side, $46.99. AC/DC Power Up, that's on yellow vinyl, $29.99. James Bragg wants Ministry. That's sold to James Bragg. Also, U2, Songs of Experience. That's on blue vinyl, $28.99. $28.99, Songs of Experience. Stone Sour is $39.99, music on vinyl. U2, No Line on the Horizon. No Line on the Horizon, $28.99 for U2, No Line on the Horizon. And Elder Lore. This is kind of a special request for Josh Cross. If he doesn't want it, anybody else can have it. But Elder Lore is $36.99. Josh, if you're watching, let me know. It is 2LP on colored vinyl. Tony Barrar wants Stone Sour. Next is Brian Tyler on Frog Stomp. Whoop, almost pulled you a U2. That would have been a big difference. Silverchair sold to Brian Tyler, and Joshua does want the Elder Lore for $36.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I'll put you on a waiting list. Now, we need to wrap up the Beatles. I also need to get some new auctions started. Jedits at 67 on the Beatles. And Jackie Reynolds, let me know if you're in or out. I've took a break on the cassettes. Let me get back over here and jump in the fire with the cassettes. Not literally. I hope none of these burn me. Let's see what we have here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 5 cassettes. Boy, I shouldn't be selling these for $6.99. I'm going to, though. I'm going to sell them. We have, first, let me pull out everything in here. Brent K on the Jackal LP. That's sold to Brent K. Jackie's backing on the Beatles at 70. Eric Storbick would like on the waiting list for Mudvayne LD50. You got it. And we have a $70 bid on the Beatles. These cassettes are $6.99. The first is Led Zeppelin, self-titled, debut, $6.99. Montrose, Warner Brothers present Montrose, $6.99. Whoever's first to Led Zeppelin will also get dibs on this one. In Through the Outdoor, that's also $6.99. Travis Tritt, that's like a $100 LP on vinyl. Travis Tritt Country Club, $6.99. It's never been reissued. And Chicago, If You Leave Me Now, that's a Chicago hits compilation. Feeling Stronger Every Day, 25 or 624, etc. Looking for Stevie Nicks. I've got some Fleetwood Mac albums. I may have a Stevie Nicks Greatest Hits. No, I don't. I've got Fleetwood Mac with Stevie Nicks. I've got some great ones. I've got Rumors and audiophile pressing. I've got Tango in the Night. I've got lots of Fleetwood Mac for Stevie Nicks if you're interested in those. So Jeff McMaster, you're first to Led Zeppelin. Let me know if you want self-titled or In Through the Outdoor, Jeff. Tony, did you get Mudvayne? Yes, you got the Mudvayne. Let me go a little higher first. So Jackie's at 70 on the Beatles. That's the high bid. Brian C. on the Ministry Sympathy waiting list. Brian C., I got you. Tony, you got the Mudvayne that's in here, and the waiting list is Eric Storbick. Jeff McMaster says he will take both Led Zeppelins. These are $6.99, Tanner. I'll put them on top of the Metallica records. Those are the Jeff and Jeff. Chris, you were second. Francis Drennan, first to Travis Tritt. Connor, you were second. Jeff McMaster, third. And Jedits at 70 on the Beatles. And I think that's what Jackie's already bid. Jackie's already bid 70. And we have Chicago and Montrose left for $6.99. I don't know if I actually showed this or not, but we have U2, No Line on the Horizon, 10th Anniversary Edition, 2LP. That's like an on-sale price. Like I've said before, the MSRP on this album is usually like $45 or $50. Some of these U2 albums are expensive. Same way with this. Those $28.99 are like sale prices. Hole, Celebrity Skin, Courtney Love, $39.99, music on vinyl title. We have Phil Collins, The Singles, $44.99. And back in stock is George Harrison, Live in Japan. That's with Eric Clapton. It's a fantastic sounding record, $44.99. Sherry Darnell and David Johnson, you was on a waiting list for that. Also, Joe Barrios, you was on a waiting list for Ministry, Mine is a Terrible Thing to Taste. We didn't already tag him for one of those, did we? Somebody claimed one of those earlier. Make sure it wasn't him. No, that was George Ellis. So Joe Barrios, you was on a waiting list for that. Alice in Hell, we've already done that. Apollo, Bongzilla, U2, Lizzie Borden, John Mayer, and U2. We've already done all the waiting lists. So that was all the waiting list and all of the new vinyl for tonight. We've definitely got more we can go through, and we're going to go through even more older stuff, and we're going to continue with cassettes, auctions. I think it's time we finally show a movie poster. Let me get one unraveled. I'm going to do probably the neatest one we have. That was, Paul brought these up here and showed them to us earlier. We sold a Live Cream earlier. Let's actually do this record. You never can go wrong with this guy, especially if it's a hits compilation. Next Japanese auction. By the way, Jackie Reynolds, let me know if you're in or out on the Beatles. Jedit has 72, and it's a final call. This is Elton John Best 20 series. This is an Elton John hits compilation. Beautiful near mint minus Japanese vinyl. It has a booklet with it with lyrics and pictures of Elton John. It's a gatefold. So it has a booklet, and it also has attached lyrics and a booklet as part of the gatefold. It has the Obi, very cool compilation, very great, fantastic tracks. That's a $35 start, Elton John Best 20. Here's what's left in here before I go grab another crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. We have Testament, Annihilator. Most of these are music on vinyl. A Testament, The Legacy, $44.99. Annihilator's $39.99. Lizzie Borden, Master of Disguise, Blue Marble Vinyl, $44.99. Testament, $44.99. Souls of Black, Death Angel, Act 3, $39.99. Death Angel Frolic Through the Park, $44.99. Lizzie Borden Visual Eyes, $31.99. Accept, Balls to the Walls, $44.99. Merciful Fate, $33.99. Testament Low, $44.99. The Apollo soundtrack, $26.99. Annihilator, $39.99. Stone Temple Pilots, surprised that's still available, $39.99. Blackstone Cherry, $39.99. Also Extreme Pornograffiti from Music on Vinyl. Yellow Vinyl, this is a yellow vinyl AC/DC Power-Up, $29.99. Corrosion of Conformity, $46.99. U2 Songs of Experience, $28.99. No Line on the Horizon, $28.99. That's got some great songs on it. Whole Celebrity Skin, $39.99. Phil Collins' Greatest Hits, also known as the Singles, $44.99. And George Harrison Live in Japan, $44.99. James Bragg wants COC Wise Blood. Brian Tyler wants Merciful Fate. Let me pull these. And anybody else before I go change crates? Everybody, let me do that before I change crates. Next is Rage Against the Machine. We sold a rate. We have this right here. You probably see this. Rage Against the Machine is $31.99. $31.99. Jedit gets the Beatles for $72. That's sold to Jedit. Jackie's out. And Elton John, John Lang is at $35 on the Elton John. That's going once, going twice. Brian Tyler also wants Death Angel Frolic Through the Park. That is sold to Brian Tyler. George Harrison sold to Paul Brothers. George Harrison Live. And what record was Sherry Darnell waiting list? She's my niece. I think she's not. Sherry Darnell was on the waiting list for George Harrison Live in Japan, and also the Apollo soundtrack. It's unfortunate she's not watching. We miss Sherry when she's not watching. She usually buys a lot of new vinyl. Anybody else? Elton John's at $35, going once, going twice. Now, I want also everybody to know about a couple. The other night, we showed these albums late when we was in the back, and we sold a bunch. And I think a lot of people either forgot or didn't know we have these albums in stock. And that is Warrant. We have Warrant Cherry Pie, Dog Eat Dog, and Dirty Rotten Filthy Stinking Rich. These are all limited edition, colored vinyl, numbered from Music on Vinyl. If anybody needs any of those Warrant albums, they're $44.99. I've only sold hundreds of each one. $44.99. That's kind of some of our best-selling stuff there. If anybody decides I need anything else out of that last crate, let me know. Let me show a handful of cassettes before I step to the back and get some new stuff out. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more cassettes. These are all going to be $6.99. $6.99. We have Leverett or Levert. I guess that's the way it looks on the front is Levert, the big throwdown. That's $6.99. New Kids on the Block, Hanging Tough, $6.99. Milli Vanilli, Girl, You Know It's True, $6.99. The Platoon soundtrack, great music on that, $6.99. And Michael Jackson Thriller. While I'm in the back, everybody let me know what, Tanner? We need something to keep them occupied in the comment. Their favorite movie. Addison said, let us know your favorite movie, your all-time favorite movie while I step to the back. Favorite movie? Boy, that'd be tough for me. I can name 3. It's like favorite band. I can give you 5. I can't pick one, though. Tanner, what's your pick? Oh, goodness. Addison? It's tough. Say that again? Hacksaw Ridge. I've never seen that. I guess if somebody held a gun to my head, probably The Godfather. So, well, part 2. I consider those together. I usually watch them back to back. I kind of have to have a whole day to do that. The Godfather and Godfather Part 2 back to back is about 8 hours, including a couple bathroom breaks and refills on popcorn. So, all right, let's go back up to the top. We have the last claim was how much was Power Up. AC/DC was $29.99. The waiting list, Denise, we automatically tag those for Sherry. So the waiting lists are automatically tagged. Oh, now the cassettes, that's what I walked to the back with. The cassettes were, let me get to that. The cassettes, the first was Pete Mitchell on New Kids. New Kids, so these are all $6.99. New Kids on the Block, that's sold to Pete Mitchell. Next was Chris DiLorenzo on Thriller. Connor Cornelius was next on Platoon, and then he was second on Thriller. Pete Mitchell wants Milli Vanilli. And we have, Terry said, favorite movie is Pittsburgh Steelers. I guess that could be the next one, favorite football team, pro, but we'll do that later. Don't do it right now. Let's see here. Fletch, wow, favorite movie, Fletch. Rain Man, Up in Smoke, Diner, The Right Stuff. I guess this would be great for me to screenshot all this and start watching these, because so far most of these I hadn't seen before. Ed told me about a year ago I needed to watch The Deer Hunter. Great Outdoors, Halloween, I've seen that a bunch. Stand By Me, I hadn't seen that. I've seen Pulp Fiction, but I don't think from beginning to end. Gone with the Wind, I think I've seen that from beginning to end. I'm very well familiar. Definitely seen Forrest Gump. Gavin's is Paul Blart Mall Cop. I remember watching that. It's kind of funny, right? Tombstone. Oh, yeah. Wow, Tombstone. Whew. Gosh, what a film. Godfather II. Yep. Shining, Karate Kid. All the Twilights. No one said Harry Potter or any of the big series. I didn't see any of the big series in there. A couple of people said Star Wars, but okay, now I didn't see any claims for any of the Warren albums. So I guess unless I missed it, there's a lot of comments there. I didn't see any claims for the Warren albums. And let me show you this poster. It is $174.99. I want to tell you the price too. $174.99. It's called Flesh Feast. Flesh Feast. Take a look at this poster. This is an original movie poster from the Fred Goodwin collection. $174.99. It's kind of hard to show these, but I think when you see the graphics, you'll really like it. Flesh Feast. 1970. It's a 6-sheet full page. Creeping, crawling, flesh-eating maggots. Morbid horror in vivid color. Living bodies used for the most vile experiment ever devised. Flesh Feast. Viking International Pictures. That is $174.99. $14.99. That's an original movie poster from 1970, Flesh Feast. Very cool, especially if you're into horror films. There's poster number 1. I've got about 5 tonight I'm going to show. Let's lay that right over there and the sold stuff. Let me stick that with it, or the shown stuff. Elton John. I got to scroll way up to the top, but Elton John is sold for $35 to John Lang. I believe, yeah, John Lang gets that for $35. Okay, $35 on that. I got more buy it now best offer. I've got more buy it now best offer to go through. But before we do that, let me introduce our next auctions and the next few cassettes. I've got John Denver for David Johnson. Let's see if he's watching. And Peter, Paul, and Mary, the best collection. These are just going to be $15 starts on John Denver and Peter, Paul, and Mary. John Denver and Peter, Paul, and Mary. This is John Denver, I Want to Live. It's a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. Absolutely flawless. $15 start. The best of Peter, Paul, and Mary. Has a little bit of foxing, just a few spots. Other than that, really nice. And this, of course, has Puff, the Magic Dragon, Lemon Tree, Leaving on a Jet Plane, Blowing in the Wind, Early Morning Rain. A couple covers there by Dylan and Lightfoot. If I Had a Hammer, and This Land's Your Land, Woody Guthrie song. That's a $15 start. Okay, we have Buy Now Best Offer Vintage. Not before I show you. Whoa. We might need to auction this. Holy moly. Let's auction this thing. We have Keith Whitley. I Wonder Do You Ever Think of Me? Keith Whitley, I Wonder Do You Ever Think of Me? $10 start. This album is out of print and quite pricey. Keith Whitley cassette, $10 start. That is now up for auction. 3 auctions. We have The Pretenders. The Pretenders is $19.99. Self-titled The Pretenders. These are all buy it now best offer. Original inner sleeve, very clean vinyl. $19.99 on The Pretenders. Fleetwood Mac Rumors is $99.99. 77 Winchester OG textured cover with insert in shrink wrap, hype sticker, and price sticker. $99.99. That's Fleetwood Mac Rumors. Jethro Tull, Thick as a Brick, $24.99. That's an original press with a newspaper cover. Bread, Lost Without Your Love. Bread is $12.99 with Lost Without Your Love. In the Eye of the Storm, The Outlaws, $19.99. Outlaws in the Eye of the Storm, $19.99. And Outlaws, Los Hombres Malo. The Outlaws is $14.99. The Beatles Live at the Star Club, Hamburg, Germany, 2 LPs, $36.99. Peter, Paul, and Mary Reunion, that's $9.99. Poco Blue and Gray, $9.99. And Pure Prairie League, If the Shoe Fits, $14.99. Pure Prairie League, If the Shoe Fits, $14.99. Robert Plant, Shaken and Stirred, $19.99. And Player, featuring their What Hit Wonder, Baby Come Back, $19.99. These are all buy it now best offer. So John Denver, 16. Keith Whitley, 10. Keith Whitley, 15. Keith Whitley, 16. Keith Whitley, 20. Keith Whitley, 22. David Johnson's at 17 on John Denver. Let's see here. I got these I'll auction. I'll make that a buy it now. I'll make those $6.99. And I'll make this $6.99. I got a couple Iron Maidens that we're definitely going to have to auction, but I'll make these $6.99. The first is the Cocktail Soundtrack. Cocktail Soundtrack, $6.99. Starship, John Cougar Mellencamp, Georgia Satellites. British Steel, Judas Priest, $6.99. David Lee Roth, Skyscraper, $6.99 on David Lee Roth. Journey, Raised on Radio, Girl Can't Help It. And the Georgia Satellites. The Georgia Satellite, self-titled, $6.99 on that. John Denver, 17. Keith Whitley, 22. Connor's at 20 on Keith Whitley. He's out. He's at 20 on John Denver. He's out on Keith Whitley. Chris DiLorenzo first on Judas Priest for $6.99. David Johnson's at 21 on John Denver. And we have Grant Peltzer second on Judas Priest. Tony wants Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, and Journey. Well, I hadn't shown Iron Maiden yet, but I will say you Journey, and you would have been third to Judas Priest. Whoever asked about puzzles, are you still watching? Let me know if you're still watching. That leaves Cocktail, David Lee Roth, and Georgia Satellites. Georgia Satellites has the hit song, Keep Your Hands to Yourself. Those are all still available for $6.99. Connor's back in on John Denver at 30. David bid 21, Connor's at 30. Little Feat, Hoy Hoy, 2LP, $34.99 for Little Feat. Little Feat, the last record album, $24.99, another Little Feat. Something New by the Beatles. This is on Apple. No condition notes on the vinyl. The cover is about VG. That's $29.99. The Beatles' second album is a 1976 press on the orange labels, $24.99. The Beatles, $24.99, orange labels, and Henry Gross, Plug Me Into Something. Henry Gross is $9.99. Loverboy, Get Lucky, featuring the hit song Working for the Weekend. EX Condition, $17.99, and Foreigner is EX $17.99. All right, so let's sell Keith Whitley to Jacob Harris for $22. Jacob, if that's your first purchase with us, thank you and welcome. Make sure you message our page with your email address and your mailing address. David's out on John Denver, so we're going to sell that to Connor Cornelius for $30. And if anybody wants Peter, Paul, and Mary, this is just a $15 buy it now. Just a $15 buy it now on Peter, Paul, and Mary. Tommy Flower says he'd give $5.99 for Henry Gross. I think you mean $7.99, right? I think you mean $7.99. Quicksilver Messenger Service, Happy Trails, VG Plus $14.99. Quicksilver Messenger Service, VG Plus $14.99. That's the OG Capital Rainbow label with the foil cover, VG Plus $14.99. John Ambrosic said 12 on Foreigner. I will sell this to you for $12. Sell that to John Ambrosic for $12. We have Tarkio Brewer and Shipley, VG Plus $14.99. Sell Tommy Flowers Quicksilver for go ahead and sell him Henry Gross for $6.99. And Tony Barrar said Quicksilver for $19. And which one was that? Because they're both marked 14. Tony, they're both marked $14.99 each. Donnie Iris, King Cool, is VG Plus $14.99. And J. Giles Bloodshot on red vinyl, VG $14.99. Do you automatically send purchases at the end of the week? The invoicing period starts on Monday and it ends tonight. Everything you bought all week ends tonight. So this is your last chance to buy on $7 shipping. If you've only bought one thing, it's $7 shipping. If you've bought 100 items, it's all $7 shipping. That is all. That cycle ends tonight whenever we say good night. And then Monday when we come back, it starts all over $7 unlimited shipping. Let me show two of our best sellers. I'm low stock on Alan Jackson, but I still have Alice in Chains. I see we have several people interested in some country. I think this will be a pretty big name on the list if you're looking for country LPs. Alan Jackson, The Greatest Hits, 2LP, $36.99. And we've sold a lot of Alice in Chains tonight, but we haven't sold a copy of Dirt yet. Dirt is $38.99. Dirt is $38.99. And Alan Jackson's Greatest Hits is $36.99. So anybody watching new, it all combines for $7 unlimited shipping. That's from Monday until tonight. And then we send out invoices on Monday, Sunday, and Monday, depending on where your name's in the alphabet. Tony said 10 on Quicksilver. Now, if you're offering 10 each, I'm going to sell you both of those, Tony, for 10 and 10. Connor Cornelius wants an Alan Jackson. But before all that, Terry Westwood wants King Cool. So sell those to Tony for 10 and 10. Sell Donnie Iris to Terry Westwood. Connor gets an Alan Jackson's Greatest Hits. That's sold to Connor. And Jacob also wants one. I still have Alice in Chains Dirt. Them Bones, Down in the Hole, Rooster, Angry Chair, and Wood. That's a 2LP remaster, $38.99. Grand Funk, We're an American Band. That is on the original yellow vinyl. VG Plus $29.99. Pure Prairie League, Firing Up. Pure Prairie League, EX copy, $12.99. Jefferson Starship Spitfire, EX $12.99. And Dark Side of the Moon is a VG Plus copy, about VG on the vinyl, $34.99. 75 Winchester. So before I put up new auctions, let me show everybody what's left. Footloose was a $35 buy it now. That's the only thing that did not get a bid. Also Peter, Paul, and Mary. That's also a $15 buy it now. I've got more to put up in just a second. Alan Jackson is sold to Jacob Harris. That's sold to Jacob Harris. So nobody wants Dirt. I'm going to put up two new Japanese auctions. Not before I walk over here. I got one Alan Jackson left. Just FYI, one Alan Jackson. I'm also going to check for Johnny Cash. I'm not seeing any. I was also going to see what else we had in the country department that I could show over here. We do. We do. I need to click on country tab with my distributors and order a bunch. We don't. I'll go through a few more, but we don't have a lot. And Thomas, I don't have any more Johnny Cash. We have the early Beatles, EX3499. Pink Floyd is no posters or stickers, John Young. No posters or stickers. Jackie will take that last Alan Jackson. The History of Otis Redding, VG Plus 29.99. Don Henley, I Can't Stand Still, EX 17.99, and Climax Blues Band, VG 9.99. Jackie, you get the last Alan Jackson. Let me show that just so that's so to Jackie. Thank you. And we have ABBA's Greatest Hits, VG Plus 14.99. All right, let's see what I've got over here. I can't, some of these are backwards. I can't read them too well. Okay, here we go. Dwight Yoakam. This is Buenas Noches from a Lonely Room. Buenas Noches from a Lonely Room. Pretty tough to find on vinyl. Not exceedingly expensive, but just not in print. And OGs are kind of tough. $10 start on the Dwight Yoakam cassette. These are all, I'll do all these for, let me take a look at them. Yeah, I'll do all these for $6.99. I'll do all these for $6.99. Keith Sweat, Surface, Waterfront, Bobby Brown, and Alexandra O'Neal. Keith Sweat, Surface, Waterfront, Bobby Brown, and Alexandra O'Neal. Those are all $6.99. Thomas Bowman, I will put you on a waiting list for Johnny Cash, American Recordings Volume 4. Dwight Yoakam, 12. And we have price on ABBA. ABBA's Greatest Hits is VG Plus $14.99. ABBA's Greatest Hits, VG Plus $14.99. So high bid on Dwight Yoakam is Tony Barara at 12. And then our first Iron Maiden cassette is going to be Number of the Beast. Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast. This is going to be also a $10 start. Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast. There's the Sound Shop tape guarantee. Number of the Beast, that's also a $10 start. Next was price on ABBA. If I didn't say that already, that was a VG Plus $14.99. And Jeff McMaster wanted Keith, and he wanted Bobby Brown. These are all $6.99. Those are sold to Jeff. That leaves Surface, Waterfront, and Alexandra O'Neal. Jettis said he will take the ABBA. Jacob's at 14 on Dwight Yoakam. Tony's at 12 on Iron Maiden. Jeff had bid 10. Okay, so I've sold one level of cassettes, almost. I'm not done with the first level. So we've got 2 more levels in this crate. So that's how many cassettes we've shown. And I still got twice as many still to go through. So I've got a lot more cassettes to show tonight. Brian C. said 5 on Climax Blues Band. Brian, I will sell that to you for $8. Dwight Yoakam 15, Dwight Yoakam 15, Dwight Yoakam 18, Iron Maiden 16, Dwight Yoakam 18. Eric Clapton, that's a VG Plus $24.99. Eric Clapton August is VG Plus $24.99. Eric Clapton August, that's VG Plus condition $24.99. Jimmy Reed at Carnegie Hall, VG Plus $34.99. The Beatles, the Historic Sessions box set, 1984 UK, $54.99. Brian C. said sold. That's $8 on Climax Blues Band. Iron Maiden's at 20. Dwight Yoakam's at 20. Tain't no big thing, but he is. Jimmy Reed is a VG copy for $19.99. Jethro Tull is VG Plus $24.99. This was his debut album. The J. Giles Band, EX $17.99. Robin Trower, In City Dreams, in shrink wrap, $19.99. Robin Trower for Earth Below, EX $17.99. And Family Bandstand with a die-cut TV radio cover, VG Plus $14.99. Sherry Darnell, the Beatles box set is $54.99. It's a 1984 UK. Iron Maiden is at 20. Iron Maiden's at 22. Iron Maiden's at 23. So we can do it going once, going twice. Connor has the Dwight Yoakam for 20. That's going once, going twice. And Tony has the Iron Maiden for 25. I'm just going to read these titles one more time. If you see anything you want, please let me know. Let's go through them one more time. The Pretender, self-titled. These are all buy it now, best offer. $19.99. Still got the Fleetwood Mac, Jethro Tull, Bread, The Outlaws, The Beatles Live at the Star Club, Peter, Paul and Mary Reunion, Poco Blue and Gray, Pure Prairie League, Robert Plant Shaken and Stirred, Player self-titled, Little Feat, The Beatles Something New, The Beatles second album, Loverboy Get Lucky, Brewer and Shipley Tarkio, J. Giles Bloodshot, Grand Funk, We're an American Band, Pure Prairie League Firing Up, Jefferson Starship Spitfire, The Beatles, the early Beatles, Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon, The History of Otis Redding, Don Henley I Can't Stand Still, Eric Clapton Eric Clapton August, Jimmy Reed at Carnegie Hall, Jimmy Reed No Big Thing, Jethro Tull This Was, J. Giles You're Getting Even, Jethro Tull, Robin Trower and City Dreams, Robin Trower for Earth Below, Family, Bandstand, and The Beatles Historic Sessions box set. I've went through those twice. Tony's out on Iron Maiden. Final call on the Iron Maiden cassette at $30 with Jimmy LaCroix, and that means we're going to sell, I've already done a final call on this, the Dwight Yoakam to Connor Cornelius for $20. Nathaniel, Pink Floyd was VG Plus condition and a VG or VG minus cover, $34.99 VG Plus condition. It is a 1975 pressing. Okay. Let's go through, actually before I move that crate, let me see if I can dig out a few more cassettes in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are all $6.99. We have Country Rainbow, which is a compilation. I see Willie Nelson, Ann Murray, Don Williams, George Jones, Janie Freaky, George Strait, Razzie Bailey. That is $6.99, Country Rainbow. Dirty Dancing, $6.99. Miami Vice soundtrack, $6.99. Eric Clapton, Slow Hand, $6.99. And Mike and the Mechanics is $6.99. How many records is in the Beatles set? Good question. This is 3 LPs. 3 LPs. It's from Phoenix. Does it have a book? No, no book. 3 LPs. Fleetwood Mac. This is a really top copy. I mean, it's mint with the hype sticker. Album of the year, $99.99. Really nice copy. Actually, if no one makes an offer on this, I may just put it up for an auction at some point tonight. Let me put it right here in the front of this crate. Loverboy was $17.99. Iron Maiden is at $31. Loverboy was $17.99. Loverboy was $17.99, and Eric Clapton was $24.99. $24.99 on Clapton and $24.99 on August. Price on Pure Prairie League. I think there was a couple in here, but Firing Up, let's see, If the Shoe Fits was $14.99, no condition notes, and then Firing Up is EX $12.99. Info on the Beatles' second album. The Beatles' second album was an orange label, no condition notes, just $24.99. Orange capital label, very clean vinyl, just $24.99 on that, very good price. Denise, if you don't want Fleetwood Mac, we're going to sell this to Paul Brothers for $85. That's a top copy and shrink wrap of hype sticker. Sell that to Paul Brothers for $85 unless Denise wants it. We do have a new bid on Iron Maiden. Jimmy LaCroix, you're out. We have Shane Devers at $31. Gus C, 10 on Firing Up. That was Pure Prairie League. Let me find that. $10 on Firing Up. Let's see here. If I can find it. I should have pulled all those out to the front. Or did I? I did. Let's go ahead and sell that to Gus C for $10. Steven said 20 on this. Sold. Henry's Choice said 10 on Feb. What was FEB? Kara said 15 on Loverboy. That was, let's see here. 15 on Loverboy. Jimmy's at 32 on that. And was there no claims on the cassettes before I put these away? Any claims on the cassettes? What was FEB 10? Let me know on that. Country Rainbow, Dirty Dancing, Miami Vice, Eric Clapton, and Mike and the Mechanics. Those are all still available. Could we have a whole stack with no claims? Also, Kara said 20 on Eric Clapton. Now, Kara, I just need to know which one. Clapton or August or both of them. And Jimmy, Shane Devers, you're outbid on Iron Maiden. I got another Iron Maiden to sell after this one. Shane's back in at 33. While I'm in the back, what was next? We did movie. What did I say we was going to do next? Well, I'm grabbing another crate. Favorite pro sports team? I guess if you don't have a pro sports team kind of like me, I don't really. This is football, by the way. I guess you could do your favorite college football team. Favorite pro football team? Henry's Choice said Trower, FEB. So he was wanting, trying to figure out what that was. The Robin Trower we had was For Earth Below and In City Dreams. For FEB, For Earth Below. Got it. Sell that to Henry's Choice for, what do you say, 10. Oh, I just reset my feed. My bad. Let's see here. She wanted August. I've lost all my comments. So anything before that I can't really show. Yes, $10 on that. Eric Clapton was sold to Kara for $20. Right here. This is what's up for auction. Iron Maiden cassette, Number of the Beast. And I lost my high bid. I think it was at $33 with Shane Devers. Denise is going to take the Fleetwood Mac for $85. So, Paul, she is going to take the Fleetwood Mac for $85. That was everything. Tanner says we're caught up. I need to get to this crate down here on the bottom. I'm going to show some more vinyl, of course. And we're going to keep showing cassettes. But I want to get, this is the last crate I didn't get to the other night. And I have a feeling there's some titles in here there might be some people interested in. So let me get to these. And sorry I'm missing some of y'all's, while y'all are doing that, I got to step to the back. I got to create a new vinyl, but I also need to get to the back and like I said, and go ahead and be getting our next bin of vintage on standby. Let me do that right. I got our next crate of vintage on standby. I have a feeling we got some Iron Maiden buyers on. With that being said, I'm going to show a stack of Iron Maiden titles. Do not claim by putting Iron Maiden. Let me know the exact name of the album. So, for example, I've got Power Slave. If you want Power Slave, comment Power Slave. But if you put IM, I won't know which one you're looking for. So let's go through a few of these first. Pittsburgh Steelers, Raiders, Broncos, Titans, Maiden cassette, new bid. Jimmy's at 34 on the Iron Maiden cassette. So we're bidding on Number of the Beast. Jimmy's at 34. Let's see here. Jeff McMaster wants Power Slave Pass. Okay. So that's our first album. These are all new and sealed. Iron Maiden, Power Slave. Let me know exactly which one you want. First is Power Slave, $36.99. The Final Frontier is $49.99. The Final Frontier, $49.99. These are all new and sealed Iron Maiden. Power Slave is $36.99. Self-Titled is $34.99. Self-Titled, $34.99. Live After Death, $57.99. Live After Death. Peace of Mind, $38.99. Seventh Son of a Seventh Son, $34.99. No Prayer for the Dying, $34.99. And Brave New World, $54.99. Brave New World, $54.99. All right, so Shane Devers is at 35 on the Iron Maiden. Shane Devers is at 35 on Iron Maiden. Jimmy LaCroix, you're out. Nick Bargeron, the Clapton cassette. The Clapton cassette was $6.99. And then that's our all-in-stock Iron Maiden. All-in-stock Iron Maiden. We have Power Slave, Final Frontier, Self-Titled, Live After Death, Peace of Mind, Seventh Son, No Prayer for the Dying, and Brave New World. Nick said he would take the Eric Clapton cassette for $6.99. Paul, I'll put up another Japanese anime right now. We got two new Japanese auctions. We have the Beatles, 62 to 66 on red vinyl. Very, very cool. These are very desirable. The Beatles red, 62 to 66, near mint and pristine, candy red, beautiful, translucent red vinyl. There's LP number 1. Here's LP number 2. It's also extremely minty. They look amazing too. We have both original inner sleeves. We also have the Beatles insert. This particular, the red and the blues didn't come with books. They just come with the insert and the 2 LPs. There's the Obi. Very nice cover. $75 start. The Beatles 62 to 66 on red vinyl. That's a $75 start. Jimmy LaCroix. Let me know if you're in or out on Iron Maiden. Shane Devers has that for $35. Let me know if you're in or out. Paul, I've got some more anime for you. The first is Macros. Macros. This is going to be a $25 start. SDF Macros, $25 start. That's about all I can tell you about it, Mr. Paul Brothers. $25 start. It is a gatefold. Paul said to show the gatefolds because a lot of them are booklets, as you can see. So I don't know if I even did on the first couple, but most of these are gatefolds with booklets, with page information, etc. That is Macros, Japanese anime soundtrack, $25 start. All right, we're about to sell Iron Maiden. The comment section got really quiet. And final call on those cassettes, Country, Rainbow, Dirty Dancing, Miami Vice, and Mike and the Mechanics, $6.99. I've got more cassettes to show in just a moment. Let's go ahead and go through this crate very quickly. We have Blink 182, blue and red splatter vinyl, Buddha, Blink 182, $31.99. Paul's at $25 on Macros. Delight, World Click, that's from Music on Vinyl, $38.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan, In Step. Stevie Ray Vaughan, In Step, that's a Music on Vinyl remaster, $38.99. The Crow soundtrack, Brandon Lee, The Crow, 2LP with Crow etching, $38.99. Also, U2 War, $31.99 for U2 War. Neck Deep, Rain in July, 10th Anniversary Orange Vinyl, $28.99. Black Flag Damaged, $36.99. Got 2 copies of that, Black Flag Damage. Rancid is $29.99. Let me see what else I missed here. Let me go back up to the top, make sure Jimmy hadn't already set out on this. I missed a comment from Jerry Stone. Just got back from the show at the Grand Ole Opry. Vince Gill, fantastic. Jerry's in town, as y'all seen from the post I made today, from North Carolina. First time in Nashville, first time in Tennessee. Or first time in Nashville, I guess I should say, and Lebanon. All right, I got to go ahead and sell this. I lost contact. Oh, he did say out. Jimmy, sorry, you did say out. Shane gets that for $35, Tanner. Number of the Beast. Final call if you want in on the Beatles at $75, and final call on Macros for $25. There's more Iron Maiden, Brave New World, $54.99. Also, Bluest Occult, Tyranny and Mutation, 50th anniversary on blue vinyl, $44.99. Tears for Fears, The Hurting. Tears for Fears, The Hurting, $44.99. Abbey Road Half-Speed Master. Bob Marley and the Wailers, yellow and black splatter vinyl, $29.99. And we have Hank 3. Lovesick, Broken, Drifting. Hank 3 is $31.99. My Morning Jacket, $39.99. My Morning Jacket and Star Wars Stories. Music from The Mandalorian, Rogue One, and Solo. Star Wars is $44.99. Jeff H. is in on the Beatles. Final call. We're about to sell that to him then. Steve Miller Band's Greatest Hits, $36.99. Tigers of Pantang. Tigers of Pantang is $38.99. Tony Barrar wants the Star Wars Stories. Sell that to Tony. Hercules soundtrack from Disney, $28.99, and Pocahontas soundtrack from Disney, $28.99. Cactus, self-titled from Music on Vinyl, $38.99, and The Fall, the Marshall Suite, $44.99. Cornelius put SM for maybe Steve Miller. If so, let me know if that's right, $36.99. Let's go ahead and sell the Beatles to Jeff H. for $75, and we'll sell Paul Brothers Macros for $25. That's also sold to Paul Brothers. Jeff? Or Paul, I've got a couple more. I think you may be the only one interested, so how about I bundle the last 3 instead of selling them individually? We'll put them all together in one lot. I was going to start these at 20, 15, and 15, so we'll bundle them for 15, 15, 30, and 20 for 50. So let's start all these for $50. This is Symphonic Suite, Crusher Joe. Symphonic Suite, Crusher Joe. They're all very nice Japanese copies. This was a really cool one. Some interesting artwork on here. And this is Yamato, I Adore the Eternity of Love. That has an obi with it. $50 start for all 3 of these. And Zabungle Volume 2. $50 start for all 3 of those anime soundtrack. Okay, Connor, I've got you down for Steve Miller Band. Rush, Clockwork Angels, 2LP. Rush is $39.99. Clockwork Angels. Also, Sid Barrett, The Madcap Laugh. Sid Barrett of Pink Floyd, $36.99. The Black Crowes Lions, that's on pink vinyl. The Black Crowes Lions, $39.99. Counting Crows, August and Everything After, $49.99. James Taylor Live, $49.99. Social Distortion, $44.99 for Social Distortion. And Limp Bizkit, Significant Other. That's my last 2 copies of Limp Bizkit, Significant Other, $44.99. $99. Sean says, I wish I could get one of almost everything in this bin. Sean, I'm looking forward for you to winning the lottery. I hope you bought your tickets every day. When you hit, we're all retiring. If you hit that $1 billion, you're going to give everybody watching $100,000 as well. You can afford it. I started chugging water, and Tanner was like, I hope your mic is muted. It was. All right, Tony Bazaar wants Limp Biscuit. That's so to Tony Bazaar. Also, someone asked, did you have Somewhere in Time? I did not have that one. And you got a Budgie in the Kill. I do not have that either. Paul has the bundle for $50. Final call was the MMJ colored vinyl, the My Morning Jacket. My Morning Jacket, I don't see that on the hype sticker. I don't see that on the hype sticker. Live Volume 3, $39.99. Let's see here. Let's put up another Japanese auction. John Denver. I hope David Johnson's still watching. John Denver is a $15 start. This one is called Some Days Are Diamonds. But who else was bidding on these earlier? Connor? Somebody else was bidding on John Denver. Some Days Are Diamonds. This is near mint and pristine Japanese vinyl. This is a 2-page flip. And this is got the cover with the Obi. That's a $15 star. It was open up and say, oh, repress what color vinyl? It was a repress on black vinyl. John Denver is a $15 star. Anybody else on anything in this crate? I knew we was going to sell at least one Limp Biscuit. If not, I'm going to sort all those away in alphabetical order. Probably sometime late tonight or tomorrow. And let's go through a bin of Buy It Now Best Offer. Buy It Now Best Offer. Now, who did we sell the poison to when the show first started? Was that you, Brooks? Who bought the poison when the show first started? Because we only had one copy of that. I'm still waiting for Look What the Cat Dragged In to come back into print. David Johnson's at $15 on that. And the price on Counting Crows was $49.99. Let's go ahead and sell Paul Brothers the bundle for $50. Those are all sold to Paul Brothers for $50. Thank you. Paul, I can probably get some more of those from Japan. I won't buy the whole country out, but if you're interested in more, I definitely can get them. So let's get some more $6.99 cassettes going. We have the best of the Guess Who. These are all $6.99 cassettes. $6.99 cassettes, the best of the Guess Who. Graham Parker, Squeezing Out Sparks. Also Graham Parker, the Parkerilla. Frank Zappa, apostrophe. Frank Zappa, apostrophe. And George Thorogood and the Destroyers, Better Than the Rest. Those are all $6.99. The best of the Guess Who, Graham Parker and the Rumor, Squeezing Out Sparks, Graham Parker and the Rumor, the Parkezilla, Frank Zappa, apostrophe, and George Thorogood, Better Than the Rest. Those are all $6.99 cassettes. So David's at $15 on John Denver, Connor's at $16, Jacob's at $17, David's at $17, and Brian C. wants the Frank Zappa cassette for $6.99. Jeff McMaster takes both Graham Parkers. I'm assuming ×2. I'll wait for him to confirm. $6.99 and $6.99. That leaves the best of the Guess Who. Great songs. These Eyes, American Woman, Undone, No Sugar Tonight. That is $6.99, and George Thorogood. Those still available. All right, let's do another bin of Buy It Now Best Offer. John Denver's at $20, and we've got another slot. Let's get another auction going. Let's make it Rod Stewart, Footloose and Fancy Free. Rod Stewart, Footloose and Fancy Free. A near mint and pristine Japanese pressing. $25 start. $25 start. Rod Stewart, Footloose and Fancy Free. There's a Japanese insert. This comes with a booklet. Whoa, I've never seen this before. Very cool. Rod Stewart, Footloose and Fancy Free. It's a full-page color booklet. Tells information, lyrics, very cool pictures. Never seen that before. And it has a very nice cover of Obi. Top quality on that one. That is a $25 start. Have I been through this crate? No, I haven't. John Denver is at $20. John Denver is at $22, and Leslie's at $25 on Rod Stewart. The Monkees headquarters is in shrink wrap. VG copy for $9.99. Let's go see some vintage. Buy It Now Best Offer. The Monkees headquarters. Leon Russell, Will-O-the-Wisp. VG, $9.99. Leon Russell, Will-O-the-Wisp. Al Stewart, Alice Cooper, Muscle of Love. VG Plus condition, $39.99. It comes in the original box. VG Plus, $39.99. David's at $22 on John Denver, going once, going twice. Actually, that's now going twice, going 3 times, and so is Rod Stewart. Those are both final calls. Link Ray and the Ray Men, a VG copy for $74.99. Link Ray and the Ray Men. That is by Link Ray, VG $74.99. Chris Gardner wants the Alice Cooper. That's sold to Chris Gardner. Al Cooper, I Stand Alone, VG plus $14.99. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, Maverick, VG plus $14.99. Jacob Harris is backing on John Denver. We have, what did I do with the other Iron Maiden cassette? I must have laid it somewhere. Did I put it back in here? Oh, I probably flipped it around here. I did. Here's the other Iron Maiden cassette. Same start as the other one. Iron Maiden, made in Japan, $10 start. Iron Maiden, made in Japan, $10 start on that. So we got a new bid on John Denver, and let's go ahead and sell Rod Stewart then to Leslie Holt for $25. I'll lay that there. That means John Denver is going over here in one slot. David's at 22. Jacob Harris is at 23. Iron Maiden 15 and 15. Do you want anything from Cookout? Yeah, I ate there last night, but I'll eat there again. I'll let them. I won't even mute my mic. I'll announce my order right now. Cookout tray. I'll take chicken strips with the 2 chicken quesadillas, and go ahead and give me a large sweet tea, and I will gladly Venmo you $8, maybe even 10. 10 for the drive. Addison's negotiating. Okay, 10 for the drive. Does anybody else want any Cookout while Addison's taking orders? It's very expensive if we're going to ship it to you, and it's going to show up old and cold. But we'll sell it to you. All right, the Iron Maiden is made in Japan cassette. John Denver, 23, made in 15. Nick said he'd give $10.99 for Maverick. Sell that to Nick Bargeron. Scotty Hops wants the Monkeys. Scotty, happy birthday again. It was your birthday a couple days ago, wasn't it? I'm going to go ahead and tell you happy birthday again, Scotty Hops. There's the Monkeys. I love the Monkeys. That's sold to you. Iron Maiden's at 2016. Sean says he'll take some onion rings. Shakedown wants a sweet tea. And Tyler Browning wants a cherry wine. Kyle said he'd just drive over. He'll just go pick it up himself. Jackson 5, Skyrider. That's a VG Plus for $17.99. And Arlo Guthrie, Last of the Brooklyn Cowboys, VG Plus $14.99. Where are we at on John Denver? David Johnson, you've been outbid. Jacob Harris has that for $23. Jacob has that for $23. Tanya Tucker, TNT, is VG Plus $9.99. Nick Bargeron for $10.99. That's Maverick, the Maverick comment. Okay, the original Telstar. What a cool cover. The Sounds of the Tornadoes. VG Plus $29.99. The Doors, self-titled debut. EX $32.99. The Doors, EX $32.99. And Bachman Turner Overdrive, Head On, VG Plus $9.99. Derek and the Dominoes, In Concert. That's VG Plus $24.99. And Arlo Guthrie, Washington County, VG Plus $14.99. John Denver, or excuse me, the Doors label. Of course, drum roll, it's a red Electra label. Red Electra label on the Doors, self-titled. What a staple in music history. Break On Through, Soul Kitchen, love that one. The Crystal Ship, 20th Century Fox, Alabama Song, Light My Fire, wow. Backdoor Man, I Looked at You, End of the Night, Take It As It Comes. That's a good deep cut. And then, of course, the end. Denise Harrison wants TT for Tanya Tucker. And actually, we have a new bid on John Denver, but this time it's with Connor, $24. Iron Maiden is at $20 with Shane Devers. Shane Devers is at $20 on Iron Maiden. High bid on that. Brooks Vaughter gets the Doors for $30. Sell that to Brooks Vaughter. Tony, you were second asking the price. Eternal Elvis. This is a red vinyl unofficial from Elvis. VG Plus $49.99. And Denise Harrison says she'll take the BTO. I was about to say something to Denise. It's like Denise has been buying every BTO album. That's so to Denise. Elvis is on red vinyl. VG Plus $49.99. Final call on these auctions. Iron Maiden. Made in Japan cassette. Shane Devers, $20. Final call. John Denver's at $24 with Connor Cornelius. Final call. Exile, Mixed Emotions, $9.99. Sean's on Iron Maiden at $21. The Bing Crosby Collection, $9.99. Tony's back in on Iron Maiden at $22. Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding, $34.99. An original Columbia. Actually, no, it's a second label. We had one the other night. I thought that was the same one. This is not. This is the second label. By the way, everything's buy now best offer, so don't hesitate to make offers on anything. And let's pull out a few more $6.99 cassettes. Hope everybody's ready. $6.99 cassettes. We've got 1, 2, 3. One. That scared me. That was a moth. Wow, is this a Van Morrison bootleg cassette? Let's show this first. Van Morrison, Bottom Line, New York City. That looks like an unofficial bootleg. Van Morrison, $6.99. Bottom Line, 1978. If Sherry Darnell's watching, she'll buy that. Jackson Browne, World in Motion. That's a later album of his. It's not as easy to find. We have Don Williams, One Good Whale. That's very late. I don't see that too often. Don Williams is $6.99. La Bamba Soundtrack. La Bamba Soundtrack, $6.99. And the greatest hits of Eddie Money. 2 Tickets to Paradise. But my favorite songs are, let's see here, Baby Hold On. Yep, Shakin'. Take Me Home Tonight. $6.99 on all those. Okay, Iron Maiden. We did get a new bid, 21. Iron Maiden, 22. Iron Maiden, 25. Sean's out. Jackie said Tracks on Exile. Tony's out on Iron Maiden. Jeff McMaster wants the Van Morrison unofficial cassette, $6.99. He also gets the Eddie Money cassette for $6.99. That leaves La Bamba, Don Williams, and Jackson Browne. Those are all $6.99. That means John Denver is sold to Connor Cornelius for $24. That's sold to Connor for $24. And we have Dean Martin, Young and Foolish, $9.99. The Kinks, Give the People What They Want, EX $12.99. Ry Cooder Jazz is $16.99. Country's Greatest Hits, Volume 2, $24.99 for Country's Greatest Hits, and Bing Crosby's All-Time Hit Parade, $9.99. We might do that bin of Japanese Buy It Now blowout sooner than later. So here before long, actually at the conclusion of all of our new Japanese LPs auctions, we'll do a bin of Japanese Buy It Now blowout price. They'll all be one price. We usually do this after a few weeks, whatever's left, and that's what we do. We sell everything that's left. Let's start this. This has the Obi with it. It just needs to be put back on the cover. Actually, I saw Seth do this the other night. Let's see if I can do it. It doesn't take too much work. You just got to flex the cover a little bit. I don't know about that. Yeah, Tanner, maybe Tanner can put it on there. We'll try, though. Let's give it 1 second while I introduce what it is, though. This is Rod Stewart Absolutely Live. And this is a great Japanese, this is a great album, live tracks of Rod Stewart. $25 start. It also includes these Japanese inserts. It has 2 inserts and the original or another insert. So, yeah, there's 3 inserts in there. It does have the Obi, which we're going to try to put it on. It's not ripped or torn. It just needs to be put back on there. And yeah, it has both inner sleeves, the Japanese inserts, and the vinyl is near mint and pristine. It does have the Obi, just needs to be put back on the cover, which Tanner's going to try to do right now. $25 start on that. What's on Country's Greatest Hits? Give me a second. Well, actually, I can't read it all, but some of the artists are Johnny Cash, Marty Robbins, Stonewall Jackson, Jimmy Dean, Carl Perkins. A lot of classic country from Columbia. That's any artist that was on the Columbia label, $24.99. We have John Ambrosic said 7 on the Kinks. Give the People What They Want. Go ahead and sell that into John for 7. Leslie's at 25 on Rod Stewart. Jackie said 7 on Exile. Let's go ahead and sell that to Jackie for 7. And Romulu's at 27 on Rod Stewart. That means we can go ahead and sell Iron Maiden cassette too. That's sold to Shane Devers for $25. That's sold to Shane Devers for $25. I'm getting quite the cassette build up here. Let me move some of these around before they all fall and crash. Let me put them over here in the Japanese bin. Lots of great titles still there for $6.99 that didn't sell the first time around. I think Tanner's got the Obi on. That just increased the value quite a bit. Let's see here. All right. Let's see what I've got. I was wanting to peek at the bottom layer. I was wanting to peek at the bottom layer and see what else we have. I'll do the next stack in just a second. All right, so Tanner's got it fixed. Now it has the Obi on the cover. Very good. Has the Obi on the cover. Leslie was at Romelu 27. Jacob Harris, I think, wants the country's greatest hits, but somebody asked about it. Who asked about it? Jacob Harris asked what's on it. He says he'll take it. That's so to Jacob Harris. Rolling Stones 28. Rolling Stones 30, or excuse me, Rod Stewart 28, Rod Stewart 30, Rod Stewart 31, Rod Stewart 32, Rod Stewart 33, Rod Stewart 33, and Denise, you're a little late. High bids $25 or $33. Naz is on red vinyl. It's a Rhino repress, but it is on red vinyl. $24.99 for Naz. Also, the Beatles Christmas album. This isn't unofficial. It's a bootleg. It's the Beatles Christmas album. $64.99. It's a bootleg unofficial. The Best of Arlo Guthrie. $19.99, and Brenda Lee, LA Sessions, $9.99. The Beatles for sale, that's a remaster for $34.99. The Beatles for sale. Next Japanese auction is going to be the Commodores in the pocket. This is going to be just a $15 start. The Commodores in the pocket. Pristine, near mint minus, Japanese pressing. Commodores, $15 start. There's one LP. There's the booklet. There's the cover of Obi. It also includes something else in here. It has a solicitation from the Commodores. $15 start on that. Southside Johnny is $9.99. The Beatles is in stereo. Scott Smith, the Beatles is in stereo. Dave Edmunds Twangin' is $14.99. Wayne Carr's at $15 on the Commodores. Gene Autry's Golden Hits is $9.99. The Crew Cut Sing, $9.99. Porter Wagner, Blue Moon of Kentucky, 2LP, $14.99. If I get these back, stand up correctly, please. Connor's at $16 on the Commodores. So Romelu has Rod Stewart for $35. It's near mint and pristine, both inner sleeves, the inserts, and Obi. $35 is the high bid. Romelu, you have it. That's now a final call. The Commodores is now at $17. The Platters, Reflections. The Platters is $9.99. Leslie's back in at $36. Leslie's back in at $36 on that. Louis Killen, Old Songs, Old Friends, $19.99. John Lennon, Rock and Roll Music. Great early rock and roll covers from John Lennon. That's a UK pressing on the Apple label, $24.99. Leslie's at $36 on Rod Stewart. Romelu's at $20 on the Commodores. Jonathan Butler, 2LP, $14.99. We have Blue Cheer. That's a VG copy for $34.99. Blue Cheer. Also, Pete Seeger, Circles and Seasons. Pete Seeger is $9.99 for Pete Seeger. Otis Redding and Carla Thomas. A 67 mono from Stax. VG Plus condition, $39.99. Romelu's at $38 on Rod Stewart. The Mike Curb Congregation is VG Plus, $9.99. Buddy Holly, The Nashville Sessions, is a UK copy, $24.99. Country Casanova, Commander Cody and the Lost Planet Airmen, $19.99. Leslie's at $40 on Rod Stewart. Romelu's at $20 on the Commodores. Tommy's out, so the Commodores are between Connor and Romelu. Romelu has it for $20. Leslie's at $40 on Rod Stewart. The Greatest of Nat King Cole, Volume 1, $19.99. A Curious Feeling, Tony Banks. Tony Banks from Genesis, $19.99. Connor's also out on the Commodores, so final call on that. Laura Nero, New York Kenda Berry. Laura Nero is $19.99. Danny Joe Brown and the Danny Joe Brown Band, $14.99. Ricky Lee Jones Pirates. Ricky Lee Jones Pirates is $14.99. New bid on the Commodores. David Williams is at $22. Who was the other bidder on Rod Stewart? Romelu. Romelu, let me know if you're in or out on Rod Stewart, because Leslie has that for $40. Billy Joel, Songs in the Attic, $14.99 for Billy Joel, Songs in the Attic. Tommy Flower said he'd give $9.99 for Danny Joe Brown. That was the lead singer of Molly Hatchet. That's so to Tommy Flowers. Elton John, The Fox, $19.99. Also, Albert Lee, Hiding. Albert Lee is $19.99. Tales of Mystery and Imagination, Edgar Allan Poe. Alan Parsons Project, $19.99. Mike Oldfield, Tubular Bells soundtrack, theme from The Exorcist or The Exorcist soundtrack. Aerosmith, Done with Mirrors, $29.99 for Aerosmith. Also, The Cat, Jimmy Smith, $24.99. Procol Harum, $19.99. Exotic Birds and Fruits, and the Rolling Stones Still Life, VG Plus, $24.99. Leslie gets Rod Stewart for $40, and the Commodores is at $22. I need to know if Romelu, I lost him. He never did say if he was in or out on Rod Stewart. I had to go ahead and sell that one. But Romelu, if you're there, let me know if you're out on the Commodores at 22. If not, or if you are, I'm going to go ahead and sell it. I'm down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Japanese pressings we have not auctioned. I think we've already sold one of these tonight. So here's another. This is Live Cream Volume 2, Near Mint Minus and Pristine. I think we've already sold one of these. Yep, this is the one with Sunshine of Your Love, Hideaway, Deserted Series of the Heart, White Room, Politician. This is a $35 start. It is Near Mint Minus and Pristine Japanese vinyl. It has the Japanese insert with it, and it has a really nice cover with Obi. That is a $35 start. Tubular Bells was $19.99. Ryan Chris, $14.99. $14.99 on Tubular Bells. Tawana offered $20 for John Lennon. Sold. That was a nice UK copy of that. Sell that for $20 to Tawana Bennett. Commodores. Romelu has got back on. Romelu, it's at $22. You missed Rod Stewart. I had to go ahead and sell it, but that's at $22. I was actually just about to sell that. I try to wait for everybody to say out, but if I don't hear from you for a while, I have to go ahead and sell it. Ryan, I will take 10 for Tubular Bells. Commodores is at 22. You can bid, or I'm going to go ahead and sell it. Live Cream Volume 2. I've already sold one tonight. There's another one. Near Mint Minus and Pristine with the Eric Clapton Obi. $35 start. I'm going to read through these titles one more time. Please make offers or please buy. One of the two. First is Leon Russell. We also had Link Ray, Al Cooper, I Stand Alone, Jackson 5 Skyrider, Arlo Guthrie, Telstar, Sounds of the Tornadoes, Derek and the Dominoes in concert, Arlo Guthrie, Washington County, Eternal Elvis bootleg, Bob Dylan, Bing Crosby, Dean Martin, Ry Cooter, Bing Crosby, Naz, The Beatles, Arlo Guthrie, Brenda Lee, The Beatles, Southside Johnny, Dave Edmonds, Gene Autry, The Crew Cuts, Porter Wagner, The Platters, Louis Killen, Jonathan Butler, and Blue Cheer. Connor says J5 price. Jackson 5 Skyrider. That was VG Plus condition, $17.99. Would you take 50 for the Beatles? How much was Link Ray? Sale Brent Alverson, The Beatles Christmas for 50. Link Ray was a VG for $74.99. Link Ray and the Raywind. Don't get that too often. Also about a VG cover, yellow and black Epic label. Next was, do you have Bon Jovi Crossroads new? I think we have a waiting list for those. They're going to be back in on Monday, Brooks, if you want one for next week's invoice, the next invoice. Yeah, those will be back in on Monday. Red vinyl, $46.99. Terry said SS John, $5. SS John, $5. Southside Johnny, this would be $8, Terry Westwood, if you want that. Denise also put PW. Let's see. Anytime I'm recapping a crate, if you can take an extra moment to type it out, it would help me a lot because some of these I don't remember. I think Porter Wagner was $14.99. If that's PW, Porter Wagner is $14.99. Connor, I will sell you the Jackson 5 for 10. We're also going to sell Terry Westwood that for 8. And price we've done with mirrors. That was Aerosmith in the front. Usually abbreviations are fine when I'm doing the crate, but when we're going back through it, I read 200 different titles, actually about 50, and sometimes I can't recall maybe what I had just read. So Aerosmith done with mirrors, has the original inner sleeve, very clean vinyl, $29.99. Denise said she'd take Porter Wagner. We had Brent Alverson, Link Ray, $60, sold. Also, the Commodores are sold to David Williams for $22. If anybody wants Live Cream, that's only the third Japanese record that did not get a bid tonight. Live Cream is a $35 buy it now. And Greg says we take 22. That's also sold. Connor Gene Autry was $9.99 in shrink wrap. Kara offered $35 for Counting Crows, but Counting Crows is a new LP. Kara, that is sticker price at $49.99. Next two Japanese auctions. We have the Graduate soundtrack. Paul Simon, music by Simon and Garfunkel. These are two Japanese pressings. Next up for bid, the Graduate soundtrack has the Obi. This is just going to be a $15 start. Near Mint Minus and Pristine Japanese vinyl. This is the Obi. It actually just needs to be folded. Here's how this one works. It has to be folded and put along the top. So I don't know how you want to do that. You could just slip it in a sleeve and keep it that way. But Simon & Garfunkel does have the Obi. It also has the booklet insert in the gatefold. There is some foxing. There is some foxing on the inside of it. Not really visible on the outside of the cover. There's the Simon & Garfunkel. There is some foxing on the Obi. That does have it, though. $15 start. Also, Wham! Fantastic. This is another near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. Just a $25 start on Wham! Fantastic. Just a $25 start. There's the LPs. There's the LP. There is the book that comes with it. Wham! For naughty boys and girls. It has pictures and information and lyrics. There's the cover. Does have some spot foxing on the back. The front cover has really nothing on it. That's a $25 start. So $15 on the Graduate and $25 for Wham! Fantastic. Tanner, I know that was a lot of activity in there. If you have any questions, let me know. 22 on Done with Mirrors. Greg Preston. Connor, I will do this for $8. That would be 20% off on that one. Okay, we have Pete Seeger. Here's what else is left in here. Pete Seeger, also Otis Redding, the Mike Curb Congregation, Buddy Holly, Country Casanova, the greatest of Nat King Cole, Tony Banks, Laura Nero, Ricky Lee Jones, Billy Joel, Elton John, Alan Parsons, Albert Lee, Jimmy Smith, Procol Harum, and the Rolling Stones. Looking for $25 and $15 starts on those. They're going to be sold pretty quick, so be sure you get your bids in quick. And let me see what we've got over here. Let's go through another crate to do buy it now, best off. It does the fox and clean off. No, that's a permanent discoloration on the cover. It's from exposure to humidity. It kind of pretty much just changes the color of the paper. We see it here in Tennessee with old paper, but it usually don't spot. It just turns the whole page a different color. I forgot to tell you I was walking to the back, so my mic might have went out. But I was walking to the back to get another crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. I was also going to go through a crate of new vinyl very quickly from earlier tonight, because I know there's some people watching that have asked multiple times to please go through the new vinyl from tonight. So let me do that right now. We have a lot of great new vinyl from tonight. I think I can condense it all into one crate. It won't take that long to breeze through those one more time. Let me do that now. I'm going to put them all here in this gray crate. Just brought up another crate of vintage to go through. I'll do that as well. Sorry I'm out of breath. I just carried a 40-pound crate of records up front. That gets you out of breath pretty fast. And we have Greatest of Nat King Cole. Connor, was that a yes for Gene Autry, by the way? I never did hear you say yes or no for Gene Autry for 8. And the Greatest Hits of Nat King Cole. What did I do with that one? Let's see. That was right here. Greatest Hits of Nat King Cole. That was 1999. 1999. Boy, that cookout sounds pretty good. Or smells pretty good. We might have to take a break, but it's awfully late. I was going to take a break at like 9:30, and we slipped by. Time expired on us. Tonight has flown by. We've been very busy. Tanner says we can go to 12 or 1:30. Okay. Thomas bid 15 on the Graduate. David bid 16. Terry bid 20. Connor says he's going to pass on Gene Autry. Who wants Wham for a $25 Buy It Now? Wham, fantastic. Those albums are not in print in the United States. Rob Zombie, American-made music to strip by, $33.99. Korn Issues is $36.99. Thomas Bowman says he'll take Wham for a $25 Buy It Now. Tony Barrar wants Rob Zombie. Out on that, Tony Barrar got Rob Zombie. We have Adele 21, $31.99 for Adele. Tony Barrar also wants Korn. So Rob Zombie and Korn both sold to Tony. Also, Mr. Big, Lean Into It, $38.99. Leslie also wanted a Rob Zombie. Let's put her on a waiting list for Rob Zombie. Those will be back in next week. Allison Krauss and Union Station, Paper Airplane, $36.99. By the way, Terry Westwood has the high bid on the Graduate for $20. David and Thomas, you're out. Let me know if you're out for good. If so, we'll sell that to Terry for $20. We have Adele 25 for $31.99. David Hilton's back in on The Graduate for $21. So two different Adele albums, 25 and 21 on Adele. They're both $31.99. Taylor Swift Fearless, the Platinum Edition, $31.99. We also finally got the restock we needed of Led Zeppelin Presence, $31.99, the classic album remastered, gatefold. U2, How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb, red vinyl, $36.99. The Doors, Morrison Hotel, $31.99. Denise Harrison wants Adele. Denise, let me know if you want Adele 25 or Adele 21. If you want either one of those, or if you want both of them, let me know. Adele 21 or Adele 25. We'll lay those right there in pending. David Hilton's at 26 on The Graduate. And Dokken, Breaking the Chains. That is on colored vinyl, $44.99. Scott wants a Presence, and so does Tawana. That's one of the missing Led Zeppelin albums in that discography we haven't had in a while. Let's sell one to Scott. Let's sell one to Tawana. Did you get my wait list on U2? Yes, U2. Well, let's see. No Line on the Horizon. Which one was that, Darren? Now, if that was for Songs of Innocence or Experience, one of those wasn't available. I don't know if that's in this crate or not. Remind me what that was. Graduate 28. Denise wants both Adeles. David's out. So Thomas has The Graduate for 28. There's Dokken, Breaking the Chains. And then here's a Neil Young live unofficial. This is $29.99. Darren Davis, I did not have you on a waiting list for U2. Unless that was earlier this week, but I don't think it was. So let's go ahead and sell that to Darren Davis. Scotty Hypes wants a Mr. Big. That was Lean Into It. And that was right back here. Let's sell that to Scotty Hypes. We got one each of the Adeles left. This was a Neil Young unofficial called Touch the Sky. I'm pretty sure it's live, but I really can't remember what this was. It's from Parachute, so it's a very good unofficial. That's only $29.99. I think everybody's out on The Graduate. So Thomas Bowman has that for $28. That's a final call. And The Doors, LA Woman. That's pressed at RTI, $31.99. All right, we're about to sell that Japanese pressing, and we're going to move on to the next two, which is the Carpenters, and I think this is really cool. Zubin Mehta conducts suites from Star Wars. Very cool, and it's a foil cover, and we're only going to start this at $15. Zubin Mehta conducts suites from Star Wars and Close Encounters of the Third Kind with the Los Angeles Philharmonic Orchestra. It includes the Japanese insert, and it's got an obi with it. Is it gatefold? It's no, it's a single pocket. It's very thick though. Foil cover. That's a $15 start. That's very cool. Let's go ahead and sell The Graduate to Thomas Bowman for $28, and our next Japanese pressing is going to be the Carpenters. That I believe is a hits compilation for a $15 start. The Carpenters is a $15 start. This is, I think it's just, Golden Prize, which is like a hits compilation. $15 start. We've only just begun with the Superstar, Rainy Days and Mondays. That is a $15 start. There is the Japanese insert, Golden Prize Volume 2. There's a Japanese lyric book. The cover, very nice. I don't really see any foxing on this one. Maybe just a couple spots on the back of the obi. And there, $15 start. There's the Carpenters. All right, Star Wars, 15, 15, 16, 25, 18, 30, and 35. Carpenters, 15. John Mayer, Continuum, $39.99. John Mayer, Continuum. Whitesnake, 87, 30th Anniversary Edition, $59.99. 2LP Remaster. The Door, self-titled, $31.99. And Bongzilla, Methods for Attaining Extreme Altitudes. Bongzilla is $29.99. Bongzilla. And those are new. All right, Carpenters 15, Carpenters 15. Rich Recore wants John Mayer, Continuum. That's sold to Rich Recore. How much was Dokken? Breaking the Chains was $44.99. That's either on red or silver vinyl. It's from Friday Music. They do very good jobs, very high quality recordings. Star Wars is at 40 and the Carpenters at 20. So this crate here is what is left. We have Adele 21 and Adele 25. Those are $31.99. Adele and Adele. Alison Krauss and Union Station, Paper Airplane, $36.99. Taylor Swift Fearless, Platinum Edition, $31.99. Led Zeppelin Presence. We've sold 6 tonight. We've got 4 left. $31.99. Also, the Morrison Hotel, $31.99. There's 3 Doors albums. They're all classics. Morrison Hotel, LA Woman, and of course, their self-titled debut album. Those are all $31.99. So 3 Doors albums. Neil Young is $29.99. Whitesnake, that album is not in print in the U.S. This is a UK import, 30th anniversary edition. Bongzilla and Dokken. Bongzilla and Dokken. Glad we went back through those again. Just made another dent in those. I've got a little bit more new vinyl I'll show in just a second, which will be a recap of that next to last crate that I had shown after that. All right, I brought up a crate of vintage to go through. All buy it now, best offer. Let's do that next. Vintage buy it now, best offer. Well, we're getting close to the Japanese blowout. We are. We got to sell these 2. I've got 1 more to auction, and then I'm going to bring those over. I'll do that in just a second. We're getting closer. David's eyelids may be getting heavy. Star Wars is now at 50. The Carpenter's at 22. Let's do some vintage buy it now best offer. Neil Young Harvest, a classic album. VG Plus $24.99. Neil Young Harvest, VG Plus $24.99. The Yellow Submarine. This is EX $26.99. That's a 2012 stereo remaster of Yellow Submarine. 180 gram. Very nice. Those sound incredible. $26.99. Ringo Starr, Stop and Smell the Roses. That's in shrink wrap, EX $17.99. Steve Miller Band, Anthology, VG Plus $16.99. Conway Twitty, Golden Archive Series. This is a Conway Twitty compilation. It's also on a promo label from MGM, yellow promo label, VG Plus condition, $11.99. And the Trogs, the vintage years, including their hit Wild Thing, VG Plus $17.99. Leslie Holt wants Conway Twitty. By the way, Scott Jokumstaller is the high bidder on the Carpenter. Scott has this for $22. That's a final call. It also looks like Connor and Tony are still battling out over Star Wars. They're having a lightsaber battle via Facebook right now. Connor's at $51 on that. That's going once, going twice. Romelu is the new high bidder on the Carpenters at $25. Romelu has the Carpenters for $25. Leslie got Conway. Connor, you were second. This is Big Jim Sullivan, Sitar Beat. Big Jim Sullivan, Sitar Beat. Mono, white label promo, VG copy. VG copy for $19.99. Tony is at 52 on Star Wars. That's now going twice, going 3 times because Connor says he's out. Pink Floyd, Uma Guma is EX $49.99. This is a 69 US press of Pink Floyd, Uma Guma, EX $49.99. More miles, Buddy Miles per gallon. More miles per gallon, that's Buddy Miles. VG Plus $14.99. And we have the Hollies Greatest Hits in shrink wrap, EX condition, excuse me, EX condition, $16.99. Not bad at EX in shrink wrap, the Hollies Greatest Hits. That is $16.99. Okay, so the high bid on Star Wars is Tony Barara at $50. Just in case anybody else is wanting to bid, Tony Barara has the Star Wars album here at $50. Final call. Scott's out on the Carpenter, so Romelu has that for $25. Final call. Buck Buchanan on the Sitar Beat. Buck, if you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. Make sure you contact our website, which we're going to send a link right now, unless you have a Facebook page. If you do have a Facebook page, send us a message, or we're going to share a link to our website right now. And when you get that, click on that. It's basically a link to shopcollectco.com. Because you're on YouTube, we need your information. You can't DM us on YouTube, but you can fill out that form where we can get your information. $7 in limited shipping. So while we're live for the rest of the night, as much as you buy, $7 in limited shipping. That's sold to Buck Buchanan. Connor said 20 for CT. If that's for Conway Twitty, it's already sold. Leslie Holt got that for $14.99. These are not auctions. These are just first come, first serve. Even if you would have offered $50, Leslie got it for the sticker price of $14 or $11, however much it was. It may have been $11.99. This is sold, the Carpenters is sold to Romelu for $25, and Star Wars is sold to Tony Barara for $15. These are all first come, first serve. If you're not first, you're last in this bin. The auctions, we can bid until your face turns purple. But these are first come, first serve. Cycle of the Moon, Prophet. I don't know a lot about Prophet, but they're on Megaforce, and they look like a hard rock hair metal band. No Obi, $20 start. Cycle of the Moon, Prophet. This is a $20 start. It has a Japanese insert with it. They're on Megaforce, so that tells you a lot. And it looks like it's a promo. This is a promo sticker. Let me see if the label's a promo. Now, I do know a little bit of Japanese. I know when I see these three symbols right here, those three symbols right there. Nope, not those. Maybe. Wait a minute. I think it's those. I know these for sure. That's a promo label. That's a promo label for sure. A promo sticker on the back of the cover. Profit, Cycle of the Moon, $20 start on that. That's up for bid. So, the Japanese bin, I will do that after we finish this crate. The Best of Barbara Lewis, white label promo, VG Plus $17.99. The Best of Barbara Lewis. We also have the Battle of Northwest 6, Keith Hartley Band, VG Plus $16.99, 69 US Press. Marshall Tucker Band, Searching for a Rainbow, EX $16.99. Music from North Vietnam and South Vietnam. Sung Poetry of the North and Theater Music of the South. So essentially, music from Vietnam. VG Plus $14.99 with the booklet. Michael Marth is at $20 on Profit. American Contemporary Electronic. This was at one time in a library. This is a VG copy for $14.99. And we have Papa's Got a Brand New Bag, Electro Funk version produced by Paul Hardcastle. EX condition $9.99. 1985 UK split single, Electro Funk split single. All right, I got another cassette to auction, and that is Dwight Yoakam. Guitars, Cadillacs, etc., etc. Guitars, Cadillacs. This is Dwight Yoakam. The high bid on this, or the starting bid, is going to be a $15 start. Dwight Yoakam, Guitars, Cadillacs, etc., etc. That's a $10 start on Dwight Yoakam. $10 start on that. Disappear, The Clearing. That's a VG Plus $14.99. Hardcore post-rock death metal. Disappear, The Clearing, VG Plus $14.99. Michael Marth is at $20 on Profit, final call. Derek and the Dominoes, Layla. Derek and the Dominoes, Layla. This is a VG Plus $29.99, 77 Pittman press. Derek and the Dominoes, Layla. Os Rotten. I always got to be careful of that one because I think they want it to sound exactly like it does sound. And now back to our programming. This is $79.99. It's a 1988 hardcore CD. That is VG Plus $79.99. Jacob Harris, let me know if you're bidding on Dwight Yoakam. If so, put DY $10. The Hardcastle was EX $9.99. Jason Fornerat, that was EX $9.99. Terry Westwood, Profit is new bid on Profit. Terry's at $25. Sean's out and Michael Marth is out. Terry Westwood has it for $25. Keith Hartley Band, 72nd Brave. That's VG Plus $16.99. Dolly Parton, Real Love, in shrink wrap. The vinyl is VG Plus $17.99 for Dolly Parton. Supa's Jamboree, VG Plus $9.99. Neil Diamond, Do It, on the original Bang label, VG Plus $12.99. Jacobs at 10 on Dwight Yoakam. Profits now at 30. Denise Harrison wants Dolly Parton. That's so too Denise. Arcunlas Panaminas, Conjunto Folklorico Tanisi. I don't know what this is. That's because it's from Cumbia. That is EX $14.99. Terry and Sean's both out on Profit. And Michael Marth has that for $30. Japanese pressing on Megaforce. Final call. Jackie bid $27. So Jackie, you're out. Michael has it for $30. Male pal Vladimir Yusachevsky and Otto Luning. This is VG Plus $14.99. Dwight Yoakam, final call. Jacob Harris has that for $10. Final call. The Fifth Dimension's greatest hits is VG $9.99. Gus C wants the Panama. I believe that was this. Sell that to Gus C. The Grateful Dead, VG Plus $59.99. Late 70s press, Winchester, VG Plus $59.99. Jackie's back in on Profit at $33. Michael Marth, you're out. Let me grab a few more cassettes. Let me do some I hadn't shown yet. Let me grab some of these right here. These are all $6.99. These are all $6.99. We have Gloria Estefan, Let It Loose. Gloria Estefan, Cuts Both Ways. John Anderson's Greatest Hits, $6.99. Heart, self-titled, is $6.99. And Ronnie Montrose, this is called The Diva Station, $6.99. Those are all $6.99. That's Gloria Estefan, John Anderson Hart, and Ronnie Montrose. Michael Marth backing on profit at $35. Tony Barrara wants the John Anderson's greatest hits. Tony, you got it. Let's also go ahead and sell Dwight Yoakam for $10 to Jacob Harris. That's sold to him for $10. Connor, you were second on John Anderson. Jacob Harris was third. Harry Belafonte at Carnegie Hall. VG copy for $14.99. Roy Orbison Crying is a VG minus $21.99. 62 mono. We have Overdog, Keith Hartley Band. Overdog, VG plus $31.99. 71 UK import. Paul put recommended if you like Chicken Shack, Savoy Brown, and Peter Green. VG plus $31.99. Jackie, let me know if you want back in on profit. Michael has that for $35. Chick Corea, Inner Space, 73 Richmond Press for $14.99. Also, Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding. That is a 68 mono, $49.99. 68 mono, $49.99. Bob Dylan. This is Mojo Collins, Cheap Blues. Mojo Collins, Cheap Blues, 1988 Louisiana Blues, $16.99. Jackie's backing on profit at $40. So no other takers on these cassettes. Gloria Hart, and Ronnie Montrose. I'm going to put those away. That was a Ronnie Montrose solo album. Let me stack these right in here. All right, let me go ahead and grab another handful of cassettes right quick. Let's do this big stack here that I hadn't got to yet. These are all $6.99. John Young said he'd give $39.99 on Bob Dylan. Sold, John Young, $39.99. We have Simply Red, A New Flame, $6.99. UB40, Labor of Love, that has their hit song Red, Red Wine. Cameo, Word Up, Cameo is $6.99. 30 Golden Hits by James Brown. Wow, there's 30 songs on that cassette. That's incredible, $6.99. We have Greatest Country Duets, Merle, Willie, Johnny Duncan, Janie Frankie, Ronnie McDowell, Conway Twitty, Johnny Paycheck, and others is on there, $6.99. And Mickey Gilley and Charlie McLean, It Takes Believers. Those are all $6.99. Prophet is the name of the artist. P-R-O-P-H-E-T. P-R-O-P-H-E-T. Cycle of the Moon. It has the original Japanese insert. It's on Megaforce. High bid on that is $40 with Jackie Reynolds. Connor Cornelius wants Country Duets. That's sold to Connor Cornelius for $6.99. Jacob Harris is second. So that stack still has Simply Red, UB40, Cameo, James Brown, and Mickey Gilley. We have Choice Cuts 2009 from Record Store Day, $9.99. Choice Cuts, that is $9.99. Also, Ian Deary talks to Vinyl Mogul about new boots and panties. This is an Ian Deary promo interview disc, $12.99. Ian Deary from Ian Deary and the Blockheads, I think. Michael Marth, let me know if you're in or out on profit. Jackie has that for $40. John Haidt, warming up to the Ice Age, $12.99 on John Haidt. Also, Paul McCartney, Venus and Mars, $26.99 for Paul McCartney, Venus and Mars. Quicksilver Messenger Service, Solid Silver, $19.99 on Quicksilver Messenger Service. Billy Burnett is $12.99. Billy Burnett. The Blues featuring Ray Charles is $16.99. Tommy Flowers wants CC. CC was Choice Cuts, maybe. If so, sell that to Tommy Flowers. Michael's out on profit. I'm about to sell that to Jackie for $40. More of Roy Orbison's Greatest Hits, $14.99. And High on Emotion EP, digital hardcore recordings. The artist is Shizou, or Shizou, S-H-I-Z-O-U-O, 1997 UK, $14.99. All right, I'm going to grab a stack of cassettes, and when I come back, I'm going to sell her the Prophet LP. And I'm almost done with this crate, and we will do a whole nother crate of, let's see what I got here. Do a whole nother crate of Japanese on sale. All right, Connor Cornelius says he wants Roy Orbison's Greatest Hits. Next, $6.99 cassettes. Earl Thomas Conley, The Heart of It All. That has Finally Friday on it. We also have Earl Thomas Conley's Greatest Hits. Also, Earl Thomas Conley, Fire and Smoke. We have George Jones and Tammy Wynette's Greatest Hits. The Best of Don Williams and The Highwayman. If you like country, that was your stack. There's 3 Earl Thomas Conley, including The Heart of It All and Greatest Hits. Also, George and Tammy's Greatest Hits. Don Williams' Greatest Hits, Volume 3, and The Highwayman. Those are all $6.99. We have, I've already shown that. Next LP was Stephen Bradskai's Expose Your Overdubs. That's from 2000 on clear vinyl, $34.99. Profit, let's go ahead and sell this. Profit is sold to Jackie Reynolds for $40. And we also have Judy Collins Wildflowers. A mint copy in shrink wrap and hype sticker, includes Judy's hit single Both Sides Now, $9.99. I'm going to keep that if nobody wants it for $9.99. That's a final call at $9.99 on that. Next is Connor says he'll take all Earl Thomas Conley. Those are $6.99, $6.99, $6.99. Jacob Harris wants the Highwaymen. That's sold to Jacob Harris. And Leslie Holt wants the Best of Don Williams Volume 3. That just leaves George Jones and Tammy Wynette's Greatest Hits. If anybody wants it, it's still available for $6.99. It's still available. All righty. We have Madonna. Madam X, $21.99. Don't see that too often. Can you show more of this American Electronic album? American Electronic album. Sure, that was High on Emotion. Expose Your, that was something earlier, I think. American Electronic album. Let's see here. Disappearing American Contemporary, maybe? Is this the one? If so, I'll really show it to you. Daniel Cody says he'll take the Judy Collins. Leslie Holt wants the Madonna Madam X. Stephen Brodsky, Hit or Mystery, $21.99. Denise was second on Madonna. International Space Station, this is a compilation. This is a psych and space rock compilation limited to 600 copies. It has 4 different bands. The name of the bands are Elon Musk, Electronic Moon, Kunjin's Mon, and Kanan. And that is $29.99. Elon Musk. We have I Heard These Dudes Are A-Holes by Ruiner. That is on white vinyl, $16.99. And The Doors is VG, $54.99. It's a 67 OG Allentown press in mono. Plays much better than it looks. No skips. It just has some light background crackle. That is Doors in mono, gold electro label, VG copy, $54.99. Plays much better than it looks. Visually, it's probably a VG minus. Paul has test plated it to be a VG, no skips, and crackle. All right. Now, I'm going to just set these behind me. If anybody wants to see anything again or make an offer, please go right ahead. I've got to step just right over here behind the counter. Here's what we're going to do next. We're going to do a crate of on-sale Japanese. Y'all are going to really like this. And then we're going to do a bin of new vinyl, fairly new stuff. And then I'm going to figure out what we're going to do next. I don't know what we're going to do next after that. But let me go through this crate right quick and make sure. There's a couple that I just can't sell for $19.99. But what I'll do is I'll put those up for auction. But everything else, boy, there's some great stuff in here that's going to be for $19.99. So I hope you're watching, and I hope you're ready. And let's see what else we got here. The front part of this crate. Those were some putbacks earlier this week. And there's only one I'm pulling out. That's a Van Halen 1984. I think y'all know I can't sell that for $19.99. A mint Japanese copy. It must have been a no bid earlier this week, or I never did get around to putting it up. We'll find out. So let me step over here and show you these. Now, here's the good part. They're not all buy it now best offer. They're all going to be just $19.99. We did this a couple weeks ago, probably about a month ago now. These are all going to be $19.99. There's some in here that well, last time everything sold. Just $19.99. Most of these were $35 starts probably that didn't get bids, maybe $45 starts. There might have been some $25 starts. But now, to keep it very simple and easy, it's a buy now crate for just $19.99. Mark said he'll take them all. Can't do that, but you can be first. We have the Beatles 62 to 66. I'm going to show this first because we might sell a bunch of them. I've had these for a while. I've been wanting to figure out a way to sell them, and here's the way I'm going to do it. I've got a bunch of these for just $19.99. I've got a bunch of them. Now, I don't know what inserts are in them, what kind they may be, what exactly they are, but I have a bunch of Apple Obi Beatles 62 to 66. Some may have a poster, some may have booklets. Some may have, they're going to be they may be near mint, they may be EX, but I've got a bunch of them. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me get all the Apple ones first. There's another one, there's another one, there's another one, there's another one. I'm going to do all Apple pressings with Obi. I should have enough for everybody. And there's no make sure mine has this or make sure mine has that mark. You're going to get a random 62. Look at all those. Random 62 to 66. We've been accumulating those for a while. Those are all going to be just $19.99. We should sell out of them. Those are all Obi. Some of them are 3,500 yen. Some of them are 4,000 yen. Some of them have posters. Some of them are EX. Some of them are mint and complete, and they probably should be $65, but we've just had them for so long. They're taking up half of the Beatles bin. They're taking up half of the Beatles bin. So Thomas says, make sure mine has a record. I'll make sure on that. All right, so also Leslie said, before all that, I hope my audio doesn't, or did someone take the electronica sampler? No, they didn't. Somebody asked about it, but I wasn't for sure which one. So here's everybody who gets a Beatles. Thomas Hujar gets a Beatles for $19.99. Mark Fallon gets a Beatles for $19.99. David says he's bought 4 of these. Charlie DeFrank gets a Beatles for $19.99. Henry's Choice gets a Beatles for $19.99. Wayne Carr gets a Beatles for $19.99. Pete Mitchell gets a Beatles for $19.99. I skipped Terry Westwood, so Terry Westwood gets a Beatles for $19.99. Did I already say Shane Devers? Shane Devers gets a Beatles for $19.99, and Scotty Hops gets a Beatles for $19.99. Scotty Hops gets a Beatles. That's the one that I had actually in the crate. Now, we have a couple more people. We have Kara, John Duran, Bert Jordan, and Scott Jokumstaller. And also Jeb. I've got 5 more. I've only got 3 left, and here's the issue. The next person, who was next that I read off there? Kara, maybe? Kara. I'm sure she'll be okay with this one. Kara, you're going to get one. It has a UK flag Obi. Same thing. And then I've got 2. They're Japanese pressings. They don't have Obis, but they have inserts and booklets. I've got 2 more. See, we had $40 and $50 originally marked on these, and we've sold a bunch for those prices. I'm just ready to thin out the crate because we've had them for so long. So that means John Duran and Bert Jordan. If you want one of these without the Obi, say yes or sold. John Duran and Bert Jordan. If you don't, then it goes to Scott Jokumstaller. If he passes, then it goes to Jeb, and that's what we have left. So what does Obi mean? Obi is OBI. It means sash in Japanese. It's a strip of paper that's on the cover that's unique to Japanese pressings. It's spelled OBI. OBI. So that's the only 2 I have left with no Obis. And we'll see if those 2 people want those. He said yes, sold. All right, so Bert Jordan gets 1. That leaves 1 more. And these, like I said, various conditions. There's none that are trash. They're all Japanese, but some of those may have been EX. Pete says we can put his back. That's the one he got earlier. That is going to be confusing now. Well, we might have to just figure that out in just a second. John Duran said yes. Pete, we will just, I don't know how to do that now because that just really, yeah, I guess we just went down the line there, I guess. So Kara gets that one, and that means Bert Jordan or John Duran gets one with the Obi. That means, yeah, John Duran will get one with the Obi because Kara got one with an Obi already. So that means there is another one now left with the Obi. So. No, it's John Duran, then Bert Jordan. Mine is Thomas Hujar said, make sure mine has a record. Then it says John Duran, Beatles, and Bert Jordan. So John Duran will get one with an Obi now. Okay. Mark Fallon, yours had no Obi, no records. You also get no cover, no inserts, and yours is broken in half. Yeah, so Scott Jokumstaller, you'll get one now with no Obi if that's okay with you. So you were the next placeholder. So Scott Jokumstaller, you're next. Okay, sorry for the flurry of Beatles sales. We'll probably have more next week. We'll be putting up for auction. Okay, so everything else in here is $19.99. I hope Tanner's ready. Sorry, that was very confusing, but I think everybody got one except, oh, I don't want to refresh my stream. Everyone got one except Jeb82. Everybody got one except Jeb82. Sorry, Jeb82. Everybody got one except you. All right, everything in here is 1999. Survivor, Eye of the Tiger, 1999. Survivor, Eye of the Tiger, 1999. Simon and Garfunkel, 17 of their all-time greatest recordings. This is a great time to be watching on Saturday nights. We usually do something really crazy on sale. The first is Survivor, sold to Shane Devers. Tommy Flowers was second. Leslie Holt first on Simon & Garfunkel. These are all 1999. So Survivor and Simon & Garfunkel gone. ABBA, Super Trooper. I'll let you know if anything has condition notes. If it doesn't, then they're all near mint and pristine. ABBA, Super Trooper, 1999. 2001 Space Odyssey, Volume 2. No Obi, Japanese press. These are all Japanese presses, by the way. Mark Fallon first on ABBA. Aaron Gardner was third. Leslie was second. Shakedown was fourth. Superman the movie, mint and pristine with Obi. That's a fantastic deal on that at $19.99. 2001 Space Odyssey Volume 2 still available. Soundtrack to Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid by Burt Baccarat, near mint with Obi. Mark Fallon got Superman. That's sold to Mark Fallon. Leslie Holt second. Ryan Christie third. We also have Mike Oldfield, The Singles, which is like a greatest hits. Now, the reason that looks like it's missing something is because the LP has a giant label and it's supposed to be slid in there like that. So Mark got Superman, Leslie second, Ryan Christie third, Terry Westwood fourth. Another Mike Oldfield. This is QE2. Mike Oldfield, 1999. So Mike Oldfield. Wow, Big Brother and the Holding Company, Cheap Thrills, Janis Joplin, no condition notes. That one, you don't want to know what we had that one originally marked for. Rocky, the original motion picture score. Rocky, the original motion picture score, 1999. Mother Goose, Nursery Rhymes, 1. Mother Goose, Nursery Rhymes, 1999. And Stevie Wonder, Live, the 12-Year-Old Genius, with Obi, near mint and pristine. Let me take a quick break right there because I need to go to the front and tell Mark Fallon that he was the lucky winner of the Cheap Thrills. That's sold to Mark Fallon. Thomas Hujar second. John Stevens third. Darren Davis fourth on Big Brother. Leslie Holt fifth. Michael Marf sixth. Rich Recor seventh. Henry's Choice 8. Jeff H 9. 9 people on that one. Mark Fallon wants Rocky. Mark Fallon was also first to that one. 1999. Terry Westwood second. Connor third. Daniel Cody, you were 10th on Cheap Thrills. Gus C., you were 4th to Rocky. Mark Length, you were 11th on Janis Joplin. Wow, 11 people on that one. Mark Length was 11th. So we still got Mother Goose and Stevie Wonder. These are all 1999. Boz Scaggs, Middleman, that's in shrink wrap with Obi. Boz Scaggs is 1999. The Fifth Dimension, The Best, their greatest hits. Fifth Dimension, 1999. Level 42. Level 42, Standing in the Light, 1999, Level 42. Grant Peltzer, first on Boz Scaggs. That's sold to Grant Peltzer. We have The Carpenters, Live in Japan, 1999. The Carpenters, Live in Japan. John Stevens wants Level 42. These are all a discount blowout price of $19.99. Banjo Man, this is a soundtrack with music by Earl Scruggs, Joan Baez, The Byrds, Doc and Merle Watson, Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, and Ramblin' Jack Elliott. What's on 2001 Volume 1? That will be score music from the film. That is a score soundtrack from 2001 Space Odyssey Volume 2. That is score music. Daniel Cody, first on The Carpenters, Live in Japan, 1999. Banjo Man is sold to Leslie Holt. My son is watching. He should be in bed. Hello, Mark Fallon's son. Don't tell your mom that Mark is spending a bunch of money tonight. Rod Stewart, Smiler. That is 1999. Tyler Browning takes 2001 Space Odyssey. That's sold to Tyler Browning. Fantastic deal. Whitney Houston, Japanese press, just 1999. Thomas first on Rod Stewart. Leslie was second. Henry's Choice was third. Grand Metal, Japanese metal band. This is 1999. Leslie Holt first on Whitney Houston. Connor Cornelius is second. Grant Peltzer third on Whitney Houston. Jeff H is fourth. Huey Lewis 4. Huey Lewis 4 is 1999. And The Best of the Manhattan Transfer, $19.99. Now, there's one I told you I did pull out. It was Van Halen, 1984. We're going to start this where hopefully somebody bids on it and buys it. You should. I think this is the cheapest I've ever started one of these at a $45 start. $45 start for Van Halen, 1984. It is near mint and pristine, and this is a really nice one. As in no foxing or no discoloration. It has the Japanese insert, and it has the obi. That's the only one I pulled out. I couldn't sell this for $19.99. I've got it as a $45 start. This is a beautiful copy. It is near mint, 1984. That's a $45 start. Okay, so Whitney Houston, Whitney Houston, Whitney Houston, Whitney Houston. Wayne Carr first to Huey Lewis. Wayne Carr got Huey Lewis. Tommy Flowers second. Van Halen. Terry Westwood wants grand medal. Van Halen, we do have a $45 bid, and Mark says he bought his at $75. It's a beautiful pressing. The Japanese Van Halen records sound incredible. All right, does the fastball on the left have the weight on it? If so, I'll take it. Fastball, all the pain money can buy. 20th anniversary edition. What's the song we're looking for? The Way on it. The Way. First track. Yes. This is $38.99. That is sold to Jake Clegg. Who got the Whitney Houston? The Whitney Houston went to Leslie Holt. Leslie went to Leslie Holt. Connor was second. Grant was third. Jeff H. was fourth. Van Halen's at $45. So here's what's left for $19.99. Also, we had a couple putbacks this week. Here's one of them. Take the sticky note off. I don't want anybody to think badly if it's a putback, because sometimes it's just because it was a non-payment. This is another premium Japanese record, a tough one to get. This is Queen, The Works. Sorry, this one's not $19.99. This one's a $55 start. I don't have any more $19.99 stuff, so everybody can hold off on the edge of the seat for a second. So I'll show what's left in just a minute. But Queen is a $45 start. The Works. Sorry, I didn't mean to get anybody too excited. This was a putback. This one's a $45 start. And I have right here on the sticky note what it sold for at auction. And I promise you it's more than $55. But that is a $55 start. There's the original booklet and a really nice cover. Radio Gaga. The Hammer to Fall. Radio Gaga. And what's the other one? I Want to Break Free. Yeah, that's 45, 55. I'll take 45. I really meant to say 55, though. I hope it does get the 55. I hope it brings more than that, because we originally sold it for more than that. The person came to pick it up. He'd already bought 2 that week. So we let him put that one back, or at least my mom did. I'd have been like, nope, you got to pay for it. No, I wouldn't have done that. Let me pause right quick so I can take a drink of water. Right. Let's see here. So Van Halen was at 50. Queen's at 45, 48, 46. That's our high bids. Van Halen 50, Queen's at 48. What else do I have in here? There's a couple other putbacks, I think. What was this? I'm not for sure. All right, so here's what's left in the 1999. Here's what's left for 1999. Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid soundtrack, 1999. Mike Oldfield, The Singles, 1999. Mike Oldfield, QE2. Mother Goose. Stevie Wonder. Wow, I can't believe no one's got that. Fifth Dimension, The Best. And The Best of the Manhattan Transfer, a promo copy. A white label promo copy. Those are all 1999. Mike Oldfield, The Singles, is sold to John Stevens. Rich Record is at 50 on Queen. And Van Halen's a final call at $15. Now, the only things from tonight that didn't get bids in the Japanese stuff, this is new stuff from tonight, was The Best of Peter, Paul, and Mary. That was just $15. That was just $15. And Footloose was a no bid for $35. So those are 2 Japanese records that didn't sell tonight if you missed those earlier. I'm kind of looking forward to eating my cookout. I'm getting very hungry. Chris Wood Sr. wants the Mother Goose for $19.99. And then also Terry Westwood wants the Butch Cassidy. That's sold for $19.99. Denise Harrison wants the Stevie Wonder. I was going to say we would probably sell out of all these That's why I brought them over here. That's also so did Denise. Let's do a final call. Rich Recore has Queen for $50. Now, I was waiting for the first bid of Van Halen to say out, which was Scott Jokumstaller. Scott, have you already set out and I've missed it? Because Jeb82 has it for $50 and I'm about to sell it. What's the cardboard? These are 2 cardboard dividers. And then this was a record mailer from a return. Do you know what the deal is on this, Tanner, before I show it? Is this a putback maybe? I'm not for sure. Well, let's just maybe hold on to that. And then this was a putback. Yeah. Yeah, don't need to see anybody's private address on there. We have Sparks. Sparks was $49.99. This was a putback. A 1974 Terre Haute. Sparks is $49.99. 74 Terre Haute, $49.99. Very clean, very nice. This was a putback because this person had already bought 2 that week. Has the original inner sleeves. This is Sparks, Kimono My House, $49.99. Jeff H. wants the Manhattan Transfer. That was $19.99. Let's go ahead and sell these auctions. Van Halen is sold for $50 to Jeb82. And for $50 is Rich Recourse Queen. That's sold for $50. So we have, the only thing left in the $19.99 stuff is the Fifth Dimension and Mike Oldfield, QE2, $19.99, $19.99. We still have both Brandy Carlisles. Yes, I believe we do. If not, we at least have one of them. Peter, Paul, and Mary Tanner, this was $15. I'm going to put it on top of the Manhattan Transfer. That was $19.99. Jeff got that for $19.99. Peter, Paul, and Mary was just $15.99. There's Sparks, and I think that's it in here. Well, nope, here's a putback. Casey and the Sunshine Band, $36.99. $36.99 for Casey and the Sunshine Band. That was a steal for Van Halen. Congratulations on whoever got that. And here's another putback. Luke Combs, what you see is what you get, $33.99. Whoever asked about Ozzy. Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz, is on gray and red swirl vinyl. That is on colored vinyl. Ozzy is $39.99. $39.99. And there's more cardboard. Wherever that is. There's more cardboard. So the only thing, that was a wipeout on that one almost. Luke Combs, Casey and the Sunshine Band, Sparks, Fifth Dimension, and Mike Oldfield. And the only other Japanese press that did not get a bid earlier tonight was Live Cream Volume 2. That was a $35 bot now, along with Footloose. And if anybody wants to make offers on these, Footloose or Cream, go right ahead. The cardboard is $1.49. $1.49. Tony, the Primus was a waiting list. We already sold out of that. I thought I told you that. Primus Anti-Pop. There's a waiting list if you want it for next week. It's Primus Anti-Pop. Rich Recourse at $25 on Cream. I already sold one tonight for $35. That's the problem. Henry's Choice also said $25. Give Mark Fallon a cardboard divider for $1.49. And we have Sparks for $40. Go ahead and sell that to Charlie DeFrank for $40. Let's bump up Cream a little bit more, Rich, and I'll go ahead and sell it to you, though. And then there's Footloose if anybody wants to make an offer on that. Okay, y'all have almost exhausted me. Let me see if I can find those Brandy Carlisle albums. They should be in this bin. Or did somebody hop on the other night and buy those? Did somebody hop on the other night and buy those? Nope, here they are. There's the Fire Watcher's Daughter. I think somebody bought the other one. Leslie, there's the Fire Watcher's Daughter for $33.99. And let me see if I can find the other one. Wow, there's some good albums back here. Tony Promise, though, was Anti-Pop. We only had 2 copies. They were claimed very quickly, and we had a waiting list. Let's see. We have Cream 25, 25, 26. Jake said LC 25. Now, what was LC? What was LC? 31 on Cream. Well, Rich Recore has dibs. It's just a matter if he wants to bid 31. Somebody should have already bought it for 35 now. I guess technically this is an auction on Cream at this point. Jake Clegg, Luke Combs. Oh, no, these are all new vinyl. Excuse me, that's new vinyl. That's sticker price. That is sticker price. John's home. He's ready to buy some albums. I'm ready to sell you some albums. Okay, we've wore that bin out. I was trying to find something maybe we hadn't gone through yet. I know we have a lot of buyers for new vinyl that hadn't seen some stuff possibly over here that's on this table. Let me shift some stuff around. Let me clean up these cassettes before they fall. Wow, a Journey cassette not sold. And Jimi Hendrix. I was surprised on that. Let me move all these old sleeves out of the way. Put them down in there now. Let me move some stuff around where I can get to a crate. It's like we got walls full of records over here, like stacked 5 high. It takes almost a forklift to move them, but I wrestle with them. Let me see if I can get to one of these crates over here. Let's see. Trying to find some stuff I think y'all would be interested in tonight. Yeah, let's take a look at this one. This looks like some pretty good titles. Ooh, that was a workout. I just had to pick this up 7 feet to move it. Jake Clegg put Luke Combs. Is the Who's Greatest Hits. That was a single LP on red vinyl. Footloose bundle for $50. So Joe, I have to have sticker price for KC and the Sunshine Band. Footloose was $35, so I'm at $70. I got to have sticker price for KC and the Sunshine Band. That's MoFi. That's definitely $36.99. KC or Footloose was $35. So essentially, I'm at $72 if you want to make another offer. Leslie said yes. Brandy Carlisle. All right, sell Henry's Choice Live Cream for $31. Mark Fallon, the Journey cassette is $6.99. Henry says he's out on cream. Henry, do you do or do not want it for $31? If you don't want it, I'm going to sell it to Rich Recor. You have it for $31. Glenn Danzig did not come in. Glenn Danzig did not come in. Let's see what we have in here very quickly. We have Ozzy, Diary of a Madman, $31.99. American Contemporary. That needs to be sold to somebody because I think it's been asked about 200 times. American Contemporary is VG for $14.99. VG $14.99. Priscilla McLean $14.99. Ozzy, Diary of a Madman $31.99. Black vinyl remaster. Tenacious D, The Pick of Destiny. Tenacious D $31.99. Dio $44.99. And Henry said, let Rich Recor have it. Rich, let me know if you want that for $31. Joe, I'll have to have $36.99 for KC and the Sunshine Band, but I would do $25 on Footloose if you want it for $25. And so that would be $36.99 and $25 if you want those two. Dio, Holy Diver, is $44.99. Tony Barara, first on Tenacious D. Jake Clegg, let me know if you still want one. I'll put you on a waiting list. And let me know if you wanted Luke Combs for sticker. Dio, Holy Diver is $44.99. Black Sabbath, Volume 4, Remaster, $33.99. We have Hole, Celebrity Skin from Music on Vinyl, $39.99. Gorillaz is $31.99. Gorillaz is $31.99. Slayer, Rain in Blood, $36.99 for Slayer. Beck, Sea Changes, $44.99. Pharoah Sanders, Moonchild, $38.99. MoFi of Cars, Candy O, a MoFi pressing, $46.99. We have Pharoah Sanders, Africa, $44.99. And Gloria Estefan, Let It Loose, $38.99. Put Jake Clegg on a waiting list for Tenacious D, Peak of Destiny, because we'll need to reorder those anyway. Babes in Toyland, Fontanelle, $38.99 for Babes in Toyland. Yngwie Malmsteen's Rising Force, $38.99. Miles Davis, Sketches of Spain, $46.99 for Miles Davis, Sketches of Spain. Ozzy, No More Tears, $44.99. What pressing of Beck Sea Changes? I don't have any hype sticker or information. Just the newest in-stock pressing from one of my distributors, Buck. It's a 2LP. It says Made in Germany, $44.99. Savatage, Gutter Ballet. Savatage is $34.99. Also, Crown Lands, Fearless, very good, $49.99. Miles Davis is MoFi, yes. Miles Davis, Sketches of Spain. Denise Harrison said GE price. GE was Gloria Estefan. That is Let It Loose from Music on Vinyl. Limited a number to 2,000 on red vinyl, $38.99. Savatage, Hall of the Mountain King. Gold vinyl. Gold vinyl with a bonus 7-inch, $54.99 on Savatage. Ozzy, Black Rain, $39.99. Pink Floyd, The Endless River, $44.99. Dwight Yoakam, Swimming Pools, Movie Stars. Dwight Yoakam is $31.99. Fish, Fuego, $39.99. Jim Croce, The Life and Times of Jim Croce, $33.99. And Starcatcher, Greta Van Fleet, $34.99. How we doing on that Journey cassette? Mark says, send it like a car over a cliff. Not even sure what tape Journey is. Okay, Mark says he will take the Journey cassette. He's buying blindly a Journey cassette. Well, congratulations. You just got Journey Evolution, a vintage original cassette for $6.99. Denise Harrison says she will take the Gloria Estefan. That's so did Denise Harrison. Also, the Grateful Dead, Oxo Moxo Moxo Oka. That is $26.99. And we have Enough's Enough Peach, $29.99. If KC is something in here, then it's all sticker price. These are all sticker price. Chuck Berry in Memphis is $33.99. These are all new and sealed. Rancid, their newest album on colored vinyl, $28.99. And Post Malone Austin, $46.99. And like I said, I think he likes his truck because he even put it on the hype sticker. Post Malone Austin, $46.99. What's the restock fee for cassettes? Is that something you bought tonight? If you bought it tonight, we might can go ahead and put it back for you. I'm sure somebody else will probably want it. I joke about the restock fees as long as we hadn't already invoiced you for it. If it's something you bought tonight already, we can put it back as long as it's not an auction. Auctions are final, but if it's something, Chuck Berry sold to Chris Crowley, if it's something we've already invoiced you for, that's kind of a pain because it costs us money to put those back. We have to invoice them, tag them, and then we have to cancel it, re-tag them, and then resell it. A lot of hidden cost into doing that. That's why we charge a restocking fee, not just to get $5, but so. All right, we have Chris Crowley on Chuck Berry, Jason Kenton on Rancid. That's sold to Jason Kenton. And let's go through one more crate tonight of Buy It Now Best Offer. I'm going to try to find a good one. I'm getting very hungry, but let's do a crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. I also got more cassettes I didn't get to, but we'll save those for another day. Or should I show a couple more handfuls? We'll see what happens. Anybody else on anything in that? Let's see here. We have what I was doing. Mark has bought a lot. His American Express is going to be wicked. Rancid, and so Post Malone, Rancid, Enough's Enough, Grateful Dead, Greta Van Fleet, Jim Croce, Fish, Dwight Yoakam, Pink Floyd, Ozzy, Sabotage, Crown Land, Sabotage, Beck, Ozzy, Yingve, Babes in Toyland, Pharoah Sanders, The Cars, Pharoah Sanders, Slayer, Gorillaz, Hole, Sabbath, Dio, and Ozzy. Tony, I think every Slipknot album except their first. I just realized the other night we sold out of those. But yes, I've got all the Slipknot LPs. I've got all of them. I'm going to try to find our best crate of Buy It Now Best Offer I can go through to wrap up the sale. I may have to step to the back, but I can grab a handful of Slipknots. We have a lot. Denise said GE, I will take. I've already pulled that for you. I've already pulled Gloria Estefan. Let me step to the back and find a crate of a vintage Buy It Now Best Offer. My mic may cut out for a second, just FYI. I was torn between two crates. I ultimately went with this one. I was torn between two crates. I ultimately went with this one. So let's see what we have. All right. Let me grab, or Tanner, if you can grab one each of the Slipknots, please, over there. Tony is highly interested. Let's do creative buy it now best offer. We have Introducing the Beatles in shrink wrap. It's a bootleg, $19.99. Jerry Lee Lewis, Rockin' Rhythm and Blues. That's on the Sun label. Jerry Lee Lewis, Rockin' Rhythm and Blues, $9.99. The Shelby Singleton Sun label. Beatles, Jerry Lee Lewis. Julian Lennon, The Secret Value of Daydreaming, $14.99. Patti Smith, Dream of Life. Patti Smith is $29.99. Madonna, Like a Virgin. That's a nice looking copy in shrink wrap, the original inner sleeve. Madonna is $24.99. Blood Rock Passage, $24.99 for Blood Rock Passage. And Conway is $9.99. The name of the album is Conway. Randy Newman is $34.99. Randy Newman's self-titled debut, reprised two-tone label. Randy Newman. Spyro Gyra, Morning Dance. That's some good stuff, $9.99. Buddy Miles is $19.99. Live of Carlos Santana. Santana Festival is $19.99. And we have Rare Earth Midnight Lady, $19.99. Denise offered $20 for Madonna, Like a Virgin. We're going to go ahead and sell that. Tony offered $10 for Conway. It was already marked for $10, but I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you, Tony. Roy Eldridge is in shrink wrap, $9.99 on Metro label. Also, The Temptations, All Directions. The Temptations is in shrink wrap on the Gordy label. That's a Near Mint Temptations album in shrink wrap, $14.99. The Spectacular Johnny Horton, $9.99 on Johnny Horton. Willie Nelson, Yesterday's Wine. Willie is $29.99. That's on the yellow, orange, or more so yellow, 1980 Indianapolis press, $29.99. Soundtrack to Midnight Cowboy, Everybody's Talking by Nilsson. Music by John Barry, $19.99. Terry Melcher, Royal Flush. Terry Melcher is $19.99. Sell Paul T. The Temptations for $12. Also, Bob Seger, Live Bullet, $29.99. Bob Seger, Live Bullet. The classic live album, 2LP, original label, $29.99. Mark Fallon said, I'd not $10. I'd not $10. I'd not. Not for sure what that means. But I do have some Slipknot albums. We Are Not Your Kind, blue vinyl. That is not stickered, actually. I think it's $36.99. Slipknot's $36.99. All Hope Is Gone, orange vinyl, $36.99. Iowa is $36.99. The End So Far is $38.99. And the very popular Slipknot Volume 3, The Subliminal Verses, $36.99. Slipknot, The Subliminal Verses, $36.99. Mark Fallon says he would give $10 for Midnight Cowboy. Go ahead and sell that for $10. Tony says he wants all of them. Does anybody else want any of these? Because we still have them in stock. He wants one of each of all the Slipknots. We have Swing Set, Life Speeds Up. That's in shrink wrap for $19.99. Also, Steppenwolf at Your Birthday Party, $19.99 for Steppenwolf at Your Birthday Party. Styx, The Grand Illusion. Styx is $19.99. Very clean looking copy of the Styx. Grand Illusion. Chicago 17 is $12.99. Also, the Best of Rod Stewart Volume 4, or Volume 2, is $26.99. Best of Rod Stewart Volume 2, $26.99. Why is this backwards? The sleeve is supposed to be, let's see here. It's in the wrong spot, kind of. I'll just leave it on the front. $26.99. Mark Fallon said Styx for $14. Sell that to Mark. Jackson Browne, Lawyers in Love, $14.99 for Jackson Browne, Lawyers in Love. That has the original inner sleeve. Ted Nugent, Intensities in 10 Cities, $14.99. And Greatest Hits from the Jukebox. Greatest Hits from the Jukebox, $14.99. I know an artist we hadn't shown in a while. I've got them right here. This is Pantera, Cowboys from Hell, white and whiskey brown marbled vinyl. Pantera. I hadn't shown them in a while because we've had them in stock. That album is $34.99, Cowboys from Hell. Mark Fallon said 10 on Jackson Browne. Sold. Next is Kara Bauer, Chicago, $10. That was Chicago 17. Sold for $10 to Kara Bauer. Terry Westwood said $10 on Ted Nugent. Sold to Terry Westwood. And Tony said sold on Pantera. Tony, I had a feeling you would say Pantera. That is sold to Tony Barrera. Pantera. I'll show the other ones we have in just a second. Wow, the U2, The Unforgettable Fire, still available in shrink wrap and the original inner sleeve. $34.99 for U2. Somebody definitely needs that. The Sandpiper's Greatest Hits is $9.99 for the Sandpipers. Trax, Oscar Peterson Piano Solo. Trax is $14.99. Charlie Rich, The Full Strikes Again, $9.99. That's in shrink wrap. And a nice looking OG copy of the Cars Candy O. That's in the original inner sleeve. The Cars Candy O. Very clean looking cover. $26.99 on that. Thank God It's Friday. It's $24.99. Thank God It's Friday, $24.99. That's a 2LP record set with a bonus 12-inch single. Thank God It's Friday, $24.99. The Blend, Anytime Delight, EX $9.99. And Stephen Steele's Manassas is VG Plus $16.99. Sell Terry Westwood The Cars for $19. And Gus C said Trax for $10. Trax for $10. That was Stephen Steele's The Blend, Trax, Oscar Peterson Trio. Sell that for $10 to Gus C. Shakedown, you may be the first counter in here, and that's because this is so nice and such a great album, but I will sell that to you for $28. It is near mint in shrink wrap. $28 on YouTube. The Best of Tim Hardin is EX $12.99. Van Morrison Wavelength is EX $21.99. Little Feat Down on the Farm, that's EX $17.99 for Little Feat Down on the Farm. EX Condition, $17.99. I did say YouTube, but it is sold. That is sold. Who was asking about Octung Baby? I saw that pop up a couple times tonight, and it's one of those that I read in my head and I forget to acknowledge, and then I think about it later. Is the person still watching who asked about Octung Baby? Also, that's sold to Shakedown for $28. The other Panteras I have are as follows. They're also on colored vinyl. We have Far Beyond Driven for $34.99 and The Great Southern Trendkill, and those are both on limited edition colored vinyl. Pantera and Pantera. That's the other two I have. We also have Mama's Pride, Uptown and Lowdown, EX $12.99. Ian Matthews is VG Plus $9.99. What do we have here? This is All My Demons Greeting Me as a Friend. Aurora. Aurora is VG Plus $49.99. Mark on side B only causes a couple clicks. Now, the Aurora records we've been listing on Discogs, they've been selling immediately, some for more than what we have them stickered. Tony takes both Pantera, so let me show you this. If anybody wants Aurora, buy it now. If not, we're going to put it on Discogs probably sometime soon. Michael Bublé, To Be Loved. Michael Bublé is EX $19.99. Climax Chicago Blues Band, also known as the Climax Blues Band. A Lot of Bottle. That is an EX copy for $31.99. It's a 71 UK. Also, Great Speckled Bird, VG Plus, $14.99, produced by Todd Rundgren. John Smetzer wants Michael Bublé. That's sold to John Smetzer. Sonny Rollins, Horn Culture. Sonny Rollins is EX $17.99. Stevie Wonder, Inner Visions, VG Plus, $24.99. The Great Kai and JJ, Kai Winding and JJ Johnson. That's on ABC Impulse, 61 Mono, VG $21.99. Tommy Flowers said Bird, Great Speckled Bird, $9.99. Go ahead and sell that to Tommy Flowers. We also have Gene Ammons, Together Again for the Last Time with Sonny Stitt, EX $16.99. Craig Thomas said 12 on Sonny Rollins. Go ahead and sell that to Craig for $12. Also, What I'd Say, Ray Charles, VG Plus $12.99. The classic Ray Charles album, What I'd Say. That's a VG Plus $12.99. Also, Freddie Hubbard, Skylark. Freddie Hubbard is EX for $17.99. Steve Young, Renegade Picker, is VG Plus $17.99. And we have Fred Neil, Bleecker and McDougal. That is EX $24.99. It's a 2001 Sundazed reissue. Put Tony Barrera down on the Tool Lateralis waiting list. Dave Plunkett said FH $14. Freddie Hubbard. Sell that to Dave Plunkett for $14. Also, Ramblin' with Mose Allison. That's an original 61 US mono on the Prestige label. It's an EX copy for $32.99. It's on the Prestige Fireworks label, EX $32.99. Also, Joe Newman, Joe's Happenings. That's a 61 stereo on Swingville, VG Plus $49.99. Tracks on Ian Matthews for Jim Gray. Ian Matthews, Jim Gray. Ian Matthews is Keep On Sailing, Old Man at the Mill, Shady Lies, These Days, Leaving Alone, Seven Bridges Road, Save Your Sorrows, What Are You Waiting For, Poppin' Quitty, and Blue Blue Day, VG Plus $9.99. Thomas Hujar said 25 on Mose Allison. Sell that to Thomas Hujar. Mark Lynn offered 26. I've already said sold to Thomas, though. Buddy Miles is VG plus $17.99. Any further auctions? No more auctions tonight. No, I've really sold out of stuff to auction unless I start pulling stuff out of bins. But this is our last crate anyway. This is our last crate of the night anyway, just FYI. We have EX 27.99 for Hard Love, Need to Breathe. Hard Love. That is EX 27.99. Panic at the Disco. All my friends are glorious. Panic at the Disco is $74.99. $74.99. The Band Camino, $39.99. Yellow with black splatter. Also, Coldplay, A Rush of Blood to the Head. Coldplay is sealed, never been opened, for just $31.99. Hans Zimmer, The Classics. Hans Zimmer, famous film composer. This is a compilation of some of his best work for $24.99. Dark Knight Rises, Pirates of the Caribbean, Gladiator, Lion King, Interstellar, Man of Steel, Inception, and more, $24.99. Reba McEntire is $14.99. And the Beach Boys Pet Sounds in mono. Whoa. Great way to end the crate. $74.99. It's a VG copy. This is the Beach Boys Pet Sounds in mono. 66 mono, Scranton press, plays with snap, crackle, and pop, but no skips. That has been verified and confirmed by Paul. He has test played that. It is mono VG. We sold another mono VG for $74.99. I test played it and it sounded incredible. It's Coldplay a reissue. You know what? I really don't know. We don't have any notes on it. The back says 2002, but that really doesn't mean anything. It is sealed for $31.99. I don't have any. Well, I have Star Wars posters, but they're reprints. I don't have anything original right now. I'm having an original one framed. I'm having an original New Hope poster framed right now. It's kind of a surprise, but not anymore. But that's all I have right now. I have a bunch of reprints and reissue stuff, though. We're working on getting mailers and tubes so we can ship those to you, and the price can include shipping. Let's see. Shakedown, if you don't want this for $24.99, we're going to sell it to Mark Fallon for $24.99. Craig Ruth, Panic at the Disco was $74.99. So, let me find that. Panic at the Disco, what happened to that? Let's see. Interstellar. Panic at the Disco was $74.99. He says out on Coldplay. How much was Pantera, Great Southern Trendkill? So I still got 3 Pantera albums in stock. I've got Cowboys from Hell, Great Southern Trendkill, and Far Beyond Driven. Those are all $34.99. $34.99. Pantera, Pantera, Pantera. They're all on colored vinyl as well. Shakedown's out on Coldplay. So sell that to Mark Fallon for $24.99. Will there be any last requests? That's artist, new vinyl artist, anything in this bin you want to make an offer on. I've got AC/DC, I've got the Beatles, I've got Black Sabbath, Kiss, Fleetwood Mac, Metallica, Pink Floyd, Rolling Stones, Tom Petty, Queen, Metallica. We've sold a lot of Metallica tonight. Megadeth, Warrant, Alice in Chains, Soundtracks, Bob Marley, U2s. Some of the country artists we have. Here's some of the country artists we have. Morgan Wallen, Zach Bryan, more Zach Bryan, Shania Twain, Joe D. Messina, Charlie Crockett, Chris Stapleton. We also have Dixie Chicks, Eric Church, Al King, Sturgill Simpson, lots of Sturgill Simpson, Ed Ledoux, Loretta Lynn's Greatest Hits, Whiskey Myers, and Hank III. So several new artists there. Hank III, Whiskey Myers, Chris Stapleton, Sturgill Simpson. Reba Name and Price for Denise Harrison. Reba McEntire was What Am I Gonna Do About You? That is $14.99. Chris Farrar said he'd give $14.99 for the Kai Winding Impulse. Sell that to Chris for $14.99. Any more Alice in Chains? Yes, I've got Dirt. I've got Facelift. That's the only 2 in print. Then I have a couple live unofficials. Greg Preston, did I miss that? Greg said take. That was the Great Southern Trendkill. Got it. That's sold to Greg Preston. We'll put that on top of Kai Winding that we sold for $14.99. Next is You May Not See Me for a Few Days. Well, that's not good. Pink Floyd. Those are all new pressings, but I can read them. I've got all new sealed Pink Floyd records. Which Freddie Hubbard did I just get? I will let you know, Dave Plunkett. Next was Fleetwood Mac, I can let you know, got a Whalen and Stapleton deal. Most of those are sticker price, but I will show them to you. How much for Whiskey Myers? I'll show those to you, and Sturgill Simpson, and L. King, and Live Allison Chains, and Morgan Wallen. Okay, let me show those then. I think the only Morgan Wallen we have left is on green vinyl. It's kind of pricey, but for two reasons. One, this is a 4LP, but it's also on green vinyl. Dave Plunkett, You Got Skylark by Freddie Hubbard. This is on green vinyl for $89.99. That's an import. That's why it's $89.99. And we have sold one or two of them, actually. $89.99. Chris Stapleton, we have From Room A Volume 2 and Starting Over. And we may have more in other bins, but right now I know for sure I have these. From Room A Volume 2 is $33.99. And we have Chris Stapleton Starting Over for $42.99. From Room A Volume 2 and Starting Over, $33 and $42.99. That's the two Chris Stapletons. Now, L. King, Sturgill Simpson, and Whiskey Myers. If you want any of these, let me know the exact name of the album. I've got 1, 2, 3 different Whiskey Myers albums. But Mark Fallon, do you have the Pink Floyd bootleg from 1969 on red vinyl for $39.99? Mark Fallon, the question is, do you have this? Red vinyl, Pink Floyd Live 1969, $39.99. Mud, Whiskey Myers Mud, $28.99. We have 2 copies of that. Whiskey Myers Firewater is $28.99. And Whiskey Myers Early Morning Shakes is $31.99. There's the 3 Whiskey Myers. Early Morning Shakes, Firewaters, and Mud. If anybody wants any of those, comment the name of the album, or you can buy them all. Mark Fallon says, I want it. Sold to Mark Fallon, Pink Floyd Live 69, $39.99. Let's see what else. Do you have the live album from, let's see what other, if you got all the studio albums, let me find stuff maybe you don't have. Do you have the live album from Nebworth? This is a very high quality pressing. It's an audiophile press at 45 RPM. It's 2 LP with a 16-page booklet, and this is $46.99. $46.99 for Pink Floyd Live at Nebworth, 1990. Tony Barrar says he'll take Whiskey Myers Firewater. Denise is waiting for the Fleetwood Mac title. Give me 1 second. Scott, we have no Stryper. Stryper has no albums in print. We've auctioned off 5 different, no, that's not Stryper. We've auctioned off 2 Stryper albums this week. If we do have Stryper, they are auctioned here during our primetime sales. They are auctioned here during our primetime sales. Otherwise, you won't see any Stryper. Stryper is highly in demand. It's incredible how many people we have looking for Stryper albums. If so, they are all auctioned. And just make sure you're following our page. We will advertise them when they're shown. So next, we have Tank. If you want any of these, comment the name of the album. Tango in the Night, $29.99. Self-titled is $31.99. Fleetwood Mac Mirage, $28.99. Rumors is $31.99. And then the 2 LP Rumors Palace pressing is $59.99. That's what we have in stock with Fleetwood Mac. Now, there was a couple other things I didn't get to. Sturgill Simpson. We have Cutting Grass, A Sailor's Guide to Earth, and High on the Mountaintop. And then that just leaves L. King for Leslie Holt. And I think I've got everybody's request. Did I get everybody's request? If not, send them again. But there's L. King, Come Get Your Wife, $31.99. And then the 3 Sturgill Simpsons we have are Cutting Grass Volume 1, $31.99. A Sailor's Guide to Earth is $29.99. And High Top Mountain is $28.99. That's what I have. And I think I got to everybody's request. The other Morgan, we had Morgan Wallen Dangerous. That might be in one of our new bins. If so, Morgan Wallen Dangerous is $36.99. ASC Lives. Tony, I think you've bought one of each. You've already bought one of each this week. I think that's already on the invoice that you already got. There's 2 lives for $24.99 and then the Rock AM. I think you've already bought them all. And plus, right now, I really don't know where they're at. I don't have them in any kind of order. Leslie says sold on L. King, but I will look into getting more Allison Chains lives. But right now, that's sold to Leslie Holt. I don't think there was any other claims on anything in that. I think Jackie offered $7 for Charlie Rich. I missed that. Let me pull that for Jackie Reynolds. Let's see here. Yeah, Jackie Reynolds offered $7 for Charlie Rich. Also, Gary Mudd said Whiskey Myers Mud. Gary Mudd wants Whiskey Myers Mud. Let me find that for him, which is right here. That's sold to Gary Myers. Jeff McMaster says he'll take Aurora at sticker price. Or are you asking what the sticker price is? That is $49.99. Dangerous for $30. What is dangerous? Gus C wants Simpson, Sailor's Guide to Earth. I have more of those if anybody else wants one. If dangerous, if that's Morgan Wallen, it's $46.99. Jake, all of our new vinyl is sticker price unless I actually have it on sale. If I don't have it on sale, then it's always sticker price. James Bragg says he'll take the Pink Floyd Nebworth. That is a very great sounding record. That's sold to James Bragg. And Jake Clegg says he'll take Morgan Wallen at $46.99. Now, let me just try to find it. Actually, it may be in here. Let's see here. Jeff said he'll take Aurora at $37. Go ahead and sell that to him for $30. You may have already tagged it. Sell that to Jeff for $37. We have Green Day, Luke Combs, U2, or did I already give it to you? Yeah, okay. Post Malone, Averitt Brothers, there it is, Morgan Wallen's. Jake Clegg, I'm assuming you want this for, well, it's $49.99. You know what? I'll sell it to you for $46.99. Sell that to him for $46.99. That's the price I said. I thought it was $46.99. Radiohead, Tony, I will give you promise. Chad, you said you go to 2 a.m. tonight. No, there's no 2 a.m. We're going to probably stop when the clock strikes midnight, if not before. Yeah, we have a lot to tag. I think Tanner's already been here most of the day. We've got I made a post about Funkos. We've sold a bunch of Funkos. We got to tag all those. I made a video, and I sold a bunch of baseball cards. We got to tag all those. And what's the third thing on my note, Tanner? The Elton Johns, and there's something else. There's a sticky note. Something else we got to tag. Baseball cards, Funkos, and a video. Stickers. Yeah, all the stickers we sold. All the Colectco stickers. So. And mystery boxes. Whoa. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff to work on tonight. That's why we're stopping. So, Funko, bands too. Anything Star Wars. I've got lots of Star Wars Funkos. I got lots of Star Wars Funkos. I've also got music-related Funkos. I've got Elvis, Cher, Roy Gallagher, Iron Maiden, but some of them have already been claimed. Chris Stapleton, Snoop Dogg, and I got a Megadeth Funko. And then I got lots of Star Wars. Did I get Ruiner? I don't remember that. What U2 did I flip by? U2, David, was U2 the singles. U2 the singles is $36.99. $36.99. Sean, where was Ruiner and when did you offer 10? Which Duran Duran? Duran Duran is up for pre-order. Well, I hadn't posted it yet, but I will tomorrow. The Duran Duran Funkos. I have Stormtrooper from just an OG Stormtrooper. We have Luke Skywalker these are from episode 4. And we have Obi-Wan Kenobi. Just a Obi-Wan Kenobi, $14.99. From Return of the Jedi, C-3PO. C-3PO with his leg there in like a cast from Return of the Jedi. Darth Vader is $14.99. And we have Chewbacca. And we also have Emperor Palpatine. And I have a snowman Darth Vader. I also have a snowman Darth Vader. And we have Emperor Palpatine. Those are all $14.99. Quite a few bins ago. It's okay. Sean, I will try my best to find that. Next live is Monday. We'll be back live Monday with all new vinyl, all new vintage vinyl, all new Japanese, all new cassettes, all new posters, all new Funkos, all new supplies, all new CDs, all new 8-tracks, reel-to-reels, autographs, memorabilia. That's all I can think of. Let's see here. Did I miss anything else before that? Denise said LC question mark, and I wasn't for sure what that was, Denise. Denise put LC question mark. Tony wants Obi-Wan Kenobi, Vader, and Chewbacca. You got them all. You got them all. But wait, there's more. Actually, we're going to go through 5 more bins. My stomach's hurting because I'm so hungry. I haven't had many calories today. Oh, I told Addison to get Cookout, and guess what? I got Jersey Mike's in the fridge. I'm going to eat Jersey Mike's and Cookout. Phew. I forgot. I shouldn't even. That's okay. If anything, I'll eat that late tonight. I'm going to be up for a while. We're going to be up for a while. We got a lot of work to do. Everybody, we've had a fantastic night. We had no new arrivals tonight in vintage, and we have sold an incredible amount of merchandise. That's because we show so much. We have to go through these bins again. We've sold a lot of new vinyl. We've sold a ton of Japanese, like 2 entire crates full of Japanese, lots of Funkos, and we still got stuff we got to tag from the group. Make sure you're in our group. Anybody new? Tony for sure is new. Who else is new? Make sure y'all are in our group. If you're not in there, you are missing out on new stuff. I post new pre-orders, all kinds of great stuff. Make sure you're in our group. Whole lot of records. If not, we're going to post the link. If not, go find it right now. We have great deals in there. We do pre-orders. I do videos of recaps in case you ever miss a sale. If you miss a live stream, sometimes I do recaps. There's our group. Make sure anybody new, if you have a Facebook, sorry to people who don't have a Facebook, there's an incentive. Just go set you up a ghost Facebook account. I know some people don't want a Facebook. They don't want to be on Facebook. They don't want their privacy on there, but just set you up a ghost one. I know a lot of people who have fake names on there just so they can be in our group. That's okay. Just whatever gets it where you can see our merchandise. You can check it once a day and that's it. Facebook isn't too bad. I spend more time on that app than probably any other social media. Next would probably be, well, if you count YouTube, YouTube would probably be number 1 or 2, but then probably Twitter, or now known as X, and Instagram. So, all right, thanks everybody. We are signing off for the night. I'm going to eat, then help Tanner tag all this stuff, and we'll be back Monday at 7 o'clock. And thank you as always. We will see you then.